Arrived. So I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, March 30th, 2021, and ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Hennick.
Present.
Alder Hennick is present. Alder Kemble.
Here.
Alder Kemble is present. Alder Lemmer is excused. Alder Martin.
Here.
Alder Martin is here. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Here.
Alder Prestigiacomo is here. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore is present. Alder Tierney.
Here.
Alder Tierney is present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Wahelia.
Here.
Alder Wahelia is present. Vice President Abbas.
Present.
Vice President Abbas is present. Alder Albaraz is excused. Alder Balde.
Yes.
Alder Balde is present. Alder Bidar.
Present.
Alder Bidar is present. President Carter. President Carter.
Present.
President Carter is present. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is present. We have quorum.
Thank you. Can I have our tech facilitator read the instructions, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Welcome to our virtual meeting. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number in your original email. Members, if you are able, please activate your video and keep it on for the duration of the meeting. Staff, if you're able, please activate your video when you are speaking. All panelists, that is alders and staff, have the ability to mute and unmute themselves. Please continue to use the raise hand feature when you'd like to be recognized to speak, ask questions, or request a roll call vote. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the council, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. Mayor, that's all I have.
Thank you. I just want to remind folks that are with us for public testimony or listening in that we do have time limits. The time limits for speaking are 5 minutes for public hearings and 3 minutes for other items. Would ask that folks try and remain civil and refrain from using profanity in your remarks to the council. Obviously, I ask the same of the council members. We are trying to do the city's business, and I would hope can conduct ourselves accordingly. President Carter, suspension of the rules, please.
Yes, move suspension of the rules. 2.04 order of business. 2.05 introduction of business. 2.24 ordinances and 2.25 resolutions for items so designated on the agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded to suspend the rules. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of suspension of the rules? Seeing no objection, those rules are suspended. Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I move adoption of agenda item number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded on item number 1. Alder Verveer.
Thank you again. And it is my honor, admittedly with a bit of a heavy heart, to read the following honoring resolution congratulating Lisa Veldran on her retirement and thanking her for 36.5 years of dedicated and exemplary service to the city of Madison. It reads, whereas Lisa Veldran has worked in the city's social services department, city clerk's office, and common council office over the years as a clerk typist, administrative clerk, administrative assistant, and ends her career as the council's legislative services and office manager. And whereas Lisa started her full-time employment with the city of Madison on September 4, 1984, as a clerk typist in the city's social services department, having previously worked as an LTE in the department in 1983. Whereas when the county assumed social services from the city, she bumped into a vacant clerical position that was shared between the common council office and the city clerk's office in December of 1985. and thus began her long storied career working with alders. And whereas she has worked with 126 alders, and in that position, Lisa was the person they turned to for assistance, advice, to act as a sounding board, and sometimes as a shoulder to cry on. And whereas Lisa has served under 6 mayoral administrations, Mayor Skornica, Sensenbrenner, Soglin twice, Bauman, Chislevich, and Rhodes Conway, and 29 council presidents, starting with former alderperson Jerry Bourne in 1985 and ending with alderperson Sherry Carter in 2021. And whereas Lisa has staffed well over 1,000 plus meetings of various council committees, subcommittees, work groups, from the CCOC, CCEC, to 3 subcommittees on restricting committees to committees on a wide range of topics, from snow removal, the budget process, and everything in between during her tenure. And whereas Lisa has conducted new alder orientations for 12 classes of incoming rookies, often being the first city employee to meet with newly elected alders and always leaving them with the mantra as they navigated their new city government environment: there is no stupid question, just ask. And whereas Lisa has often been in the room where it happened, most notably the banning of handguns, the smoking ban, the building of Monona Terrace, the building of the Overture Center and its subsequent restructuring of ownership, the many debates on the Edgewater Hotel, and of course, many, many more issues that greatly affect the city and its residents. And whereas Lisa was part of the project team that reviewed and selected Legistar in 2005 as the city's legislative management system, and continued to play a crucial part in its implementation and the day-to-day operations of the database by training city staff, answering questions from staff and the public, and cleaning up files and history lines so final actions made sense on council agendas. And whereas, unfortunately, she will not be around for the latest upgrade to the audio system in room 201, the completion of the Judge Doyle Square project, or the remodeling of the council office, and whereas her last day working in the city county building will be April 2nd, 2021, now therefore be it resolved, the mayor and the common council of the city of Madison hereby express their deep appreciation to Lisa Veldran for her many years of dedicated service and contributions to the city, and wish her well in her retirement as she spends more time with her husband, Matt, daughter, Lily, and son, Max.
Thank you, Alder Verveer. A virtual round of applause for Lisa Veldran, please. We do have registrants on this item, so we will start with Nicole Gotthelf of Chicago, to be followed by Susan Schmitz. Do we have Nicole?
Am I here? Yes.
You are.
Hi, everybody. Lisa, happy birthday, first of all. It's number 60. I want to say that it's been my pleasure to work with Lisa over these many years, even though I only worked 4 years with her. She joined us after I was on the council already for 2 terms. She joined us in 85 following Miriam Fry, Betty, Kay, Tim, and joined Jess Matla, and then replaced Jess when Jess retired. And she was just a joy to work with, really kept us going. And we really appreciate all her laughter, her joy. Back in the day when we started back in the back room on the first floor where people could smoke, where people could just gather, there was just 1.5 people, but 2 people really, to serve the 22 aldermen. And we all would call in and leave messages on that codaphone. And I know that it's changed now. So I know that Lisa made a lot of changes, but I got to call her yesterday on one of her last days just to make sure I could leave a message on the codaphone. And I don't think it's called that anymore. But anyway, the other thing too is that I was able to go to Lisa's wedding. And thanks to her lovely husband, I learned that the New York Times was going to go in color. And he told me that. He broke that secret at her wedding. Anyway, Lisa, I think you are a great, wonderful person. The city council, the 126 council members are all going to miss you, whether they're alive or dead. You have just made us all happy. You have brought us together so many times. What is going to happen now that you're not there to say, hey, it's time for a council reunion? But you've made that all happen. You made us stay in contact when we needed to tell people something had happened. You made that happen. So I hope there's somebody at City Hall who maybe can take your place. I doubt it. But I just want to wish you a lot of joy and happiness, and look forward to celebrating in person soon. So congratulations.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Susan Schmitz of Marionette Trail, to be followed by Eve Galanter.
Oh, Lisa, this is Susan. Look, just great to see your beautiful face on the screen. And the resolution was perfect. And Nicole, I don't know you, but oh my God, you said all of just these wonderful things. You were pretty spot on. Lisa, you know, I came to DMI in 1999. I didn't know what I was doing. And I had to speak to 20 council people and write resolutions and all that kind of stuff. And you showed me the way. So I just want to thank you for that. Thank you for all you've done for the council, for the city. And you guided me through the process, even if it took us to 4 or 5 a.m. in the morning. Remember those meetings. And then something that was said in the resolution was perfect. You were always respectful. You never said there was a dumb question. And I know I could ask you any question and you wouldn't say that is a dumb question, Susan. So I appreciate that. And the other thing that's so wonderful about you, you've done everything with the best amount of humor. So, and I will always appreciate your humor. I look forward to seeing you again and enjoying your humor. So I'm glad you're well. You look beautiful. So, and please say hi to Matt. Thank you so, so much. I have so many wonderful memories of you. So thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Eve Galanter of Roby Road, to be followed by Austin King.
Mayor, I do not see Eve in the list.
All right. What about Austin King of Washington, D.C., to be followed by Matt Veldran?
I do not see Austin in the list either.
Well, I hope Matt Veldran showed up.
Austin's here.
Oh, Austin is here.
Yeah. Austin, you should be unmuted.
Nope, Austin, you're unmuted on our end. You might be muted on your device or headphone. Or if you're using the phone, *6. I did want to give Matt the pride of last place, but let's go on to Matt and see if we can get Austin unmuted. So Matt Veldran of Madison, Wisconsin.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. I'm used to having my own mute. No, unmute. Madam Mayor, thank you. And thanks to the council. It's hard for a politician to pass up a chance to speak, no matter whatever the action or item might be. So with that, I just want to pass on some of just a couple of moments that have crossed our lives while I've known Lisa. Just for members of the council, we met in '81, and then I stupidly left, and I came back here in '91. We met, and I moved back, and I realized that that almost never happened because Lisa was almost in a very dangerous, not even precarious place, but a dangerous place, just for council members that may not know this. I'm not sure the year, I was either 88 or 89. Lisa was on her break, I think, if I remember the story correctly, and she was going to go down to the basement and get some coffee. And then Jess Marlad, who Nicole mentioned, said, why don't you hang out or what, for whatever reason. And shortly thereafter, someone came into this building, the city county building, and shot and killed the coroner at the time in the same hallway where Lisa might have been. So if it was a hand of God, if it was coincidence, if it, whatever you want to put it, it was certainly thankful for really all of us. So I just don't want to say something like, I want people to just know that that was certainly a very big incident. And then as handguns were just mentioned on by Nicole or Mike in the resolution, that it meant that much more to her, realizing that life is so precious and that, you know, it could have been taken away. You know, what I love about Lisa and her role as in the city, she cared about the city, she cared about the people. And I knew that, and as well as all of you do and all the councils that I've met. And the only person that was around when I first came back was Alder Revere. It was exciting because we were actually at a party, a holiday party at the time, and I had just proposed, and Hank Loeffler, the late great Hank, announced that to the meeting at the time, or the holiday party. So that was kind of exciting. I just remember knowing Mike then, and it was very exciting to just have that as a great memory of the council and Lisa. And when I say about she cared, you know, there was so many times when there's frustration, but I always knew, and I'm sure most of you do, that she cared about the city and its workings, and that she believed in government. I think that sometimes gets lost on people. She was always willing to help whoever it was, regardless of their political stripe. It was just important to her and meaningful. And the great things that were mentioned about her, the things that she did and the projects she oversaw, and obviously there were many. And she was asked by practically everybody in this building on more than one occasion to help, and she was more than happy to help. And I just want to just end with that the passion for the work and the workings of government and the workings of the city really meant something to her. And I think that's something that should be embraced by everyone. So with that, I'll end my remarks. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. We'll try one more time for Austin King. See if we can get former Alder with us tonight.
Again, Austin, you are unmuted on our end.
You may have a prompt to unmute or may need to work on your own technology.
Let's try something quick. Again, Austin, you are unmuted. I just promoted you to a panelist, and I'm not sure if that would make it.
There you are.
Hello, everyone. I just sent Lisa an email anticipating that this in the end would not work, but I have grown my hair out during the pandemic to something approaching the length it was when I was elected 18 years ago at the tender age of 21, when most people who met me in Madison thought, that kid looks lost, maybe he needs a mother. And it was true. I found a number of them, but none quite as supportive and informative and helpful as Lisa when I was new alder orientation right up through my council presidency in 2006 to 2007. You were just so fantastically supportive to me and everyone else who serves in that body. And in particular, I want to say you were always great to all the District 8 alders. And there was a bit of a history of voting rights where students were not thought of as co-equal citizens in Madison. And you treated us all equally and with respect and helped us not only advocate for the citizens of Madison we represented, but to do a great job on behalf of the whole city and citywide issues that came up so often. And I was having flashbacks listening to Mike read the wonderful resolution of all those late nights. I mean, was there a period with more late nights than 2003, 2004? Minimum wage, smoking ban. We had that sister city with Rafah. That proposal was quite a long night, but you kept us going, you kept us on track, and you kept us doing the work that we were elected to do. Thank you so much for your decades of service. Happy birthday. I'm so glad that you're my friend. I can't wait to see what you and Matt and Lily and the rest do next. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you, former Alder King, and thanks to the other former alders as well who spoke. We do have a number of other registrants in support not wishing to speak. I'll allow you all to read those names yourselves and turn to Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this is turning into a bit of a council reunion here. I want to say at the top, my apologies to all of the folks waiting to testify on other issues on our agenda tonight. It's a bit of a disservice we're doing to you, saying goodbye to our longtime friend and counselor, beloved staff member tonight, Lisa Veldran, on the same agenda as some very important issues. So I really appreciate those that have joined us tonight and shared their stories. If I could begin my remarks by actually sharing one more story from another former colleague of ours, and that's former Alder Susan Hamblin. Susan very much wished to be with us this evening, but was unable to reschedule a prior commitment. And she did pass along to me a note that she asked me to share tonight during our discussion. So with everyone's permission, let me read that. Congratulations, Lisa, on an exceptional career with the City of Madison covering several decades. To give a little history, I met Lisa in 1991 when I was a new alder and she was working part-time with Jess Marlette, the only full-time administrative assistant in the council office. Upon Jess's retirement, the full-time position became open. As council president, along with council president pro tem Napoleon Smith, we interviewed a number of candidates for the position, including Lisa. We were impressed with her knowledge, dedication, and exemplary service with the city. And Lisa, you have continued to impress all of us with your service to our community. You have never let us down. Thank you personally for all of your assistance during my tenure as alder, then as co-host of District Reports. I have enjoyed working with you for close to 28 of your 36-year career. I have enjoyed following your family and seeing your children, Max and Lily, grow into adulthood. Best to you and Matt as you settle into another phase of life called retirement. It is now time to celebrate your dedication, long hours, and service that led to this joyful occasion. Congratulations, Susan Hamblin. So, thank you again for letting me share Susan's words with all of us, and especially to Lisa. I'm already starting to tearing up a little just thinking about some of the stories that have been shared by former colleagues, including thinking of those that we've lost over the years. So why don't I begin my personal remarks by sharing my first occasion of having the privilege of befriending Lisa, who at the time was a young woman from Beaver Dam, who had just recently, within a matter of months prior, given birth to her wonderful daughter, Lily. And in that, I was elected 26 years ago next month. And in those, for those past 26 years, it's been nothing but a tremendous relationship that we have shared together, highs and lows along the way. When I first was elected as a rookie alder, like Austin and many alders before me, and since I was a rookie alder, Lisa really was extremely supportive every step of the way and took me under her motherly wings. At the time, you know, the council had recently downsized from 22 to 20 alders. As you heard when I read the resolution, we were served by 1.5 FTEs. Jess was a wonderful woman, may she rest in peace, who was our full-time staff. And Lisa, of course, you've now learned, if you didn't know before, was shared jointly between us and next door at the city clerk's office. I say next door as Nicole has shared. Our office when I was first elected was room 107B, which is now the city treasurer's office. But we did not have the city treasurer's suite. I assure all of you, we were in a back closet, which was considered the city engineering division annex. And I remember walking back this corridor, my first day, of orientation, meeting Jess and receiving our keys, and they were, physical metal keys to get in the building and that sort of thing, way back in the dark ages. Finding it remarkable that our office suite was so tiny, really the size of a closet, where there was one room for alders with a sofa and mailboxes, and then 2 desks for Jess and Lisa. And Jess and Lisa couldn't have been the most friendly and wonderful, warm folks. Very excited for us new alders, especially as Austin already alluded to, the younger rookie alders. So much has changed in those 26 years in terms of advancements. It's unbelievable. I could go on and on, but in those early days, just to share some flavor with all of you, my current colleagues, there was no such thing as email. The alders did not have their own email addresses. Almost all of our constituent contacts were by telephone. Lisa and Jess largely talked to our constituents on our behalf because they would call us at the CCB. They would either share our home landlines, I'll stress the word landline, numbers with our constituents and others wishing to get a hold of us, or would take written messages and they'd stick those phone messages in our mailboxes. There was the dictation machine, as Nicole beat me to sharing that. I had that jotted down in my memories to share with all of you, where you could walk into the office anytime of the night, in particular, or weekends, and hear a colleague's voice into the answering machine dictating a memo for the staff to type up for us. And then, of course, the winner during my tenure was our friend and colleague, as we belovedly call him affectionately, the King of Pluto, Ken Golden, who would have stacks and stacks and stacks of mini cassettes for Lisa and whoever happened to be the lucky staff that worked with her, Jess or Debbie, to dictate Ken's many, probably thousands of correspondence and memos over the years that he dictated, often riding the bus to and from work and obviously at home. So one other moment I want to share from what it was like back in the dark ages for us dinosaurs was that there was absolutely nothing close to Legistar and a legislative information system whatsoever. In fact, all of the resolutions, the form that the resolutions came in, literally said at the top of the form, there was a box for staff to check saying whether or not a copy was mailed to aldermen, and I'll stress the word men. It was before the state statutes were amended to call us alder persons. Legally in Wisconsin, we were aldermen and alderman back in the day. And so one of Lisa's wonderful contributions that will certainly be one of her many lasting legacies is conversion to a legislative information system, what we know as Legistar now. That was a sea change that was monumental. I wouldn't say perhaps as monumental as having email for all alders and the tremendous increase in correspondence and constituent contacts that we all enjoy, to put it in a friendly way, when folks no longer needed to pick up a phone to reach us or pop a letter in the U.S. mail. But besides the innovation of email for each of the alders, the fact that not only those of us inside city government, but moreover outside city government, could relatively easily track legislation, both historically and as it was moving through the system, has just been of such a tremendous benefit, and really important and long overdue nod to the fact that we have what I like to call our hyper democracy in Madison, where we do everything we can to facilitate public discussion and conversation in our discourse. So Lisa deserves, as you heard when I recited the resolution, deserves great credit in that monumental step. And then, of course, over the years, given Lisa's great interest in that system, the Common Council has ended up, in essence, being the help desk for Legistar, Lisa becoming the master trainer. These are my words, maybe not in the official position description, but the master trainer for city staff, the help desk for all city staff when it comes to Legistar. Perhaps one could argue that function should be in the city clerk's office or the IT department, but Lisa embraced it with all of her gusto and was really excited to take this on, and has been equally enthused, I think, until her last day in the office this Friday to do that important work. To take a step back, though, I think that we would all agree that Lisa has not only performed tremendous service to each and every one of us, whether you've been here 26 years like me or only a matter of a few months, perhaps as a recently appointed alder, but she worked very hard to make us look good, to be quite frank about it. Most staff, especially in a political office serving elected policymakers, their first goal perhaps is to make their bosses look good. And Lisa, of course, unlike most staff to elected officials, is civil service. As we all know, our whole staff is civil service. They are not political positions. They are not, serve at the pleasure of any of us in particular, whether it be the president or any one of us collectively, individually. But Lisa really embraced the fact that her role was to help us first and foremost, and I have seen that absolutely every one of the many years I've had the pleasure of working with her. I don't want to repeat much what was said in the resolution, but it should not be overlooked on a more positive, or I should say, personal side of things, how much it has meant to me personally. And I know so many of the alders that have come and gone, how much Lisa cares about our personal lives. She really has been there to share the highs and lows of life with us, whether it's to celebrate a marriage or a birth, or conversely, tragically, illnesses or death. Lisa has been there for us. She's long maintained what I don't think maybe the newer alders have even heard this term, but in the old days, we always called it the Sunshine Fund. Lisa hasn't collected money from us recently, or for some of you ever. But the idea behind that is Lisa has worked hard personally to deliver flowers and cards and so forth to mark the occasions in the lives of all of us as alders, retirement cards for departing city staff, and so forth. She also has, as was mentioned earlier by some of my former colleagues, been there and attended, weddings with us, funerals with us. It really has been the whole life adventure. This hasn't just been a kind of 9 to 5 type of office setting for many of us. when it comes to Lisa and her involvement in our life. As was mentioned by Nicole, Lisa has for many, many, many years served as the unofficial executive director or president of the Common Council Alumni Association, bringing scores of former alders together and sharing with them the news of achievements and tragedies. I don't know if this alert went out, but I'm thinking certainly in my prayers the last few days of our former colleague Wayne Bigelow losing his wife, former county supervisor Carol Brooks, just in the last few days. And that's the type of news that Lisa would share with former alders and kind of an electronic network distributing news, also getting together for somewhat irregular luncheons and so forth. I will say one of the many events that Lisa has organized for us and facilitated for us over the years, one of the most special was in conjunction with the city's sesquicentennial in 2006, helping to organize a reunion of all of the living former and current alders and mayors and other city staff as part of our sesquicentennial celebration. It was a wonderful event at Monona Terrace, one that I will cherish for a long time, seeing so many old friends there. And that's what Lisa is all about. As the resolution mentioned, she's organized the umpteenth, 1,000 plus meetings for us, staffed those meetings, preparing agendas and minutes. I just can't think of the amount of work just with council orientations, retreats, although we haven't done one of those recently, briefings, organizing social gatherings for us. Again, in this pandemic we're living with, we haven't had any social gatherings, but just thinking of all the holiday parties, the summer outings we've had, rookie graduation ceremonies, post-budget celebrations, no matter what the night was, assuming it wasn't bar time yet, we would usually get together after the adoption of the budget, and Lisa would organize that for us. So I realize for some of my newer colleagues, these might be foreign concepts and something that you haven't been able to experience as we're living in the pandemic and times change. But Lisa has always been there for us, despite the constant revolving door of alders, the constant revolving door of mayoral administrations, the constant revolving door of council leadership. It's really unique that we have one-year terms for our council leadership. And when you think of, especially those of us that had the privilege of serving in council leadership, especially as president, how closely one has the opportunity to work with Lisa when you're council president. It is many times over what an individual alder would work with Lisa on professionally, just preparing and approving the CCEC or formerly CCOC and council agendas in and of itself. You develop quite a relationship, and I know Lisa will not miss me and my comments on font sizes and punctuation and so forth, as I've had the pleasure of continuing to help proofread council agendas over the years, even when I haven't been in a president term. So when you just think of the unique office that we have with the number of alders, the fact that we change over not every biennium even, but with the resignations and appointments during the course of a term, when you think of how small our staff is, obviously we went from 1.5 staffers, as I said, 26 years ago, to where we are today with 4 full-time staff. Of course, one that has been vacant, one position that's been vacant for some time with those 4. It's just unbelievable how much work so few people do for in essence 20 bosses, and it really has been very special. The opportunity that, for me personally, I can't overstate this, but how every single day that I've had the honor and privilege of serving in City Hall, the one constant for me, which will now be ending on Friday, has been Lisa Veldran. Council colleagues have come and gone. Mayors have come and gone. Their staffs have come and gone. City staff, including division and department heads, have come and gone. There are no division and department heads remaining in service from when I was first elected. Lisa Veldran was that one constant presence that I will sorely miss. I just want to end by saying that one of the pleasures of getting to know Lisa has meant getting to know the entire Veldran family. At the risk of embarrassing Matt and Lily and Max, I do want to share some memories that as part of our friendship, Lisa and I have shared, what we're going through in life. Again, as I say, the highs and lows, and being there right after, when Lily was a newborn infant, being there when Max was born a few years later, hearing about Lily and Max's achievements in school and outside of school. For example, Lily's cello recitals and concerts, and Max's adventures in West Africa. I know that he compared notes with Alderperson Balde on West Africa, since Max studied in Ghana during his undergraduate career. But just hearing about their academic achievements, knowing that Lily is way too smart for me to ever understand what Lisa was talking about, as she was a STEM student, a scientist, and I could understand a little more about Max with his interest in history and geography, I must say. But whether it was Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, and I'll say that we were quite the outpost for Girl Scout cookies for many years in room 417. I think Lily should have won a badge just for all the cookies that were sold to city employees. Or speaking of scouting, hearing about Max's adventures in the Madison Scouts, and by Madison Scouts I mean the Drum and Bugle corps that he's been actively involved in for so long. Of course, the designers of the official city flag. But hearing and watching for Matt in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade, or seeing him in person in Mardi Gras parades, and of course I can't give any specifics about this, but getting all the latest county board gossip from a spouse of a county board supervisor was always very interesting, to say the least. So I know I've gone on way too long, and again, my apologies to all of those in our community waiting to speak to us on important issues of the day here. But it's very difficult for me to say goodbye to you, Lisa. It's a little easier with this being your birthday, and I can wish you a happy birthday again today. But certainly happy birthday, but moreover, thank you for everything. Congratulations on your very well-deserved retirement. It's hard. I wasn't going to mention your age, but Nicole did. But anyway, I knew it was a big one ending in a 0. But I still think you're way too young to retire, and I know you're going to have a second career ahead of you, besides being the unofficial president of the Common Council Alumni Association and resident historian. But anyway, I can't thank you enough, Lisa, not only for what you've done for me personally, for all my colleagues, past and present, but moreover for this community. Your dedication and public service all these over 36 years has been a huge achievement that you should be very proud of. And I wish you all the best. And I know we will miss you very much. And I will miss you very, very, very much. Godspeed, my friend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alder. With your permission, President Carter, and with the indulgence of the body, I'd like to turn to former Alder Eve Galanter, who is now with us. If we can have Eve unmuted, please.
Yes, I had to promote her to a panelist.
Eve, you should be unmuted.
My apologies for being late. only grandchildren take precedence over the last time we get to honor Lisa Veldran. And if you are old enough, Lisa, to retire, my grandkids are right. I am really, really old. I came on the Common Council in 1981, 40 years ago, before you were there. What Mike just described as the dark ages, this is the pre-dark ages. We had a wonderful time, all 22 of us. I did have the year as serving as president of the Common Council, where I got to work with Lisa. We had, as I'm sure Nicole has described, she was part of the fabulous femmes on the second row. It was me in the 10th district, Nicole in the 9th, Ann Monks in the 8th, and Sue Bauman in the 7th. And we had almost half of the Common Council were women. No, we had no computers. No, we had only landlines. But answering questions, no matter how obscure, that came to us from our constituents were immediately relayed to our staff will look into that. Not knowing, I think most people, that the staff was Jess and you, and then later you. And no matter how obscure, even in this past year, I asked you to please find me the document where we declared that the city of Madison would be a sanctuary city that Alder Ann Monks and I had introduced at least 35 years ago. So I don't want to take any more time from the important items on the agenda. I just am so grateful to have had the opportunity to know you, to say thank you. And if only all of our constituents, I served from 81 to 89, representing a district largely served now so very well by Alder Shiva Bidar. I don't think they realized who was behind the scenes and who made so much really happen. And for that, we are all grateful to you. And I thank you. I wish you a happy birthday. And yes, you're not old, but I am really, really old. Enjoy your retirement. And thank you, Mayor. Thank you for allowing me to participate at the very end of this wonderful celebration. Thank you.
Thank you, former Alder Galanter. President Carter.
Thank you. And I will be short. Lisa, it's been a pleasure to work with you since 2015, and especially this last year. I think we're all going to miss you, and we're going to miss your thoroughness and your humor, which we've all talked about. Your humor is something that is definitely contagious. And I will miss hearing stories, not only of your family, but Jack and Leo. So I just wish you the best of luck with your next career, and don't be a stranger. Thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you very much. I will be also really brief. It was a great pleasure working with you in the last 2 years as a newbie on a council. Lisa was, she was my Google for Common Council. So any question I have, its email is going to Lisa, phone call is going to her, who should we contact? And thanks for being here for all of us all the time. And you always have a smile on your face, regardless how much stress we are or how much overwhelmed we are with different meetings. And you always have a smile, always there for us. And in that, I will also say thank you very much for sharing your puppy dogs story with us as well. It was great to know your dogs as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martin.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will also be quick. I just wanted to say thank you to Lisa and congratulations on your retirement as well, and happy birthday. But I think some folks know that when I came in, I was the only rookie alder in my class. And not only was Lisa there to help assist me through a lot of the new alder orientation things and things that I needed to know. She somehow also, and I don't know if I ever told you this, but somehow was like connected and would anticipate something that I was like, oh God, I don't know about this. I need to email Lisa. And I would have like a note saying, just so you know that, blah, blah, blah. So thank you for anticipating my needs when I didn't even know that they were going to be needs. And thank you so much for all that you've given to us and to the city of Madison. Thank you so much. And enjoy retirement.
Thank you, Alder Martin. I have no other alders in the queue, but I would like to offer Lisa a chance to speak if you are so inclined, Lisa.
So I just want to say thank you to all of you. Everything I was probably going to say, Alder Verveer took care of. So thank you, Alder Verveer. The one thing I do want to leave you with, and with the new council coming in, I won't be a part of their orientation or their journey as they journey along in city government, is really those types of things that Mike hit on, the holiday parties, the after budget parties, the barbecues, the Betty Lou Cruises, the Madison Mallards, going to the roller derby. Those kinds of things outside of city government actually connect everybody and connect you to your fellow alder person so that you get to know them as people. One of the things that I like to do is get to know the alder as a person. And I think when you're being, constituents are upset with you, residents are mad at you, or, knowing that, you are a person as well. People should know that. Residents should know that you all have your own lives, your own personal lives, but you're doing this as a community service. And that is the biggest thing with working with alders, and that I admire with every alder person that I have worked with, is their desire to do community service and to do the best they can. So really, this isn't just an honor for me. It's actually an honor for the whole entire common councils that I have worked with, today's council, that my hat goes off to you. Your service is something that I admire, that I actually took and tried to emulate in my own life with being involved in my neighborhood, being a neighborhood association president, PTO, Girl Scouts, everything else. All of those kinds of things connect me to my neighborhood and to my community. And I want to thank you all for that. So I really don't have anything else to say other than thank you for a great ride. I've had a good time. I've had a lot of laughs. And I wish you well in the future.
Thank you, Lisa. And as a former alder, I want to say thank you and congratulations and happy birthday.
All right.
We wish you all the best. All right. We do have to vote. So it's been properly moved and seconded. And is there any objection to recording a enthusiastic unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, that vote will be recorded. And we'll turn to item 2 on our agenda. Alder Foster.
Move adoption.
President Carter will second. Alder Foster?
Sure. So proclaiming Sunday, April 25th, 2021 is World Migratory Bird Day in the city of Madison. Whereas migratory birds are some of the most beautiful and easily observed wildlife that share our communities, and whereas many citizens recognize and welcome migratory songbirds as symbolic harbingers of spring, and whereas these migrant species also play an important economic role in our community, controlling insect pests and generating millions in recreational dollars statewide, and whereas migratory birds and their habitats are declining throughout the Americas, facing a growing number of threats on their migration routes and in both their summer and winter homes, And whereas public awareness and concern are crucial components of migratory bird conservation, and whereas citizens enthusiastic about birds, informed about the threats they face, and empowered to help address those threats can directly contribute to maintaining healthy bird populations. And whereas since 1993, World Migratory Bird Day, formerly International Migratory Bird Day, has become a primary vehicle for focusing public attention on the nearly 350 species that travel between nesting habitats in our communities and throughout North America and their wintering grounds in South and Central America, Mexico, the Caribbean, and the Southern U.S., and whereas hundreds of thousands of people will observe World Migratory Bird Day gathering in town squares, community centers, schools, parks, nature centers, and wildlife refuges to learn about birds, take action to conserve them, and simply to have fun. And whereas while World Migratory Bird Day officially is held each year on the second Saturday in May, its observance is not limited to a single day, and planners are encouraged to schedule activities on the dates best suited to the presence of both migrants and celebrants. Now, therefore, be it resolved that April 25th, 2021, be proclaimed as World Migratory Bird Day in the city of Madison, to urge all citizens to celebrate this observance and to support efforts to protect and conserve migratory birds and their habitats in our community and the world at large. And be it further resolved that World Migratory Bird Day is not only a day to foster appreciation for wild birds and to celebrate and support migratory bird conservation, but also a call to action to protect their habitat.
Thank you, Alder. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Benji Ramirez Gomez of Franklin Street.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list.
All right, thank you. We have several other registrants registered in support, but not wishing to speak. I'll let you read the names yourselves. Is there any discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 2 and move on to item number 3. Alder Tierney.
I'd move adoption.
President Carter will second. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a pleasure to read this resolution to commemorate the 51st anniversary of Earth Day on April 22nd, 2021, to proclaim April 24, 2021 as Earth Day Challenge Day, and to endorse and encourage participation in the cleanup events at City of Madison parks. Whereas on April 22nd, 1970, the first Earth Day was celebrated with participation by approximately 20 million Americans who focused on environmental stewardship. It was founded by U.S. Senator Gaylord Nelson of Wisconsin and marked the beginning of the modern environmental movement. Earth Day has been celebrated each year since, with an ever-growing number of people volunteering their services for various environmental causes throughout the United States. Citizens in the city of Madison have also had a long-standing tradition of expressing their civic pride by helping out with environmental cleanup projects. And whereas the City of Madison Parks Division and the Madison Board of Park Commissioners recognize there has been substantial volunteer citizen support for the park system in the past and encourage future volunteer support by citizens who share common environmental goals. They also recognize that the Parks Division has received substantial support from many of the city's neighborhood associations and friends of various parks groups, volunteering hundreds of hours to clean up city parks and open spaces. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Common Council hereby proclaim April 24, 2021 as the City of Madison Parks Division's Earth Day Challenge Day, and to encourage volunteer citizen participation and cleanup events in city parks and open spaces. And be it further resolved that the City of Madison Parks Division, the mayor and Common Council extend their gratitude for the volunteer help and support provided by the various neighborhood associations, friends groups, and citizens of Madison for their cleanup efforts and environmental stewardship in city parks throughout the year. And be it finally resolved that the mayor and Common Council declare that April 22nd be celebrated as Earth Day 2021 on the 51st anniversary of the event, and honor Gaylord Nelson for his environmental initiatives as the founder of Earth Day.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing no objection, that vote will be recorded, and we'll move on to item number 4. Vice President Abbas.
Yeah, I would like to do a motion to also move agenda item number 18 after this item 4.
Alder, after we finish item 4, I'll be asking for a unanimous consent on items 18 and 101.
Perfect. Thank you. I just want to make sure. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you, Alder Abbas. Alder Badar.
Move adoption of a resolution proclaiming April 18 to April 24th, 2021 as National Infertility Awareness Week in the city of Madison.
Second.
Whereas according to the CDC, 1 in 8 couples have trouble getting pregnant or sustaining a pregnancy. And whereas the World Health Organization and the American Medical Association define infertility as a disease, and whereas infertility affects women and men equally and does not discriminate based on race, religion, sexual orientation, marital status, or socioeconomic level, and whereas the LGBTQ community also faces challenges when building their families, and whereas all people challenged in their family building journey should have access to all family building options, and whereas family building options include adoption and medical treatment such as in vitro fertilization and third-party reproduction, and whereas cost and lack of insurance coverage are barriers for many in our city to access the family building option they need, and whereas raising awareness of infertility and the barriers faced by the family building community is the first step to removing these barriers, now therefore be it resolved that the City of Madison joins the National Infertility Association, the Wisconsin Alliance for Women's Health, dedicated volunteers, healthcare professionals, and members of the infertility and family building community by proclaiming April 18 to April 24, 2021 as National Infertility Awareness Week in the city of Madison.
Thank you, Alder. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection? Oh, excuse me. We do have one registrant not present in support. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the resolution? Seeing none, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 4. And then without objection, I'd like to take up items 18 and 101 before we move on to item number 5. Seeing no objection on item 18, Alder Badar.
Move a resolution condemning anti-Asian hate and affirming commitment to Asian American, and Pacific Islander residents.
Okay.
Moved and seconded, Alder Badar.
Whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, Asian American, and Pacific Islanders have been the targets of xenophobic and racist attacks and harassment, including physical and verbal attacks due to systemic racism, misogyny, and hateful rhetoric. And whereas on Tuesday, March 16, 2021, a white man murdered 8 people in Georgia, including 6 women of Asian descent. And whereas the United States has a long history of scapegoating Asians and Asian Americans for the spread of illness, spurred on by pernicious and violent perpetual foreigner stereotype that is circulated in the U.S. today. And whereas Asian and Asian American women and femmes have long been targets of misogynist and racist stereotypes and violence in the United States. And whereas Stop AAPI Hate has received 3,795 reports of hate-related incidents between March 19, 2020 and February 28, 2021 alone, more than 2/3 of which were submitted by women, and issued a statement in the wake of the shootings in Georgia calling for concrete action to protect Asian Americans. And whereas in only 18 weeks between March and July of 2020, Stop AAP Hate received 341 reports of anti-Asian discrimination directed at Asian American and Pacific Islander youth nationwide, including harassment at school and online, shunning and physical assault, and Alder Helge.
Whereas the Pew Research Center found that since the start of coronavirus pandemic, 30% of Asian American reports experiencing slurs, jokes about their ethnicity. 26% expressed the fear that someone could physically attack them, and that 30% of American overall and 58% of Asian American believe that it's now more common for people to express racist or culturally insensitive views about the Asian American than before the pandemic. And whereas in April 2020 poll, the Center for Public Integrity, Ipsos, found that 1/3 of people polled had witnessed someone blaming Asian American for the pandemic. And whereas in January 26, 2021, President Biden released the presidential memorandum condemning and combating racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against Asian American and Pacific Islanders in the United States, which acknowledges the role of federal government has played in perpetuating this violence and declaring that Biden administration denounces racism, xenophobia, and intolerance against members of Asian American and Pacific Islander communities and direct federal agencies to use best practices when communicating about COVID-19. And whereas a resolution condemning anti-Asian sentiment relating to COVID-19 has been introduced in the U.S. House of Representatives, and whereas on March 18, 2021, City of Madison Mayor Satya Rhodes Canway issued a statement condemning anti-Asian violence and encouraged residents who have experienced discrimination or harassment to contact the City Department of Civil Rights. And
whereas on March 18th, 2021, several hundred people marched to the Wisconsin State Capitol to demand an end to anti-Asian racism, sexism, stigma, discrimination, violence, and hate. And whereas the Asian American and Pacific Islander population is comprised of a wide variety of cultures, values, languages, religions, and traditions. And whereas Asian American, and Pacific Islanders make up an important part of the Madison community, although they are often stereotyped and treated as perpetual foreigners. And whereas the City of Madison is committed to ending the spread of hate, bigotry, and harassment based on race, color, religion, national origin, ethnicity, sex, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, disability, or any other protected characteristic as defined by law. And whereas the City of Madison is committed to interrupting stigma, misinformation, and violence against its residents. And whereas Public Health of Madison and Dane County has provided resources on how to interrupt stigma and how to accurately discuss COVID-19 on their website.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that City of Madison Mayor and the Common Council vehemently condemns anti-Asian stigma, discrimination, racism, sexism, hate, and violence, and stands in solidarity with its Asian American, Pacific Islander community member. Affirms its ongoing commitment to cultivating an inclusive, safe, and just society and culture, including within the City of Madison operations and institutions that value the diversity of our community and works to ensure equitable opportunities in all major facets of society and celebrates both our individuality and commonality, denouncing anti-Asian extremism, white supremacy, racism, anti-Semitism, misogyny, Islamophobia, anti-LGBTQ and hate, ableism, and all hateful speech and bias-motivated violence actions in our community. Commits to fostering an environment within a City of Madison operations and institution that does not tolerate anti-Asian extremist, white supremacist, racist, anti-Semitic, misogynist, Islamophobic, anti-LGBTQ, ableist, and other hateful speech and action. urges residents to join us by adopting these values in their own lives, calling attention to these harms and denouncing hate and extremism to help keep us all safe. And be it finally resolved that the city clerk shall send copies of this resolution to Governor Evers and each member of our United States congressional delegation.
Thank you, Alders. We have a number of people registered on this item. I'd like to start with Representative Francesca Hong. Do we have Representative Hong?
Good evening, Mayor Conway, Rhodes Conway. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead, Representative.
Thank you so much to the council and to the mayor for introducing this resolution, to Vice President Abbas for reaching out to me and inviting me to this evening's meeting. My name is Representative Francesca Hong. I'm currently in the Tenny Lapham neighborhood, which is on occupied Ho-Chunk land, and my pronouns are she, her, hers. I will be brief as I know that many of us in the community are still grieving, and I am somewhat grateful for that collective grief at this time, because I think with this resolution and everyone on the council who I hope will support it, and those in the community and those of my colleagues as well, who I hope will support it, recognize that with collective grief that we feel collective pain. And I think it's in this pain that we feel and share that we can recognize we have an ability to move forward and to build back. The APDOT community in Madison and across the country is feeling fear and is feeling othered, and oftentimes the trauma of not feeling like we belong continues to be exacerbated. And I would just like to recognize that that fear is real, and that I feel it with you. I think it's important when we talk about violence against a community the it's not isolated, that we don't individualize it, that a lot of the violence that we're seeing, like the shooting in Atlanta, the incident is connected to a deeper and broader problem that we have in our communities, and that it's rooted very much in white supremacy. So how do we combat this? How do we move on from just solidarity and resolutions and words and statements from different leaders and different people of influence and power? How do we feel like we can do more? Well, you know, in the words of the phenomenal Grace Lee Boggs, I would say, as she would say, the only way to survive is by taking care of one another. And so I encourage everyone on this call and those on the council to continue to care for your communities, to show up, to be visible, to not only see combating blatant hate as a way to address this, but to know that the microaggressions, the small jokes, the stereotypes, that we stand up and call that out, that we make sure that we don't participate in the hate by being a bystander, and that we recognize that diversity is our strength. And not only is diversity our strength, but representation is not enough. As honored as I am to be the first Asian American legislator in the state legislature, it means nothing if I am the last. And when I say representation is not enough, it means that I am affirming that we can be better than just a performance, and that we can take all of our different lived experiences and use that to build a better community.
That's time.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. I appreciate you joining us at tonight's meeting. I'd like to turn next to Jenny Gao of Dayton Street, to be followed by Ankita Bahardwaj. Is Jenny with us?
I'm here.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Jenny Gow, and I'm here to support Resolution 64809, condemning anti-Asian hate and affirming commitment to APITA residents. We knew over a year ago that hate crimes towards APITA people were skyrocketing, but in the U.S., we wait for tragedy to drive us to act and do nothing to prevent the harm in the first place. There were 3,800 reported hate crimes towards APITA in the last year. It took a domestic terrorist murdering 6 Asian women for APITA to even make the headlines. The power of officially recognizing APITA people is that through policy, we can begin to rectify this oversight. We can keep APITA visible and sustain a more nuanced understanding of race moving forward. This is important because erasure of APITA is embedded in U.S. race dialogues. Race in America is oversimplified as a Black versus white binary system, which is problematic because one end of the spectrum is white, which then measures every person of color, including Black people, against whiteness. This binary system ignores the relationship between Western imperialism in Asia and American independence. Let's not forget, the tea that American revolutionaries threw into the Boston Harbor was from India. The fine china they drank that tea from was from China. American independence is intertwined with colonization of Asia. Americans casually use terms like white adjacent and model minority to describe APITA people, which are racist terms because they give white supremacy credit for Asian accomplishments. Every time you use terms like model minority and white adjacent, you colonize APITA people all over again. You are saying that our successes do not belong to us. US imperialism looted from Asian people and countries so that we no longer have cultural equality. So now, when even a very small group of AAPI achieves socioeconomic equality, this country doesn't let us have credit for that either. The delusion of white supremacy has delayed official acknowledgments of racism towards APITA people to keep marginalized groups fighting against each other instead of coalition building for justice. So we must ask, what internal biases have made us so accustomed to undermining APITA experiences of racism? For a white dominant society to finally acknowledge that APITA people endure racism would be an admission that people can be successful and good without being white or even adjacent to white. Liberating APITA of the model minority myth is a step towards liberating all BIPOC. Again, race is not a binary spectrum. Rather, it is more of a paint palette with overlapping dots that blend together at their boundaries and create new, complex, and beautiful identities. Isn't that worth taking a stand for? Officially recognizing APITA people is a chance to decentralize the race conversation in America. It means dismantling a binary system that hurts everyone. It means finally reckoning with U.S. imperialism in Asian countries and beyond. In conclusion, I support Resolution 64809 and the official recognition and condemnation of anti-Asian hate and affirmed commitment to APITA people.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Ankita Bhardwaj of Langdon Street, to be followed by Rachel Chisman.
First, I want to thank my fellow Asians, Alder Shiva Bidar and Alder Syed Mustajab Abbas, for bringing this resolution on the floor. It's high time we are heard. Thank you for reaching out to me and inviting me to speak tonight as well. I want to start my testimony tonight with a poem written by Rabindranath Tagore over 100 years ago on the topic of freedom for undivided India, where the mind is without fear and the head is held high, where knowledge is free, where the world has not been broken up into fragments by narrow domestic walls, where words come out from the depth of truth, where tireless striving stretches its arms towards perfection, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of dead habit, where the mind is led forward by thee into ever-widening thought and action, into that heaven of freedom, my Father, let my country awake. I often wonder how good allyship to me as an Asian woman would look like. But you see, it is difficult to describe something you have never seen. Our communities are marred with narratives that push us Asian women towards whiteness without giving us access to it. These narratives seek to falsely advertise our oppression as something that is conditional, that only occurs when we are in the wrong. wrong place, wrong time, wrong manner. I ask all of you tonight, who creates these standards for wrongness for us? Who decides our position in the society, an oppressed class with no recognition of existence? What do you know about Asia and us Asians that is not merely a statistic of death, of rape, of physical assault, of denial of humanity? That is not merely a flavor of what we wear, speak, pray to, or eat. One cannot hashtag stop Asian hate until one seeks to learn what stop to us means, what Asian means, and finally what hate to us means. You cannot defeat an enemy you know nothing about. Therefore, we must listen, learn, unlearn, and understand. As a community, we must include, advocate for, and recognize. We must realize, because until we do, no God can help us wake into the heaven of freedom we all desire so badly. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rachel Chisman of Oregon, Wisconsin, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Yeah, there's no one by that name in the list, but Larissa is here.
Larissa Joanna of Blair Street, to be followed by Alexander Wilburn.
Larissa, you should have a prompt asking to be unmuted. There you go. Larissa, you're unmuted. You may be muted on your end. Let me try something. Does not look like we have Larissa.
Larissa, you are unmuted on our end.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I kept trying to speak. Sorry. Yeah, this is item 8 that we're on. Sorry, I was in.
No, this is item 18.
Okay, can you remind me what is the issue here? There's a lot of important items in this agenda tonight, and I'm in another meeting at the moment. What is this about?
Larissa, this is item 18, which is the resolution condemning anti-Asian hate.
Yes, of course. I support this resolution. There is a lot of anti-minority, Black and Brown community in our state. We need to better that eventually. So please pass.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak on this item is Alexander Wilburn of Gorham Street.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much. First, obviously, every single member needs to denounce racism in every form. I would also like to note that I do think that the policy where you say any part of our address, unless, maybe city is fine, like some people live out of city, and I suppose where someone is a constituent might matter to the elected officials. But anyone who speaks out against white supremacy and racism is at risk of being hurt or killed by white supremacist terrorists. There were police killed, the Capitol Police killed by these white supremacists when they were on January 6th, 2021. So I do think that a reevaluation of that policy should be done internally. I hope that we can't just say these things. We have to put what we say into action when we denounce racism. The tragic mass murder by that white supremacist of those of people because of their Asian descent. The sheriff, the people found that online he had actually posted extremely racist content about Asian people. And the current policy for to be a law enforcement agent is they disclose whatever their social media is. And I'm not sure if it's even tracked as their algorithm, like certain programs that can be tracked. So it's not, someone a human person having to read through somehow all of this content. But there are ways that that digital devices and Wi-Fi routers can be tracked if there's certain keywords that go off. And, if we have police officers that have written, the super racist things about Asian people or any people, what happens if a hate crime lands on their lap, So I just wanted to point that out in my support of this agenda item. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have a number of other registrants in support not wishing to speak. I'll let you all read that list. So it has been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item number 18 and move on to item number 101, Alder Badar.
Move adoption.
I believe President Carter will second. Alder Badar, did you wish to speak to it?
I do believe we have some speakers.
You go for registrants first?
Yeah.
All right. Give me a moment to get to that point in the list. All right, so on item 101, first registrant is Rachel Chisman of Oregon, Wisconsin, to be followed by Eugenia Maria Highland Granados.
There's no one by the name in that list, but the next person is here.
All right, so Eugenia Maria Highland Granados of Mullen Street, representing the YWCA of Madison, to be followed by Emily Merritt.
Okay, thank you. Buenas noches a todos. Hello, Common Council. My name is Eugenia Maria Highland Granados. I use ella, tu, she, her pronouns. I'm a Restorative Justice Program Director for the YWCA Madison, and I have been a Restorative Justice Practitioner for the last 9 years. I'm here representing the YWCA to speak in support of this resolution, endorsing all aspects of restorative justice programs for young people and encouraging MPD to take necessary steps to expand these programs. I would like to appreciate the elders sponsoring this incredible and very important resolution. I would like to give a special thank you to Elder Shiva Vidar, who has led this resolution and supported a lot of this work. And also, I want to thank her, muchas gracias, for all her service and all these years to our community. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Gracias, Shiva. What this resolution is proposing is already happening here in Madison, but this will make it to a formal resolution instead of an agreement. Is groundbreaking. It will change policy to solidify partnerships, processes, and programs that have been created to end the unjust and punitive system of municipal ticketing and court involvement that discriminately harms youth of color. This diversion to restorative justice practitioners instead of municipal court has already proven to directly reduce racial disparities within the juvenile justice system in Dane County. Since 2015, YWCA Madison, Time Bank, and Briar Patch Youth Services, in partnerships and collaboration with Dane County Department of Human Services, Madison Municipal Court, and Madison Police, has offered restorative justice processes to youth age to 12 to 16 years old instead of receiving a municipal ticket, going to municipal court, and paying any associated fees or fines. At the beginning of this work, MPD was issuing around 800 municipal citations to young people. In 2019, as it stated in the resolution, there were 641 referrals, 505 opted into restorative justice. 83 of these referrals were youth of color. Through our partnerships, collaboration, and learning, we have developed practices which included eliminating discretion from the officer. So every youth who would have received a municipal ticket has the option to participate in restorative justice, as well as the creation of an internal system within MPD. So the youth automatically receives a referral instead of holding a municipal ticket in abeyance. This means that youth who participate have no record of this interaction following them, which has been an issue for young people who want to enroll in military service or have to navigate immigration systems, for example. When going through the restorative justice process, youth get the opportunity to be centered, to share their story, and we are able to work together to address root causes of what is going on that ended up in a police referral. This resolution would make restorative justice not a diversion, but the first way that we respond to children in our community, with the love, the care, and the respect, the dignity that allows for growth, reflection, and accountability.
That's time.
Okay, so okay, I think that's it. I think that was a nice way to wrap it up. Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Emily Merritt of Creekwood Lane, in support, to be followed by Jeremy Ryan.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Jeremy is here.
Right. Jeremy Ryan of Portland, Oregon, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Yes, I would like to once again request that video be allowed for people who are hard of hearing.
As you know, Mr. Ryan, anyone who is hard of hearing and wishes accommodation can request that in advance of the meeting.
Okay, well, I will speak up to apologize to the people who have to try to access these meetings after the fact and are disenfranchised from doing so. But this is one of those things that makes you say, what are you guys thinking? I mean, I've been smoking some pretty good weed here in Oregon. I'm not going to lie. They've got some of the best. I recommend all of you try it. But they, and it's recreational, so you guys can just fly out here. I'd recommend you don't hit me up because I don't really want to talk to any of you. But what are you guys smoking to even have to go through this, to even have a question about this? And as far as the police go, like, why do we continue this board continue supporting the police so heavily when they can't even be trusted to do this stuff on their own? They're not even taking these initiatives on their own. We're requiring these bills and resolutions, and you guys are still steady supporting them with very few exceptions. I guess I don't know what to expect from a body that doesn't even allow people to be able to access the meetings after the fact if they're hard of hearing. But I mean, this is really just logic. It's pretty obvious which way you should go. And if you do anything other than that, then I guess you're just a despicable, horrible human being. Thank you. I yield my time.
Next registrant is Larissa Joanna of Blair Street, in support, to be followed by Megan Spielbauer Sandate.
Yes, so I support item 101. I do not believe even you should be receiving any fines and tickets. Honestly, we need to be focusing on resources to make sure that we bring these resources to the schools. We got a lot of work to do out here. The police do not need to have any contact with our children, especially when they are Black and brown children who continue to be criminalized and put in handcuffs and all kinds of trauma by this white supremacists in our city. So we do not need the police in our schools, in contact with our children at the end of the day. But if they can be trained so that there can be some type of education around how they should handle these situations. And if this program can do something on that, I'll support it. But really, we can do way better than finding our children and then putting them through unnecessary trauma when we can be leading by example, providing resources and a path to a better education. So I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Megan Spielbauer Sandate of Carroll Street, to be followed by Alexandra Wilburn.
Yeah, there's no one by that name in the list. Alexandra is here.
All right, so Alexandra Wilburn of Gorham, to be followed by Gloria Reyes.
Hi, this is item 101 for the Restorative Justice Program for people under 17, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Fierce support in this. And especially for this, well, I'm a millennial and younger. People older are very much affected by mental health issues such as addiction. And I believe the Madison Police Department spent 6 figures in, putting people into states of trauma, which is jail, because they have addiction issues or because they have to sell drugs that people want, which is found not to help. And that money could be going to the public education system for more robust, arts. So more, job training, more mental health care for kids, making sure our youth are, housing secure, food secure. There's an item agenda on this list relating to zoning. And what we really need to be talking about is more affordable housing, which all, like this restorative justice program, would greatly help the youth grow up into a better Madison. Thank you. I will yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gloria Reyes of Rimrock Road, representing Briar Patch Youth Services.
Thank you, Mayor. I first want to congratulate Lisa Veldran on her retirement. Thank you for your service to our city. It was so great to work with you, Lisa. I also want to thank Shiva, Samba, and Marsha for your years of service to the city. I know it is your last official meeting before the transition, so just want to thank you, and it was great to work with all of you during my time in the city. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Briar Patch Youth Services on item number 101, endorsing all aspects of restorative justice programs and encouraging MPD to take necessary steps to expand these programs. I want to thank Shiva for leading us in formalizing this work through this resolution. I want to thank the Madison Police Department also for leading restorative justice in our city. In the early 2000s, MPD worked closely with the Time Bank Youth Corps to start restorative justice at La Follette High School and in our community. When I worked as a neighborhood officer, I was also supported by the Madison Police Department to implement a community youth court on the south side with Time Bank. The Madison Police Department and Time Bank were way ahead of our time in initiating alternatives to arrest through youth court and restorative justice. We have come a long way as a community in the area of restorative justice practices, and we have been successful due to the strong collaboration between community organizations and Madison Police Department. I requested language changes in the initial resolution and see the amended language to emphasize the importance of partnerships and the report to the council to include partners in community development. I want to thank the mayor and all alders for supporting this very important resolution. I saw firsthand the impact that restorative justice has on the lives of our children as a former police officer who started the program on the South Side within our schools, as a school board president, and now as CEO of Briar Patch Youth Services. We know that when done well, restorative justice practices diverts youth of color away from the criminal justice systems and changes their trajectory. Although this is a former resolution to solidify the partnership, I am proud to be part of a community where we have an innovative police department who commits themselves to work with the community partners to serve our most vulnerable youth. Thanks to the YWCA for leading us on restorative justice, and it is an honor to work alongside them through our work at Briar Patch Youth Services. Thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you. We also have Carousel Andrea Baird here of Sherwood Road, available to answer questions in support, representing the YWCA of Madison.
Mayor, we do have a late registrant, Tyson Vitale, in support, wishing to speak.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, and I apologize. There may have been an item I accidentally registered for. I didn't mean to, so apologize in advance. I am registered, or I want to just speak in support of this item. And thank you, Alder Badar, for not only this, but your just countless hours and work on council, and being there, answering questions, and really supporting especially marginalized groups and folks. When you don't have to, you haven't had to, and have gone out of your way to do so. And so this city is at a loss with your leaving the council, and I want to thank you for your years and years of service and everything that you've done. Just registering in support of this item. I won't take up any more time. Please support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Right, seeing none, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion, Alder Badar?
No, I just want to really thank the partners in this work. I want to thank Eugenia, muchas gracias, for the work you do every day with our youth, and thank all the co-sponsors. This is a great program, and I hope that the next council will have a lot of discussions about how to expand this type of program.
Thank you, Alder Badar. No other alders in the queue. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 101? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 101. And that will bring us to petitions and communications. Item number 5 is Legistar 64611, petition from Dionfrio Kotke and Associates regarding direct attachment from the town of Middleton to the city of Madison. President Carter, a motion to accept the petition.
Move to accept the petition.
Vice President Abbas.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the position. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of accepting the petition? Alder Balde, do you object?
No, I do not object. I'm just confused about how the agenda is working right now. We went from item 101 to some other items. So when I go to
Alder Balde, we're on item.
Finish, Mayor, please let me finish, and then you can interrupt me if you want at that point. So I just want to know how the agenda is set up. I have been getting a lot of emails and messages from the people who registered for item 54 as to when that item is going to come. So that's why I'm asking you. So please, next time, wait until when I'm finished asking. I do not interrupt you. Thank you.
Alder Balde, we are on item number 5. We had unanimous consent to move items 18 and 101 between items 4 and 5. The rest of our agenda will proceed as written unless an alder makes an alternate motion.
All right, thank you.
On item 5, the motion is to accept the petition. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing none, the petition is accepted. Brings us to item number 6, which is early public comment. We will start with Joel Gratz of 4th Street. Please let us know what item you are commenting on before you make your comments.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list, and also the other registrants wishing to speak accidentally registered on that item. They're just the interpreters for item 54.
Okay. We also have Bonnie Rowe of Somerset Lane registered for early public comment.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Common Council. Imagine a world without the presumption of innocence.
I'm sorry, Bonnie, could you please tell us what item you're testifying on?
Yes, I thought it was agenda number 6, early public comments.
Yes, but which item are you here for public comment on?
Oh, well, that's why I didn't sign up under the agenda item. I thought that it was permissible to speak about other issues on early public comments. Is that not true?
No, that's not correct. The early public comment time is only for people who have issues with staying late at a meeting. And it's a time for folks to comment on other things on the agenda, but to take that early. It's designed for people who might have issues with childcare or other issues, given that our meetings sometimes go late. So I'll invite you to please send comments on anything that's not on tonight's agenda to allalders@cityofmadison.com.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right. That will bring us to our public hearings. Oh, excuse me. That will bring us to our consent agenda. President Carter?
Yes, I move the consent agenda. Items 1, item which have registrants wishing to speak. 2, items which require extraordinary roll call vote and are not included on the consent agenda by unanimous consent. And item 3, which alderpersons have separated out for discussion, debate purposes. Items 2 through 4 public hearings. The following are extra majority items. Item 60. Go ahead.
President Carter, I think you might be reading the wrong list. It's items 7 through 15 are public hearings.
Okay. Yep. This is not the amended one. Alder Abbas, do you have the right consent agenda? And then I'll go print it out. Thank you.
Sure. Yep. Agenda item number 7 to 15 are public hearing. Agenda number 8, legislative file number 63902, substitute, amending various sections of subchapter 28C and 28D. Is recommended action is recessed and referred to 518 Common Council meeting. Agenda item number 9, legislative file number 64250, is amending the portion of Medicine Journal ordinance, various sections. The recommended action is to adopt substitute ordinance. The following items are extra majority items. Extra majority vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Item number 56, legislative file number 64308, amending the Police Department 2021 operating budget allowance, require 15 votes. File number 61, legislative file number, agenda item number 61, legislative file number 64630 is amending the 2021 operating budget and setting the 2021 rates for the sewer, stormwater, and landfill. 15 vote requires a report from the Finance Committee. Agenda item part of the consent agenda with additional recommendations as noted. Agenda item number 36, file number 36, legislative file, agenda item number 36, legislative file number 64580, approving plans and specification and authorization of Board of Public Works. The required action is refer substitute to Board to Public Work. Agenda item number 50, legislative file number 64709, creating the task force on digital exclusion strategy priority. Recommendation is to adopt. Item number 54, file number 63920, substitute, which is amending the 2021 adopted budget for the Community Development Division's Men Homeless Shelter Capital Project to accept, appropriate $3 million from Dane County. Finance Committee, the required action is 15 votes. Then agenda item number 71, legislative file number 64367, authorizing the mayor and the city clerk to execute an addendum to the August 1, 2013 parking lease agreement. And recommended action is referred to Transportation Commission. And item requested for exclusion is legislative file number 6479, agenda item number 59, authorizing a memorandum of understanding between Madison Fire Department and Adjournment Mental Health to support the crisis response team program. And the report from Finance Committee is the presentation by Assistant Fire Chief.
Right. We also have registrants on item 54, so we'll need to exclude that. Are there additional items that alders wish to have excluded from the consent agenda? Are there any disclosures or recusals for items on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, I will note that we have registrants on Alder Balde. Go ahead. You're muted, Alder.
I'd like to recuse on item 64, please.
We'll note Alder Balde.
63, I mean.
We'll note Alder Balde is recusing himself on item 63. Any other disclosures or recusals or items for separation? I will note that we have registrants on a number of items available for questions. Item 39, Amy Scanlon and Scott Bavery, both city staff, are available to answer questions. On item 53, we have one registrant in opposition. On item 56, we have one registrant in support. On item 63, the owners are here available to answer questions, and we have one additional registrant in support. On item 71, we have one registrant opposed and one in support. And then on item 72, Pete Holgram from the water utility is available for questions. There are questions for any of the registrants on items on the consent agenda. All right. Last chance for exclusions, disclosures, or recusals. I'll just go through one more time. Items 7 through 15 are public hearing items. Our extra majority items tonight are 56 and 61. We have additional recommendations on items 36, 50, and 71. And the items for exclusion are 54 and 59. Vice President Abbas.
Can you please add me as a co-sponsor at agenda item 63?
On item 63, we'll add Alder Abbas as a co-sponsor. All right, so Vice President Abbas moves the consent agenda and President Carter will second it. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing none, the consent agenda is adopted. And we will go on to item number 7, which brings us the first of our public hearings tonight. So I will open a public hearing on Legistar 60914, which is creating sections of the MGO changing zoning at 4000 to 4150 Packers Ave and 4201 North Sherman Ave. We have 2 registrants in opposition not wishing to speak, Lance Green of Dixon Street and Tracy Doreen Dietzel of Patterson Street. Are there questions for either of our registrants? Seeing none, we will recess that public hearing. President Carter.
Yes, move refer to the April 12th Plan Commission meeting and the April 20th Common Council.
Second to refer.
Moved and seconded to refer. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, that item is referred. Brings us to item number 8, which is Legistar 63902, a substitute amending the MGO to increase allowable densities and decrease conditional use thresholds in certain multifamily residential, mixed use, and commercial districts. We have a number of registrants on agenda item 8. I will note that the expected motion is to refer to the May 18th council meeting for those registrants who may wish to join us that night instead of tonight. All right, we'll start with Tyson Vitale of Stoughton Road in support, to be followed by Helen.
I strongly support this item, and I find myself in a place where in certain issues, I am going against the votes or assumed votes of a lot of y'all, and now at this specific item 8, a lot of the folks that I am not usually, I don't think personally vote the right way are voting right on this issue. Actually, I think it's a complex issue. Zoning is confusing and hard to understand, and some things that seem like they make sense or just look like anti-develop or look like it's the right thing to do, and it's not. We need to build more housing in our city, period. We also need to do and demand to do make sure that we have affordable housing, make sure that we are not displacing people who wouldn't already be displaced, or understanding unintended consequences. However, we need to build more housing. I support building more housing in our city. We are in our housing crisis. This needs to be done. We need to not delay this anymore. I know it's being deferred to the next meeting. Frustrated by that. I ask that you all do the right thing for our city and support building more housing and support item 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Helen of Potter Street, neither supporting nor opposing, to be followed by Bill Connors.
Mayor, there's no Helen in the list. Bill is here.
All right, Bill Connors of West Main, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison, in support, to be followed by Robert Proctor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Being that we're anticipating this being referred to a later date, I will only say that I urge the Common Council at that time to enact body version 2 of the ordinance, the version recommended by the Plan Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Robert Proctor of East Mifflin, representing the Realtors Association of South Central Wisconsin, in support, to be followed by Ann Walker.
Thank you, Mayor. Seeing that this will be referred, I, like Mr. Connors, will just say that we strongly support and hope that it will be passed at the later City Council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ann Walker of Winnebago Street, in opposition, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Mayor, there's no Ann Walker in the list, but Larissa is here.
Right. Larissa Joanna of Blair Street, in opposition, to be followed by Jim Winkle.
Hi, well, first, thank you for noting that this will be referred to the May 18 or that date. Yeah, I strongly oppose this, because this is only that will benefit for-profit developers only. It does not do anything good for communities where Black and people of color are struggling to still live in those buildings, houses, like the downtown area, for instance. Then we have these developers that come with their nice projects high-rise luxury apartments that are $1,500 a bedroom, like the one they're building right now on the block of East Washington and Hancock. I was a resident in that in one of the houses, in one of the units that was affected, along with many of my former neighbors and friends. We were all kicked out because these developers got their project approved in the middle of a pandemic. This is ridiculous. It does not create any affordable housing for our communities. It does not protect Black and brown people that are the essential workers in these areas, like the downtown area, like all of this neighborhoods where these projects are coming into with all of these beautiful images and selling what it's not what we need right now. We need to focus on eviction prevention. We need to focus on resources to make sure that all of our homeless population get housed immediately. We got buildings that are empty. We got houses that are empty. We do in fact need to build more buildings, more house, but we need to advocate for rent control in the state of Wisconsin. I know that is not within the city's jurisdiction, but we need to focus on the problem from the top so that we can make sure we actually are doing something good for our community and not just supporting these developers that continue to attack and shovel our community members that are struggling already to the outskirts of our city. We need to make sure that we're protecting children, single mothers, and essential workers by providing affordable housing and not projects that are only going to come into our neighborhoods and kick them out of our neighborhoods when they are already people that have been living and working in our neighborhoods for years. So no, I oppose this item, and I will be back in May 18th. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jim Winkle of Emerson Street in support, to be followed by Nico Magayan.
Hi, thank you. I participated in the Imagine Madison process, and I've seen the population growth charts, so I'm keenly aware that we are adding more than, I think, 2,500 people per year to Madison's population. I'm also aware of how property values are soaring, especially in the last year or two, because of increased demand with limited supply of housing during the pandemic, which can lead to other problems like high taxes and homelessness. Adding more housing, especially the missing middle, makes a lot of sense to me. So I support the intention of this proposed zoning change. I don't understand all the details, but what I do understand seems like it would encourage more missing middle housing, which will help us to solve the problems of housing our growing population and the soaring cost of real estate. I think, there's been a lot of input around that the neighborhood input can improve projects, but it's also true that sometimes this can significantly slow down and sometimes permanently stall projects. So why is that? If I was there in person, I would ask for a show of hands, like how many of you sat in a poorly facilitated meeting? I'm guessing everybody has. And you know what that means. A few voices dominate. They do all the talking. And sometimes a lot of time is spent on tangents, which means that most people don't feel heard and not all ideas are shared. That's what happens sometimes when there's a neighborhood meeting about a development. The people who don't feel heard end up opposing the project because their issue didn't get addressed or simply because they're annoyed that they were not heard. So I'd like to suggest, I don't know if it's possible to squeeze this in since it's being referred, but I'd like to suggest that a neighborhood meeting or two be required and be facilitated by a trained facilitator from the city, perhaps somebody from planning. In the past, our neighborhood association has had these meetings facilitated by the developer, the alder, or the neighborhood association. The developer is generally perceived as having a bias, so that's not a good choice. Some alders are really good at facilitating, but others not, and ditto for neighborhood associations around the city. Some are good, some are not. I've been to many of these meetings over the past 30 years, and we've had a wide variety of results, depending in large part on who is leading the meeting. I can tell you stories about horrid meetings which ended up with many people outright opposing a project. If we have a meeting that's professionally facilitated, people will be heard, developers will hear our feedback, and will likely make more progress in the meeting, and it'll be a positive experience for all. It'll also provide a more consistent meeting regardless of one zip code, which I believe is currently an issue of equity. And while city staff maybe don't want one more thing to do, I don't expect it'll take much prep time for a trained facilitator. So that's my suggestion. Add the requirement of a high quality meeting or two using a trained facilitator to streamline neighborhood input. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nico Magayan of Jennifer Street, in opposition, to be followed by Brad Hinkfuss.
Hello, everybody. This is Nico Magayan. I use he, him, his pronouns. So the gentrification program in the city is to the point where 10-year city development plans and the city's own published reports on equitable redevelopment contradict one another. And the question is, who has the power to not only weigh in and be at the table, but to also be listened to and have that voice actually be what becomes policy? C.G. Schmidt, Feindorf, Bolt, Myron, Ahern, Daniels, J.P. Cullen, MDC. I hate that I know these names as if they were friends of mine, because what has been most certain to me these past 13 years living in this community is that they are best friends of you all. When I went to a couple neighborhood meetings literally last year before the pandemic began about the proposed development on the 400 block of East Washington, like Larissa Joanna mentioned, which would demolish her home and that of her neighbors, I saw and heard some of the wildest things that offended my sensibilities, yet it grounded me in the reality that the system that Madison is creating to promote building development is simply working the way it was intended to. So we give so much power to the desire and practice that Madison is the safe haven for elite people to get high-paying jobs and enjoy a high quality of life, to the point that we now look at communities and land as these inconveniences, as Play-Doh or sand that can be shaped and shifted to meet the reality that we in power wish to create. That the city and development corporations can so easily unify to, quote, clean up the city and make it amenable to young professionals and a rare site for middle-class living, all while we push marginalized people to certain pockets that are acceptably far away from protected interests and out to the suburbs, where rural conservative racist logic exists as a firewall on the periphery of the city. And then we have the landed faux progressive democratic elites in this city who stand guard to prevent any eyesores from developing. The proposed transfer of decision-making power from the Plan Commission to the Planning Department means that developers can just propose a project and have it approved by city planning staff without any input from neighbors who actually own property next to these developments. And there's no guarantee that more affordable working class housing would be built in our neighborhood with these changes. And let's not kid ourselves. This is also about what the city and the developers want to do about the Oscar Mayer plant on the north side. Hey, it's the city and developers' wet dream. What at all is historic or landmark worthy about a large hot dog producing plant that used to provide thousands of working class union jobs? I've got a lot of friends. I've become the man that I am thanks to people who live in that area. Keep your gentrification tentacles away from one of the last socioeconomically diverse and beautiful areas of our city that authentically represents the working class history of this city, that which built the city and put it on the map, and represents an opportunity to actually make the available structures and land the types of spaces that actually meet community needs and meaningfully supports the community's growth. A 10-story market rate or luxury apartment mixed-use building isn't going to help community members in the area thrive. It's just going to price them out and push people out to the periphery, while all those companies that I mentioned get richer and richer at the expense of community voice and meaningful rather than tokenized input. I yield my time.
Our next registrant is Brad Hinkfuss of Quarry Street, in opposition, to be followed by Jesse Ransom.
Thank you, Mayor. Hello, Alders. Hello, Mayor. I submitted written comments well in advance of the meeting tonight. I hope you had a chance to review them. Those comments focused on 3 points. First, the striking lack of evidence that the proposed changes will actually achieve the desired results of more units. The real issues are the cost of land, the high price of construction, and the availability of financing. The current proposal does nothing on these fronts. Number 2, What the evidence of the past 20 years tells us is that this will make development of market rate luxury units proceed and possibly accelerate slightly. This practice will codify the affected areas as segregated and unavailable to all but the wealthy, while simultaneously gobbling up the land that might have otherwise been used for more affordable housing. Third, in removing the conditional use threshold from an entire swath of developments, key elements of review will be lost, along with the public meetings. These opportunities for review will be lost to citizens, lost to alders, and lost to the Plan Commission. Now, in defending the proposed changes, much has been said about the consistency with the comprehensive plan. Perhaps you'll talk a little bit more about that tonight. In the Imagine Madison plan, it projected changes. These changes were projected, and therefore they need no further review or public engagement. Now, I personally remember the Imagine Madison planning process. Back in 2018, the Plan Commission shared with us the comments map that helped inform that process. There were a total of 3 comments for our entire neighborhood, 2 comments about community gardens and 1 comment about a dog park. Now ask yourself if any of you feel that this qualifies as meaningful feedback on density and building form. My point is that comprehensive plans tend to be done at a 10,000-foot elevation. People often don't feel engaged and they don't really understand the big issues. Back in 2018, when people finally realized what the real details would mean for their neighborhoods, they organized and petitioned the Plan Commission with some reasonable compromises. By and large, the Plan Commission agreed and the changes moved forward. It was an excellent and a democratic process. I'm asking no less of you tonight. There are elements of this proposal that are appropriate and good. There are other parts that warrant some serious review and change. Consider a Res G review targeted specifically at these changes. Don't just refer to one done in 2018 at a 10,000-foot elevation. As the Res G intro states, and I quote, identify groups and individuals most likely to be impacted by the decision, policy, program, practice, or budget. Find ways to involve them in the analysis. I suggest that tonight, at least some of the people most likely to be impacted by this decision are here. We want to be involved. We're not just saying no. We are asking to work with you and to make changes that we can all support. For that, we need a bit more time and cooperation. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Jesse Ransom of Middleton, Wisconsin, in opposition to be followed by Olivia Williams.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm standing right in the middle of Oscar Myers. The surrounding area, it's all low income pretty much. So you guys came out and you guys actually spoke to us about what your plan was and for this property. And a lot of it is very much gentrification. So like a lot of the property around this area, sorry if there's one, a lot of the property around this area is going to, the rents are going to be raised. That's a lot of stuff we got to figure out. And it's like, this is like one of the strongholds of like lower income areas right now. Like if we get rid of this, where are those people going to go? And that's something we do have to think about. So, and it's like, I just set up a homeless shelter like 2 blocks away from here. So like, what's going to happen with that? Like, are we going to get pushed out there? Or are we going to increase the shelters? Like, this is a lot more to think about than just like, yeah, let's just do it. We can't just do it. Like, you actually have to think about what's going to happen to the surrounding community. So like, I'm very much opposed to this because right now we cannot afford to gentrify any more areas like we did with Garver Feed Mill. So thank you much. I relinquish my talking from there. So.
Our next registrant is Olivia Williams of Mullen Street, in opposition to be followed by Brian Benford.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Alders. I want to introduce myself by saying that I have a PhD in urban geography and my research is on gentrification and anti-gentrification strategies. So I am very pro affordable housing and sympathetic to the good intentions of many of the supporters of this proposal, but I don't think this is a good way to support affordable housing. And this has been a really hot topic in my field the last few years. So several of my colleagues have been writing and doing research on this, and I want to share my understanding of the research. So I think there are a lot of assumptions being made here about this policy that luxury housing development trickles down to the lowest income people. I literally saw that in the staff presentation on this proposal, and I kind of had to do a double take because luxury housing does not trickle down, and in fact can raise property values and displace low-income renters. So even the mere existence of luxury housing or market rate housing even, and even the idea that you could build that number of units because of increases in zoning, it can push up the appraised values on land nearby, and then there develops this rent gap between what a nearby landlord can charge and what they're currently charging. So existing landowners can sell for a higher price, or they might want to tear down and rebuild and renovate, and so they'll end up increasing rents nearby where these upzone areas will be. So as property values go up, so do rents, and that's why I think this is kind of an ill-informed approach. So I shared a couple of research studies over email. I shared a much longer email about this with all the alders tonight. So I hope you check that out and look at the studies I shared on how this happens. Across the board, basically, blanket upzoning that is like indiscriminate kind of across the city, even if it's targeted to transit-oriented development, it often increases property values and doesn't even necessarily lead to more units being built. So I think Madison needs to dedicate itself to a comprehensive affordable housing strategy as a top priority if affordable housing is actually the goal. Affordable housing will not trickle down from this policy. Thank you for considering the seriousness of this proposal and referring it. And I hope you take a deeper look and check out the resources I shared in my email. And I'll plan to speak further at the May 18th meeting. Thanks.
Our next registrant is Brian Benford of East Washington Ave, in opposition to be followed by Tracy Doreen Dietzel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, alders. I'm sending you all my best wishes in hopes that you're all finding joy. You might have heard I'll be joining some of you in a few weeks. I can't wait for these jam-packed long meetings. Since I was last an alder in 2007, so much has changed, and yet so much has stayed the same. You see, there was a new comprehensive plan created in 2018. There was many new district and neighborhood plans created, and so many new developments. Yet we still live in a community that historically has lacked true affordable housing. This, along with other horrendous inequities and so many other facets of many of our neighbors' lives, has made Madison insufferable for far too many for far too long. So I commend staff and Plan Commission and other members and alders and the mayor for looking at creative ways to build more affordable housing. But I want to say, if we're talking about offering more certainty to developers, let's pause and offer certainty to our public. Let's pause and offer certainty to our neighborhood leaders who have spoken out against this. Let's offer some certainty to me as a soon-to-be alder. I find many of these changes uncertain, to say the least. So much concern is coming from those that I will be serving, potentially impacting the fabric of my neighborhoods, all of our neighborhoods. I applaud you for pushing these discussions back to allow for the new council members to weigh in. Many of us new alders, including many of you who are fighting for social justice and equity, we will want to ensure that within any proposed changes, neighborhood input is valued and garnered at every chance to get the best plan, the best outcome for our neighborhoods. Let's use a Ready Show equity and social justice initiative analysis. Being so close to the election, I want to thank you for recognizing that there is no harm in waiting. Thank you for affording new alders an opportunity to work with the public, staff, and each other to find tangible, realistic ways toward a path of more affordable housing, rather than fast track these changes through tonight. Once again, thank you for any consideration and thank you for your service. Take care.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tracy Doreen Dietzel of Patterson, in opposition, to be followed by Linda Lenhertz.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor Rhodes Conway, and thank you, Madison Alders. I sent emailed a letter earlier today, and I hope you have time to read that if you haven't yet. I really appreciate that the city's really has housing equity in mind. And as some of the speakers tonight, I really don't think that this is the way to do it. If it is, even though this has had a lot of work, it needs big changes. And as Brad spoke earlier, I'm not against making some changes. I do think people need the voice. And that's one of the big problems with the proposal, is that it takes people's voice out of it. And I really appreciate one of the previous speakers who mentioned the idea of an affordable housing conference, because I would like to hear from all the people in Madison as much as possible. And it seems like this is a great time to do that conference during this pandemic, if we can get the word out and people can do that by phone. Also, I wanted to mention that I will come back on May 18th. So some of the things that I really am concerned about and why I don't think this is the way to go yet is I don't see that this is going to guarantee affordable housing, diversity in housing, and people's in different neighborhoods. I want to make sure that what's addressed in the proposal, any change is, do the changes address displacing residents who live in current workforce affordable housing, many who have to leave their neighborhoods, find an affordable place to live. And then these renters may not even be able to afford to live in the new building or return to the now new luxury neighborhood, because it can change the whole neighborhood. Do the changes address the land speculation that drives prices up more and more? I've lived in Madison more than 30 years, and at least for 20 years, I've received letters from real estate speculators multiple times a year, a couple of times a year, wanting to buy my property. In the last few years, I might get these letters 8 times a year. And this year, I can't even count how many times. Just this morning, I received a call from the Madison Apartment Association, Landlord Association, to have me encourage you to pass this, which I'm not going to do. I really support the referral of this proposed housing ordinance to the later date. Thank you for giving the new council a chance to weigh in on this. And I want to make sure you address any possible unintended consequences that I speak to more in my letter. And thank you again for all your work.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Lenhertz of Patterson Street, in opposition, to be followed by Henry Doan.
Linda, I see you're on the phone. *6 to unmute yourself. Again, *6 to unmute yourself. So if you press the keypad icon on your phone and then *6.
All right, let's go on to Henry Doan of Spate Street and come back to Linda if we can. Henry will be followed by Gary Tipler.
There's no one by that name in the list, but Gary Tipler is here.
All right, Gary Tipler of Jennifer Street, to be followed by Matt Frater.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I appreciate your hearing on this. I would like to suggest, again, as others did, Brad Hinkvis so eloquently placed many of my main points out there, but in my observation, neighborhood associations have been a gift to the development of Madison for the most part. I would say that as long as there have been neighborhood associations, there have been development reviews. And in fact, many of them facilitated a superior product, one that was more integrated into the neighborhood, had better integration or interaction, interfacing with surrounding neighborhood infrastructure and landscaping appearances and that sort of thing. It was, in fact, many of these neighborhood gatherings provide a better service than some of the commissions that review them can. And in fact, we urge in Marquette neighborhood, we've urged meeting with developers at the very first concept meeting as soon as they can, prior to even setting their boundaries as to what they desire from a site, other than numbers. And we get really good product. We have good interaction with people, and even sometimes introducing new ideas that they hadn't thought of. One example at 802 Williamson a number of years ago was proposed for demolition. We proposed that they work around the existing building and integrate it into the development, and actually increased their projected density for that project, which was the goal, I think, was 60 some units, and we ended up at, I think, 116 units per acre with that particular project. I am glad to hear that you're considering referring and engaging the new alders, and appreciate the work that you're doing on that. We need to get a somewhat better, more broadly supported ordinance as a result. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Matt Frater of Stevens Street and support, and then we'll cycle back around to see if we can get some of the folks we missed.
Thank you. I will defer the majority of my comments until the next meeting. People more qualified than me have submitted and written comments on what this ordinance actually looks like on the ground, and how we can use existing city policies and programs to leverage not just more housing, but increased access to affordable housing too. And I do want it to be known, just for transparency, that I did have a hand in writing the city's analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. That said, I just want to acknowledge that this has become a bit of a heated issue, and I know that makes it a hard discussion. There are people who feel all sorts of ways on this, and this is one issue that has, quite honestly, more emotions attached to it for people than I would have expected based on the actual impact it'll have. So I really do just want to leave alders with a thought and sort of respectfully just ask this question. So to me, this discussion is a little bigger than incremental zoning changes or neighborhood input on every single development that comes up. To me, this discussion is about how we respect and prioritize the diversity of voices that contribute to our planning processes, and how we weight the collective input from, 37 pages of emails from our most engaged residents, or, a neighborhood meeting against the collective vision of 12,000 residents from across our city in a process that was designed to center equity. So this discussion speaks broadly to me on public engagement and how we carry it forward through implementation in all of our approved plans, and ensuring what's good for the city as a whole is prioritized in ways that also benefit all of our neighborhoods. So I came into this under the impression that this ordinance amendment achieved that balance, right? It guaranteed ongoing neighborhood engagement while also making it easier just a little bit for us to get some of the units that we need, affordable or otherwise. And knowing the lot sizes, density limits, there's still plenty of opportunity for neighborhood input. But again, if we're looking for balance, I think what we have before us just might be it. So thank you.
Thank you. I think we have one late-breaking registrant, Lori Heineman of West Wash, representing Madison Development Corporation. And then we'll try again for Linda Leonards.
I'm sorry, Mary. I already unmuted Ann Walker. Is that okay?
Oh, okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Ann.
You found me. So I live at the corner of Mary Street in Winnebago and the Yahar River. I'm a longtime volunteer in the neighborhood, and I chaired the Neighborhood Association Traffic Committee during the Willie Street reconstruction, various versions of the John Nolan Blair Willie Street reconstruction, and Jennifer. And the one absolute that I've learned in that is that there is limited amounts of land in the isthmus and lots of competition for the same space. So with all that competition, what we've created in the isthmus is quite a lot of impervious surfaces. The isthmus is also pretty flat, a former wetland situated between two lakes. And the Yahar River is also the location where quite a bit of stormwater that is generated elsewhere is piped in. So the Yahar River, Mary Street, is also directly below the Tenny-Lacs. And when you add up all that water, it becomes pretty clear that this is a location that can pretty quickly become overloaded and flooded. And that's what's been happening. So in 93 is the first year I experienced flooding in the neighborhood, and I've experienced varying degrees of floods since, culminated in the last one that required the help of the city, National Guard, a lot of volunteers and sandbags to save vulnerable properties. I strongly believe that the city needs to address not only the issue of density and affordability, but also needs to address the serious challenges that we are facing in vulnerable locations like the isthmus and the areas surrounding the Yahar River, and especially in a time of climate change. Alder Rommel shared a copy of American City and County from June of 2018 with me, and in the section entitled Issues and Trends was an article called Stormwater's New Look. And the article described cities such as Dubuque that had experienced extensive damage from flooding, embracing green infrastructure, which has not only helped flooding issues, but also has become a major amenity in the area. In an area with so much impervious surfaces, we must reserve room for green infrastructure. And this is a plan that is looking at adding density without necessarily balancing that with sustainability. While I understand the desire to want to add more housing in desirable areas, as a city, we must plan sensibly in a time of climate change. And as such, I do not support the increased density in flood-prone areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's try now for Lori Heineman.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. I'd be happy to put my video on if that was an option, but I do not see that as an option. So I want to first thank the council and the mayor for their focus on providing affordable workforce housing here in the city of Madison. The city staff has been a great partner to helping Madison Development Corporation grow our portfolio of workforce housing from 207 units to 348 units over the past 4 years. And I must point out that 78% of our tenants make under 60% of the area median income for Dane County. Our most recent development, which is located at 1946 East Washington Avenue, is a 44 unit named after the beloved professor, James A. Grasskamp. The reason it was named after him is because we have incorporated universal design concepts to make this project affordable as well as accessible to people of all mobility issues, whether they are in a wheelchair, whether they are rolling their children in a stroller, or whether they need extra care and attention to the mobility within their unit, including showers and stoves and dishwashers that are pull out, as well as the refrigerators. So I will say that we completed the 44 unit grass camp a little bit late due to the pandemic. We completed it in August 2020, and it was fully rented by November 1st of 2020. We have 30% of our 44 units that are rented to people of color, as well as our overall complex of 76 units is rented to 40% people that are considered people of color or disabled, in wheelchairs, have permanent blindness like my sister, and people who need to have a safe place to live, access to transportation. Now, you will call this affordable housing. You think, oh, well, what is this affordable workforce housing? I can tell you we have underground parking. We have a gym. We have a beautiful balcony that overlooks the future Grass Camp Park after we renovate and rebuild it, as well as the fact that It is got all granite countertops, stainless steel refrigerators, and LVP. So you say, how do you do that? And I will tell you how us, Madison Development Corporation, as a nonprofit organization that's been around since 1977 has done this. And it has been our partnership with the city of Madison and our partnership with the mayor, Rhodes Conway, the mayor before her, so that we got home funds to ensure that these units within these developments that are developed by nonprofit affordable housing providers are accessible and affordable. And so I would definitely champion this for 3 reasons. Number one, we are a middle market, what I would call missing middle housing developer. We are a small nonprofit. We don't get a lot of outside money. We develop projects that go from 1 to 2 units up to 50 units here in the city of Madison. Our most 2 recent projects are our 44-unit grass camp at 1946 East Washington and our 46 unit on Mifflin Street. Overall, of those 348 units, 78% are rented to households that make under 60% of the area median income. And an even more impressive percent is rented to households under 50%. We could not do this without the partnership of the city of Madison. And this partnership involves 2 things: access to affordable housing funds, and 2, access to zoning that allows us to increase our density on the site. That is why, for 3 reasons, I support strongly this particular proposal that has been proposed in legislative file number ID 63902. Because number 1, small to mid-scale multifamily properties, which are the missing middle, would be more cost effective and predictable if we can determine what our path is to getting this approved and accepted by the city. Now, that does not mean we're not interested in the neighborhood association input. In fact, it was very valuable to us. We were able to make a much better building because of that input, and we welcome that. Number 2, the opportunity to increase density and height in allowable areas that have already been pre-focused on and are within the city plan is something that we embrace. We've been around since 1977. We have properties. We're willing to add more density, and we can't do that without moving forward with this particular ordinance. And finally, we all know that land and building costs are escalating very quickly. We are in this perfect storm of low interest rates, increasing costs due to the cost of lumber, but the availability of capital is here, and it's here now, and it may not be feasible to continue to develop a year from now or 2 years from now as the interest rates go up.
And so that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have still both Linda Lenhertz and Henry Doan to get to, if we can get either one of those unmuted.
Linda, again, *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hi. I think it worked this time.
It did. Go ahead.
Okay. When the zoning code rewrite became effective in 2013, building form was the key thing for mixed-use districts. The height, density, and floor area all fit together. In TSS and neighborhood mixed-use, staff even recommended taking the height down to 3 floors from 4 so that a new building would better fit in existing neighborhoods. There is no conditional use review when developers build within the standards. This idea of harmony continued in the comp plan. For example, one of the actions is to use the city's development review standards and processes to ensure that redevelopment and infill projects result in interesting, high-quality buildings and spaces and harmonious design relationships with older buildings. This ordinance would take away that harmony. NMX, TSS, and CCT would no longer have maximum floor areas. A building size would no longer matter, although in CC and MXC, there are still maximum floor areas. And if the size goes away and densities are increased, height also may have to go away due to the state law on conditional use that was passed in 2017. This proposal would add a lot of density on areas that were not envisioned in the comp plan as having this kind of density. For example, the comp plan removed Williamson and parts of Monroe region from being a growth corridor. Shanks Corner was downgraded to a lower intensity. Atwood, Cottage Grove, and the east side of South Park are neighborhood mixed use also. That's 70 units, dwelling units per acre or less. Yet, instead of focusing on the comp plan's intensities and where more intensity is desired, the zoning classification would dictate the intensity. The Plan Commission could no longer look at a project and say, yes, that project's too big, but it's tucked away in a corner and abutting a railroad, so that big building is fine. Instead, all big buildings would be fine regardless of where sited. This whole ordinance is focused on density. The comprehensive plan and all planning staff materials supporting the Imagine Madison process said density should not be the focus. And I quote, most people interact with the urban environment based on what buildings look like and how large they are. Dwelling unit density can be very misleading. Two identically sized buildings could have very different densities based on the types of dwelling units and lot size. The height and form of the building better prescribes how it will interact with its surroundings. The MG&E vacancy rate is often cited. This is only for buildings of 5 units or more. And this vacancy rate varies greatly among zip codes. The Isthmus is currently at 4.73%, while the north side, zip code 53704, is at 2.17%. Should this be factored into where housing should be located? Somebody earlier mentioned rent control, and one of the action items in the annual report that needs to be provided to the state is working on overturning the law that prohibits having affordable requirements when a building is of a certain size. Madison used to have that. It was overturned by the courts, and then state law took care of it. And that would actually allow more affordable housing to be built. And it would be nice to see sort of a collective effort of Madison along with other cities trying to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. I believe our last registrant wishing to speak is Henry Doan.
Hi there. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I'm not very talented on the Zoom thing. But anyway, some of the major problems I see with this change in ordinance is, number one, the loss of oversight by neighborhood groups and the Plan Commission. They lose their ability to address public and city concerns with individual projects. Most of the time, the input that these groups have on a development is to make it a better project, and we see that all the time. The ordinance change will also supersede comprehensive plans and other neighborhood plans that are already in place, and it'll render those plans mute. Many hours of time and money have been spent creating those plans, and they're there for the developer to follow. So when they're talking about not having a clear path forward and needing more certainty, that's what those plans were for. There's no guarantee that there'll be more affordable housing because of this. The possibility is they'll be pushing affordable housing off the isthmus with this plan. It could unleash a torrent of demolitions, forever changing the historic character of many older parts of the city. I also imagine the term by right being used by a developer to push through projects that may not be in the best interest of the city as a whole, but will be impossible to alter or stop. If you look at the city's skyline and see all the cranes and the massive construction projects on East of Washington, it's kind of hard to see why we need to, change what is happening already. I do see that there could be some positive changes with an ordinance regarding affordable housing, but I don't think the way this change in ordinance is written will accomplish that. So thank you very much.
Right. That is our registrants. We also have a number of folks who are registered as available to answer questions and many, many more as not wishing to speak. I believe you all have access to the list, so I will let you read through those at your leisure. Are there questions for any of our registrants tonight? Seeing none, I am going to recess that public hearing, and we will move on. We do have staff prepared to give a short presentation on this issue, after which we can do any questions, and then we'll take a motion. I believe Ms. Stouter is up. Vice President Abbas.
Madam Mayor, if we're going to refer it, it's a good opportunity to just do that motion.
Vice President, I've had several alders request this presentation.
It is a 60 slides long. If it's going to refer, why not we go into the next meeting?
Vice President, I've had several alders request this. It's usually our practice to allow alders to request such a thing if they want it. Ms. Stouter, you could perhaps go quickly.
Okay, I will go quickly. Thank you, Mayor and alders, for having me here this evening. First, I do want to make a most sincere thank you to the sponsors, the Housing Strategy Committee members, plan commissioners, and many colleagues who have spent a lot of time and energy over the past several months and years for some, working through this proposal as part of a much broader effort to support housing supply and more housing choice as Madison continues to grow. As alders, you've seen several emails and links to resources from planning and zoning staff over the last couple of months, and I want to thank you for taking the time to dig into it. Zoning is complex. You've asked important questions, facilitated meetings in your districts, you've met with staff as needed to gain a solid understanding of the proposal. And we know that you work to balance everything within the framework of our citywide needs. So I thank you for that. I hope that many of you have taken the extra time to view recordings of previous presentations, and we'll hope that many of your future colleagues do the same. We'll try to use this time as brief as possible to add or emphasize a few aspects of the proposal, and particularly its firm foundation in adopted plans and policies, racial equity and social justice, and its place within Madison's broader group of housing ordinances. Again, I look forward to continuing to work with many of you and your future colleagues. Share screen briefly, and I will not be going through all 60 slides. Just a brief intro and policy context. As you know, if you've seen some of the past presentations, a lot of what we're doing is explicitly recommended in the city's comprehensive plan, which was adopted back in 2018. What we heard for our neighborhoods and housing section of the comprehensive plan, I think the loudest message is we need more housing choices in Madison. To guide our comprehensive plan public engagement process, we did a ResG analysis back in 2016. And that really showed us that we needed to really go the extra mile to reach out to underrepresented groups that don't typically show up to meetings like this, that don't typically show up to neighborhood meetings related to development. And we worked with 12 different facilitators of resident panels throughout that 2-year public engagement process. And these are some of the segments of our community that were represented within those resident panels. Throughout the process, we kept careful track of what we heard from which groups. We also had a very broad web-based public engagement effort, and also the typical large community meetings that you might attend, many of you as alders. Surprisingly, when we really looked at how the different groups prioritized our housing strategies during phase 2 of the process, the very top priority identified by the resident panels was just this: to ensure that there is a sufficient supply of rental housing to reduce housing costs and provide more choices. And I want to take time with that. This is among 11 major housing strategies involving affordability and other things. And the slide here is something that you can enlarge and read the text of later. But I just want to again repeat, the top priority coming from our resident panels is just this. And that's exactly what this group of ordinance changes is seeking out to do. Our overall goal is to have a full range of quality and affordable housing opportunities throughout the city that can meet the needs of folks at different income levels throughout their lives, different stages of their lives, different household sizes, et cetera, so that we can have a city that adapts to household needs over time. Importantly, these efforts that you see before you tonight, and you'll see again in May, are just one part of a multi-pronged housing effort that the council and mayor are leading in Madison. So we're talking about a portion of zoning changes related to conditional use thresholds and density adjustments. But we have an entire other side that directly impacts the budget, and that's our affordable housing fund, homeownership assistance, land banking, et cetera. This is where we are focused just with what's before you in these ordinances this evening. Strategy 2 within the neighborhoods and housing section is to support a development of a wider mix of housing types, sizes, and costs throughout the city. Strategy 3 probably gets at this the cleanest. It's to increase the amount of available housing. And this action here says it very clearly. We're going to explore adjustments to our conditional use thresholds in the code. Again, not meant to get into the details here. Please feel free to enlarge this slide later if you're interested. But this is just a look at the neighborhoods and housing chapter of the comprehensive plan alone and what we're making progress on. This is the 2021 comp plan progress update, just a snapshot. The ones highlighted in green are recommendations that pertain exactly to the ordinance changes you see before you. And the ones highlighted in yellow here are other important housing initiatives that are in progress today. Another critical document was mentioned by one of the registrants, the analysis of impediments to fair housing choice that was done in late 2019, and that was actually prepared by our Community Development Division. It had a robust ResG analysis completed at the beginning of that process, and it was completed by staff and community members. One of the major findings in that ResG analysis related to who will benefit from this, from the recommendations in this document. First, the acknowledgement that those who have always benefited will continue to benefit the most, including homeowners through increased property values. Secondly, and this one is important, I think, to note because it really gets right into the meat of what I think these ordinances are meant to do. Low-income renters benefit because as more luxury units are delivered, affluent renters do not need to rent the modest rent units because they have more options as well. The analysis of impediments to fair housing choice. This is just a snapshot of four of the pages here, and you can see again, in green are the explicit recommendations leading to the ordinances before you tonight. In yellow are the other housing strategies that are in progress today. If we think about the big picture, this is a supply and demand issue. We're facing a look into the future of an addition of about 70,000 people over the next 20 years. And if we look at our line here of new rental supply, obviously we took a major dip around and after the recession. And we haven't really made up for that dip in new housing supply. Meanwhile, new renters, about 1,500 households renting per year, are moving to Madison. Importantly, it's still 9 out of 10 folks who move to this city are renting their homes. That's still the case today. Our vacancy rate has fluctuated over time. We want this healthy vacancy rate of around 5%. We're inching back up toward that. And this is just a quick look at the average listed rent for 1 and 2 bedroom units. So you can see 2 bedrooms are right around $1,400, 1 bedrooms little under $1,200 per month. These next 2 maps are important, and I'm going to take the time to describe them. The analysis of impediments to fair housing choice included an analysis of what a median income white household could afford citywide. So we looked at this on a census tract basis. We looked at the median rents in each census tract for rental housing. And as you can see here, there are really no issues of choice with regard to where the median white household can choose to live across the city. Everything here is shown in green. And what that means is that if you're a white household making a median income for white households across the city, you can afford the majority of rental units within all census tracts across the city. So I want you to remember this map as we move to the next one. Very stark contrast. If you are a median Black household, median income Black household in the city, those areas shown in green on this map are the places that you can afford the median rent of all the rental housing. And you'll notice quickly that there are no areas shown in green on this map. So again, just to toggle back and forth, this is critical here. If you're a median income white household, you can afford to live in any census tract across the city. This is about housing choice. If you're a median income Black household, there are no census tracts where you can afford the median rent. So what we expect moving forward, certainly expect more large-scale development, certainly expect more single-family homes being constructed, especially on the outskirts of the city. And I think these zoning ordinance changes really do relate to this missing middle, the small and some mid-scale housing that we haven't seen a whole lot of in recent years. These are just some photos showing examples of the scales that these ordinances are really seeking to support. At this point, I do want to just stop the presentation for the sake of time. I know you have a very long agenda. We have much data on just a summary of what the changes are, where they're located in the city, and then some specific examples by district. And we can certainly come back to these as a later date. And for the most part, this is material that's been presented at recent meetings. And so I'll stop sharing the screen there. But I do want to mention that should any of you have questions either tonight or in the future, as we work with you in the coming weeks and we meet your future colleagues, we're here for you. We're here to address questions that you might have. And I just want to mention some of the folks who have made time to be here tonight. And we're also at the Plan Commission meeting on March 16th. We have, of course, Matt Wachter, the director of the Planning, Community, and Economic Development Department, former real estate manager and housing specialist, Matt Tucker, zoning administrator, who's been deep in the weeds throughout the entire development of these ordinance changes, John Strange, assistant city attorney, and I can say the same for him. Lynette Rhodes, the CDBG supervisor in the Community Development Division, is here as well. She serves as staff to the Housing Strategy Committee and has been a leader of the city's housing recovery team, where this effort is one among many that we're taking on post-COVID. Matt Miklajewski, the Economic Development Director, is also here. And then finally, my colleague Colin Punt, who's a planner in the Planning Division and the lead author of the Neighborhoods and Housing chapter of the Comprehensive Plan. So again, I want to thank them for being here. Realize you may not have many questions this evening, but encourage you to reach out to us in future weeks if you'd like to set up a time to better understand these ordinance changes. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Stoddard. Are there any questions for Ms. Stoddard or any of her colleagues that were named? Seeing none, President Carter, a motion?
Excuse me, I move referral to the May 18th Common Council meeting.
Second to referral.
It's been moved and seconded to refer to the May 18th Common Council meeting. Is there any discussion? Alder Heck.
Thank you, Mayor. Since I put a lot of effort into working on this set of ordinance changes with staff, with a group of other alders and other stakeholders in the community, I just wanted to offer a couple of remarks. It seems the referral of this is what's going to happen, and you know, there are good reasons for the referral. All those people I mentioned that I've been working with have had really good insights into some of the potential pitfalls this set of changes, and perhaps there are unintended consequences that we need to further look at between now and May 18th. And I think that's a great idea. We might be able to tweak this and tweak that, but I do hope that this moves forward and in some form. And but we should recognize that, the concerns about displacement of people and gentrification are real, and we have a lot of work to do as a council and as a city to enact more policies that can prevent some of that or mitigate some of it. Whether we can do that between now and May 18th, frankly, I'm not particularly optimistic, but I'm willing to try. And so I hope we can all work together, and that the new alders can work on this too. I certainly commit to it, and to see if we can get to something that will provide some measure of satisfaction for all stakeholders, not just alders. I would like to recognize, though, that the community input discussion about taking away voices is, in my mind, an important part of this. And I think it's not taking away neighborhood input, it's taking away neighborhood control. And I think that that's something that we all need to consider very carefully in the next couple of months. And we've already been talking to staff about ways to assure that neighborhoods are notified when there are developments that are permitted, rather than going to plan commission through conditional uses. And I hope we can strengthen those ideas and give opportunities for all neighbors to give input. But I do think that neighborhoods and neighbors need to recognize that they have an impact on the city's development process that is positive and negative. Slowing things down oftentimes is okay, and development projects can get better, but neighborhood associations and neighborhoods should not have veto power, but they should be able to give input. And so I think we'll work on that. But it really does eat up a tremendous amount of resources for neighborhoods to spend 6 months, 8 months evaluating very tiny aspects of development projects, and that disenfranchises other parts of the city. So I hope we can find a way to continue to involve neighborhood associations. Lots of people gave input here tonight that was really valuable. So we do want people to be engaged. Just one last thought. There's talk about, new alders need to be involved in this, and that we shouldn't move forward until new alders are elected. I question why we had a council meeting tonight, if that's true. Everything we do it has impact in the future, and I really think that's not a particularly good excuse for why we haven't fully considered this matter. That said, I understand the referral, so we can work on this and try to perfect it. And as I said, I look forward to working with all of you and the new alders as we figure out some of the more complicated issues. The proposed changes vary from parts of the city to parts of the city, the potential impacts, the good and the bad. So that's something we need to, I think, really consider. What the changes might do in District 2 are different than what they might do in other districts. So we do need to grapple with that and figure out how to best parse these and potentially tweak them or remove portions of it. So it's a long meeting. I'll stop talking. Thanks for your indulgence.
Thank you, Alder. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, the motion is to refer to the May 18th council meeting. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Alder Furman.
I'd like to be recorded as a no on the referral. Thank you.
The clerk will record Alder Furman as a no on referral. Is there any further objection? Seeing none, the item is referred. President Carter, did you wish to move a recess?
Yes, I move recess for 10 minutes.
Is there any objection, Alder Wahile?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we move the motion to refer, I would like to refer to the EOC for equity analysis for this particular motion.
Alder, the motion's already passed, and we've moved on. So that motion's not really in order at this point. We can work with staff after this meeting.
Okay.
To see if we can accommodate at least an informational or something else that might meet the same needs.
Thank you.
I would encourage you to reach out to Ms. Stouter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so the current motion is a 10-minute recess. Is there a second? Vice President Abbas, is that a second? Alder
Yes.
Hennick will second it. All right, so is there any objection to a 10-minute recess at this point in time? Seeing no objection, we're back at 9:46 p.m. alders to turn their cameras on again and come back into the meeting. And I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Present.
Alder Harrington McKinney is present. Alder Heck.
Here.
Alder Heck is present. Alder Hennick. Sorry,
Present.
Hennick. Alder Hennick is present. Alder Kemble.
Here.
Alder Kemble is present. Alder Lemmer is excused. Alder Martin. Alder Martin is present. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Here.
Alder Prestigiacomo is present. Alder Rummel.
Present.
Alder Rummel is present. Alder Skidmore.
Here.
Alder Skidmore is present. Alder Tierney.
Here.
Alder Tierney is present. Alder Verveer.
Here.
Alder Verveer is present. Alder Wahelia.
Here.
Alder Wahelia is present. Vice President Abbas.
Present.
Vice President Abbas is present. Alder Albaraz is excused. Alder Balde.
Here.
Alder Balde is present. Alder Bidar.
Present.
Alder Bidar is present. President Carter. President Carter. Alder Evers.
Here.
Alder Evers is present. Alder Foster.
Here.
Alder Foster is present. Alder Furman.
Present.
Alder Furman is present. President Carter. We have quorum.
Thank you. We are now at item number 9 on our agenda, which is Legistar 64250. So I will open a public hearing on amending portions of the MGO to change the front yard setback in downtown and establish downtown setback exceptions. We do have registrants on this item, 2 wishing to speak, starting with Bill Connors of West Main, representing Smart Growth Greater Madison, Inc., to be followed by Battlefield Duke.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of the Common Council for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I was going to speak on the last item and then cut it short because I thought you were going to go straight to referring it. I now feel rather foolish for having done that. But I am going to, be a good citizen here and cut my comments on this item short again, because I know there's a lot of people waiting to talk about the homeless shelter. So I hope you saw my long email I sent about this ordinance on Sunday. Let me just make a couple quick points. No property owners or developers participated in the Urban Tree Task Force where this ordinance came from. No property owners have received notice that you are considering adopting an ordinance, this ordinance, which will decrease the values of their properties. Big developers know about this ordinance through people like me, but we don't have contact with the vast majority of property owners who will be adversely affected by this ordinance. Following the city government's standard notice system has effectively excluded the vast majority of affected property owners from this process. You are not hearing their voices because they don't even know about this ordinance and have not been invited to participate. Among the excluded are Black, Indigenous, and people of color who are property owners. I would like to point out that if we let's look at a hypothetical 150-foot wide parcel, and where the zoning would allow a 4-story building to be constructed on it. This ordinance would eliminate 3,000 square feet of developable space. That is approximately 4 one-bedroom apartments gone as a result of this ordinance. This ordinance is anti-density and anti-housing. I urge you to refer this ordinance back to the Plan Commission so more study can be conducted and more answers provided, and so meaningful notice can be provided to adversely affected property owners so they can be given an opportunity to make their voices heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Battlefield Duke of East Washington Ave.
He is here. I just had to promote him.
Well, the gang's all here.
You are unmuted, Battlefield.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so my question is, and I'm just curious, I'm trying to figure out, like, in my head, is this real? Like, did this gentleman that just got finished talking, did he just say that people should have to be asked to do charity? That's my first statement. And my second question is, how is it possible for us to have this conversation following the conversation that's all about the money? And on that note, I'll yield my time until the next time this come up. You guys have a nice one.
Thank you. We have a handful of other registrants on this item. None of them wishing to speak. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing, President Carter, on item 9. You're muted, President Carter.
I believe there's a substitute for item 9, correct?
Correct.
So I move the substitute.
Thank you.
All right, the substitute is moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the substitute? Seeing no objection, that item passes. And we will move on to item number 10. We're now on the report of the Alcohol License Review Committee. Item 10 is Legistar 64407. I'll open a public hearing on a new license for Hellback's Coffee House. We have one registrant wishing to speak, Jesse Ransom of Sweeney Drive in Middleton, in opposition.
Jesse, you should have a prompt asking to be unmuted.
Hey, sorry. So I actually accidentally pressed number 10 on here, and I was like, wait a minute, I remember that name. So Hellback's is the one that actually refused. So Hellback's Coffee is actually the one that refused to allow people with masks inside their store. And that's a public health order. So, like, why are we giving them a liquor license if they've already shown that they refuse public health orders? Like, what else is going on? You know, like, why should we trust them with a liquor license if they've already went against the system and actually caused more problems? So I just had to speak up on this one. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, honestly. Like, why would we allow them that? Why would we allow this? So it actually goes against everything that we should be doing. So I yield.
Thank you. We have one other registrant not wishing to speak. Are there questions for any registrants? Seeing none, I'll close that public hearing. President Carter.
Recommend to grant. Move to grant, sorry.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Alder Evers.
You can record me as a no vote.
Record Alder Evers as a no vote. Is there any further objection? Seeing none, that item is granted. On number 11 is Legistar 64408. I'll open a public hearing for a new license for Kettle Black Kitchen. We have one registrant, Brian Hamilton of South Court, in support, available to answer questions. there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, President Carter.
Move to grant.
Second to grant.
Moved and seconded to grant. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of granting? Seeing no objection, item 11 is granted. Takes us to the report of the Board of Public Works and item number 12, which is Legistar 64575. I will open a public hearing on approving plans, specs, and a schedule of assessments for Hillcrest Drive, Standish Court, and Alden Drive Assessment District. We have no registrants on item number 12. I will close that public hearing. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and seconded to adopt. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing none, that item is adopted. Takes us to item 13, Legistar 64576. I'll open a public hearing on approving plan specifications and a schedule of assessment for North Brook Street, Farrenbrook Court, and College Court Resurfacing Assessment District. On item 13, we have one registrant in opposition. Are there any questions for our registrant? Seeing none, I'll close that public hearing. President Carter, on item 13.
Move to adopt.
Second to adopt.
Moved and second to adopt item 13. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, it takes us to the report of the Plan Commission on item 14, which is Legistar 64346. We'll open a public hearing on amending the City of Madison official map to modify the recommended street network for a portion of the planning area bounded by Voges Road, Penedo Creek Greenway, Tradewinds Parkway, and Agricultural Drive and Marsh Road. On item 14, we have one registrant, Doug Brown of Voges Road, representing the Dane County Humane Society, neither supporting nor opposing, wishing to speak.
Good evening. My name is Doug Brown. Pronouns are he, his, and him. I am the Assistant Executive Director of Dane County Humane Society. I am here to speak tonight on behalf of DCHS in relation to the modification of the recommended street network that is before the council tonight. On February 9th, 2021, DCHS and Newcomb Construction submitted a joint letter on this issue, which I understand has been amended to this evening's agenda. We appreciate the City of Madison re-examining the portion of the existing reservation that, as currently mapped, cuts east through DCHS's property and proceeds north through a property owned by Newcomb Construction. DCHS supports the amendment to remove that portion of the existing reservation, which would then allow Newcomb Construction to move forward with a new development on Tradewinds Parkway. DCHS is also firmly opposed to any reservation that would run primarily through its property. In addition to disturbing low-lying wetlands, the construction of a new through street following even the revised reservation proposed in the amendment would have a very negative impact on DCHS property and operations. We currently enjoy a wonderful campus environment where our staff and volunteers can safely walk dogs and the kids who come for our summer and day camps can safely play. The addition of a through street in this area would create a new and substantial safety risk to our staff, volunteers, and visitors, not to mention our dogs and very active wildlife population. In light of the new north-south road just west of the DCHS property that Carl Rudebush has already committed to building between Voges and Tradewinds, as a part of his contemplated development, Dane County Humane Society requests that the city reconsider the necessity of any reservation for a future roadway that would run through the DCHS property. Neighborhood interests are not significantly improved by the secondary roadway proposed in the amendment, but as mentioned earlier, it would significantly and negatively impact our property and operations while creating a new and unnecessary safety risk for humans and animals. DCHS therefore requests that you consider removing the reservation entirely so that our campus can avoid a later dispute over the propriety of that contemplated north-south road. We appreciate and understand that the council may desire to maintain the reservation simply for future flexibility. If the council is not willing to completely remove the reservation tonight, we would encourage you to consider options that would prohibit the construction of this possible future street as long as DCHS continues to own the property. If the city eventually decides to install a road consistent with either of the reservations under consideration, we request that the city first provide a study that reviews the costs and benefits of the roadway for public review. On behalf of Dane County Humane Society, I thank the council for considering our position and invite future conversation about any additional amendments to the neighborhood development plan or proposed roadway. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the registrant? Seeing none, we will close that public hearing. President Carter?
Move to adopt. And I have a question for staff. Is staff here?
Yes. Let's get the motion in a second first.
Okay.
Second. All right. So it's moved and seconded to adopt. Now I believe Ms. Stouter is here to answer questions. President Carter?
Yes, Heather, I have a question regarding what the Dane County Humane Society said. Is there the ability to put some of those, what can I say, asked in for them?
Yeah, I may defer to my colleague, Rob Phillips, for some of that, but I can show, let's see. I think if you see a look at an aerial photo here, which I'll pull up in just a second. Sorry. I think this will help for context. And so in the red dashed line here is the existing reservation. And what we realized, there was very poor timing in the official map reservation because while it was being made, there was a permitted use development moving forward in this location that this street would have actually bisected at one point. And so what's before you this evening is the relocation to the blue area here. And the context that I wanted to show is that here's the Dane County Humane Society property. I think this outcome is either better for them or probably the same as a street that winds its way through more of the Dane County property. Again, I would defer to Rob Phillips regarding questions of future study that would be done prior to a street construction. But wanted you to have this context to see what this change actually entails. So again, it's going from the red to the blue, more of a straight shot.
And Heather, on the other side, is that still the Humane Society property? On the right side of the red line going into the blue?
Yes, this is the Humane Society property.
The whole thing?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that street couldn't go bordering the property further to the...
The city was facing some issues with wetlands, and that's why originally it was so circuitous, trying to avoid as much wetland as possible. But I think this straight shot here is possible. And again, our city engineering division has weighed in on that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Is Rob here to talk to that or no?
Yes, he is. Go ahead, President Carter.
Rob, could I guess I'm trying to figure out how we can maximize the Humane Society's property without dissecting it. What can you tell me about what you've done to accommodate them?
Well, I think Heather addressed the alignment. Is your question having to do with the possibility to put conditions on the mapping of this right of way?
Right.
Okay. So this is an official map reservation. And what that means is that the property owner would be limited in what they can do in the area of the reservation. So you wouldn't be building a building over the reservation. If they had a need to plat the property in the future, that right-of-way could be dedicated. That's often the case. That's how the city gets many of its right-of-ways. The other way that this property could be acquired would be for the city of Madison to pass a relocation order and go through the property of acquisition, including the possibility of condemnation to acquire the property. What we're doing tonight is simply putting it on the map. I am not aware of a situation where we have reservations that have conditions associated with them. Might be one out there, but I'm certainly not aware of it. I suppose the council could put conditions on the reservation if the council wanted to, but the reality is that the council will have an opportunity to take further action on this if the council would like to acquire the property. So that at that point they would have to pass a relocation order, and at that point the property owner would have an opportunity. In this case, the Humane Society would have an opportunity to speak to the issue and present any objections, and the council can proceed with that in any way that they see fit. So I don't particularly think it's necessary, but of course, if it is, it does seem like it would be possible if the council wanted to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Carter. Any further questions for staff? All right, seeing none, the motion is to adopt. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. And that brings us to item 15, which is Legistar 64349. I'll open a public hearing on creating sections of the MGO to amend a planned development district at 9301 Crosswinds Lane. We have no registrants on item 15, so I'll recess that public hearing. President Carter? You are muted, President Carter.
Move to refer.
The motion and second to re-refer to the Plan Commission of April 26th and the Common Council of May 4th. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of referral? Seeing no objection, item 15 is referred. That is the end of our public hearings and will bring us to item 54. We have a number of registrants on 54, but let's please get a motion on the floor first. President Carter.
Move to adopt.
President Carter, on item 54, I believe you wish to move referral to May 4th.
It requires, to May 4th? That's fine. Move for referral.
Motion is referred to May 4th. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer to May 4th. Alder Balde.
I object to referral, and I would like to know why President Carter would like to refer this item.
Alder Balde, our normal order of business is to take a motion and then to take public comment before we debate.
Yeah, but I would like to know why President Carter, there's nothing on the agenda that says this should be referred. So why is the motion to refer?
Alder, President Carter can speak to that during debate if she wishes to.
Mayor, she doesn't have to wait until debate. You told her to refer the item. Who told you it should be referred? Where on the agenda?
Alder Balde, I'm sorry, you're out of order. Mm-hmm. We're going to move to public comment now. And our first speaker is Mick Conrad. of Zaire Road in opposition, to be followed by Susan Schmitz.
I would like to ask a question of the attorney, Mayor, before you proceed. Point of order.
Point of order is granted. Alder Balde?
Yes, so attorney has, it looks like what the mayor is doing is not right. I don't know how she can overrule what I just said. I need an explanation as to why the item is being referred. There's nothing on the council agenda that says the item should be referred. The president made the right motion and referred the item for adoption. The mayor is directing from her chair that she should refer the item. I need explanation as to why.
Well, although I think, as the mayor said, I mean, the normal course of business is to have a motion on the floor and then to take public comment and then to take staff questions and then for the body to consider and debate it. And so it would be a departure from that process to have the motion debated before public comment.
Right, that I understand. My question is, why is the motion to refer?
Okay, I'm sorry. There can be a motion to adopt or a motion to refer. If there was a motion to adopt initially, there could be a motion to refer presented immediately after that, and the motion to refer would have to be taken up and resolved before the motion to adopt. So the motion to refer would be, the motion that has precedence anyway, even if the original motion was to adopt.
Yep, I understand all that. So my question is, does the mayor have the right to override the motion? How did it come about? How can you explain that legally? And I need to understand this before we proceed. I don't want to waste anybody's time. It's late already, but I want to understand this. What legal rights does the mayor have to change the president's motion? And there's nothing on the council agenda that says there's a motion to refer this. This could have been done at the beginning of the council, where all the agenda items were either put on the consent agenda or being referred. That could have been done. All the items that have just been referred have something next to them that says refer them to the next meeting. This item does not have that. What legal rights does the mayor have to override the council president and say, make the motion that she wants the most to be?
My understanding, I mean, it's certainly up to President Carter which motion she wants to make. So, I mean, it's the mayor often, in my experience, has been in meetings to, provide assistance or help others along about what motion has been anticipated or discussed or corrected based on what's on the agenda. It's true that the motion to refer is not on the agenda, but that doesn't mean it cannot be made.
Yes, exactly. So,
and so it's up to President Carter about what her motion is.
So her motion was to adopt. So she made the motion clearly. You had it, everybody had it. Her motion was to adopt. So if the mayor was against that, she could have made until we vote on that motion and then come up with her own motion. She cannot override that motion just like that. This is not a dictatorial council. Is a democratic process council.
Alder Balde, I neither made a motion nor do I intend to make a motion, nor do I have the power to make the motion.
Okay, so then
the power to make the motion lies with President Carter. She's made the motion. It's been properly seconded, and we need to move on to public comment.
No, she made a motion, and I need this to be clear because I am talking to the attorney. I made a point of order. I need it to be clear before we move on. Sherry made a motion for approval. Before it was seconded, you said, no, she should not make a motion for approval. She should make a motion for referral. What powers do you have to do that? Zero powers. If what you need to do is for Sherry's motion to go through, and if you want to put an order motion on the floor, you do that. Attorney
Alder, I'm sorry. You remain out of order here. It is completely up to President Carter what motion she makes. She made a motion.
Yes.
And it was properly seconded.
No, you interrupted and asked her to make a different motion. And you are not a dictator here, so it should be democratic process. Sherry made a motion to...
Alder Balde, I think you give President Carter too little credit. If she had wished to make the motion to adopt, she would have. She made the motion to refer, and it was properly seconded.
No, everybody had it. If not, I would not say this. If Sherry had just made a motion and say, I'm making a motion to refer it, I cannot complain about that. I know how that process works. But if you want it to be referred, you have to make the motion, or somebody make the motion, or Seri make the motion. But Seri made the motion.
Alder Balde, I'll remind you again that I do not make motions. I chair the meeting.
Okay, so then let's the legal
President
person
Carter made a motion properly. If she wishes to withdraw or change the motion, she is perfectly capable of doing that on her own. The motion has been seconded. Your point of order has been answered. And we need to move on to public comment. We have a number of people registered on this item.
Answer my question. It is not answered legally, and the mayor is not a dictator. The mayor is not a dictator, so he cannot force anything. This is a democratic process. All of us have equal rights.
In no way have I forced President Carter to make any motion. It is completely her choice. She made the motion to refer.
No, she didn't make that motion.
And
you made her make that motion.
Alder Balde, I am for the third time going to rule you out of order. If you wish to appeal that ruling, you can appeal to the entire council and we can have a vote on it. Or we can just go on to public comment.
I will rescind the motion to refer for discussion.
Thank you, President Carter. The motion is rescinded. Is there a motion? Does anyone wish to make a motion, or should we just go on to public comment?
Let's go on to public comment.
All right. Thank you, President Carter. Alder Balde, did you have anything further?
No. So I think that we did the right thing. Again, this is not a dictatorial place. So no matter how you disagree with something, you got to follow the process. So thank you.
Alder Balde, I am following the process, and just because you don't like it doesn't make it the wrong process.
No.
Our first registrant is Mick Conrad of Zaire Road, to be followed by Susan Schmitz.
Mick, you should have a prompt asking to unmute.
Good evening. The city's site selection criteria mandates that the permanent men's homeless shelter shall be, quote, greater than 1/2 mile from school or daycare. The 2002 Zaire Road site fails this 1/2 mile threshold test. The mayor is willing to ignore this rule if a daycare caters to children of low-income families. I find this really sad, Mayor. A daycare facility for children of low-income families currently operates at 2255 Independence Lane. This daycare is located less than 1/2 mile from the proposed men's homeless shelter site at 2002 Zaire Road. The City of Madison provides annual financial assistance in support of this daycare's mission to help children from low-income families. Also, the 2002 Zaire Road site is 1/5 of a mile from a planned 15,000 square foot daycare facility at 2102 East Springs Drive. That's 1,081 feet, 360 yards. Aaron Rodgers can throw more yards than that in a football game. This daycare facility will serve 100 children. Many of these children will be from low-income families. The city gave its official conditional use approval for this daycare facility on August 15th, 2019. Fundraising for the facility is currently underway. Put simply, the 2002 Zaire Road site doesn't meet the mayor's own site selection criteria. The site for the permanent men's homeless shelter is either greater than 1/2 mile from school or daycare, or it's not. 2002 Zaire Road is not. Please don't ignore this threshold requirement. I ask you to give the same consideration to a daycare facility for children of low-income families as you have given to other daycare facilities under the site selection process. Please don't ignore the proximity of a daycare facility to a men's homeless shelter simply because it serves children of low-income families. This evening, I ask you to send a clear message to the mayor. I ask you to ask her to find a site for the permanent men's homeless shelter that meets all 7 of the site selection requirements. Please send the message that the greater than 1/2 mile from school or daycare site selection requirement applies as much to childcare facilities for children of low-income families as it does to other daycare facilities. Members of the council, if you vote for this resolution this evening, you're saying you agree with the mayor that it's okay to ignore the greater than 1/2 mile from school or daycare site selection requirement. If you vote for this resolution this evening, you're saying the City of Madison will make an exception to the greater than 1/2 mile for school or daycare site selection requirement if the children at the daycare facility are from low-income families. Children at a daycare for low-income families are apparently invisible to the mayor. I ask you this evening, are they invisible to you as well? Thank you very much.
Our next registrant is Susan Schmitz of Marinette Trail in support, to be followed by Mia Masak.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, council people, for all that you do for the city. My name is Susan Schmitz, and I am the former executive director of Downtown Madison Incorporated. And for the 19 years I was in that position, I learned a tremendous amount about homelessness, home and homeless shelters, et cetera. So when I retired from DMI, I was fortunate to be asked by the Grace Episcopal Church to help find a new location for the men's homeless shelter that had been in the basement of the Grace Episcopal Church for over 35 years, because it's not a good place. It wasn't accomplishing what needed to be accomplished, which was, these are homeless people, and that means they need a home. And so services were not able to be provided that they needed, et cetera, et cetera. So I put together a group of folks, and I know some of this was in an email I sent to all of you, but just in case, some of you didn't get a chance to read it, a group of private sector, public sector people that were working on, okay, if we went to a new location, what would it look like, and what could we do for these people? And so we were on that road working really hard and really learning a lot. And we went to visit, during that time, we went to visit a shelter, which is an all-purpose shelter at St. Paul in Hennepin County up in Minneapolis area. And it was an amazing experience. So we saw what we could maybe have, a real purpose-built shelter. And so we were working on what that would look like, how that could serve these people better, combine services into one area, et cetera. And so, and then along came COVID. As most of you know, the men moved to Warner Park, and then of course they're at First Street. And through that process, there's been much learned about what we really could do, and we can finally do it right in this community. And so I'm focusing on what will go on inside this building. And I know many of us have pictures of the unfortunate homeless men standing in line to get into the basement of the church. And that's not what this is going to be. We have a chance to have a true purpose-built shelter, and remembering too.
And that's time.
Oh, time's up. Sorry.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Mia Masak of Superior Street in support, to be followed by Sabrina Madison.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good evening. The gang is all here indeed. The question was why this item was being deferred. We all know it's late, but Alderman Balde was speaking to how justice works. And for the record, I feel how they were treated was distasteful. Please don't interrupt me if I go just a few moments over. May we request that you all limit your comments to 3 minutes on personal matters? I mean, if y'all spoke about Tony Terrell Robinson Jr. to the extent you discuss each other, he'd have justice by now. So how about a conversation pertaining to firing and convicting Officer Matthew Penny? I second the motion to withhold residency information and support video being available upon request. Recently, there was a shooting at a temporary men's shelter, and when trained community members showed up for support, their services were disregarded, even while an individual experienced a respiratory crisis leading to lost consciousness. This is an example of a need for community control. A bystander stated their discomfort with this occurrence and the location of the shelter because, I quote, "My daughter plays outside across the street." We're so narrow-minded at this point with heavy fixation on our own selves, a sense of tunnel vision occurs, and the majority remain only concerned about themselves. Where would the most ideal locations be for homeless shelters? How about nowhere? Because none of our people would be out on the street. But unfortunately, houselessness is a sincere issue that our city has failed to address, and an even more real pandemic than COVID-19 is that of entitlement and privilege. A rhetorical question I have is if any of you have ever been without a safe space to lay your head, because I have. I've been a person to lose everything through no fault of my own, being left to pick up shattered pieces that once resembled a successful life. As a matter of fact, I've had to do that many times, and even if that had not been the case for me, these issues are still imperative and matter because they could, can, and do happen to anyone. If this current health crisis has taught us anything, it's that no one is immune to the curveballs life can throw. So I'm going to need anyone on this line who thinks they're at all better than the next person to step off their imaginary high horse. Furthermore, it's inexcusable that Madison has almost a limitless amount of pre-existing vacant buildings with a wide array of different locations. But let me tell you why it's an even grander concern. Clumping together groups of people who are hurting, vulnerable, and in need of sincere help and personalized treatment together without addressing overall health or well-being is asking for trouble. These are individuals forced to live out of a constant state of survival, which is damaging to their own psyche and hinders a person's ability to construct thought logically. Dumping them in places to keep your precious streets clean is a stroke to your own conscience and comfort. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Wrong. These are the reasons behind our dissatisfaction with ideas such as building new jails, etc. Those millions of dollars could go directly to things such as sustainable housing, job training, mental and other health care. Those who need us are our responsibility because we're only ever as strong or well as those who are weakest or possess the greatest need. This is something that keeps me up at night, and my terrors consist of people who could actually do something about all of these injustices but don't. The basic human needs of one another, please, aren't up for deliberation and should never be a debate or if need voting. We oppose number 8 as it's currently written. Oppose item 54.
If you could wrap up, please.
101. I am, thank you. These are more than resolutions. This is a revolution. If it's really a community service, if nothing else, then honor Lisa's birthday and retirement and serve your community. A friendly reminder you all are employed by us, so let's get to work. Thank you.
Our next registrant is Sabrina Madison of Muirfields Road in support, to be followed by Megan Diaz-Ricks.
Mayor, there's no one by that name on the list, but Megan is here.
Megan Diaz-Ricks of Century Ave in Middleton in support, to be followed by Gary Halverson.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for your time this evening. I'm going to keep this very brief. I just want to say that I wholeheartedly support this project. And as someone who works with folks who are unhoused every day and for an organization who provides affordable housing for those who have been unhoused, sometimes for years, I know that this permanent shelter is so necessary for men in the community who need these services. I'm so happy to hear that the city has definitely proposed to embed a lot of services, including employment services, into the shelter. There's absolutely no greater support that we can have than these embedded services. I also want to say that I hear folks when they say that they are hesitant, especially business owners, because of the assumptions that we make about folks who are unhoused. And I just want to say that I think we need to be more, or we need to definitely be more open. And we also need to realize that the bias that we hold holds absolutely no merit. I don't think that we could have any evidence to show that this shelter providing all of these necessary services to these men would ever be a detriment to the businesses. And I hope that we can have a candid discussion about this and that we can move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Gary Halverson of Glacier Hill Drive in opposition, to be followed by Jal Curry.
Thank you. This is an important issue, and I agree it's our responsibility to ensure that individuals experiencing homelessness have the access to the services that will help them attain long-term housing. And as somebody who has worked with the homeless and also is engaged currently in the temporary shelter, not successful in finding out what's working and what's not working, I'm very familiar with this this issue. And there's a right location and there's locations that don't fit what we're trying to do here, and trying to quickly rush through that decision, as this location has been talked about many times as a secondary location, not the first location, but to even rush through this decision is short-sighted, I think, on our part. The current plan calls for an overnight shelter only, with the addition of expanded services at some unidentified date in the future. We know that full service is what we need to provide. We need to have not only overnight housing, but also the places for caseworkers to be able to work with each individual in order to get them on the path. This is something we need to do. But this location, as the current plan calls for, will open in October 2022 as a shelter only overnight. If this location is chosen and it opens as an overnight shelter only, it will be tremendously difficult for those experiencing homelessness to be expected to traverse the 6 miles from the day center back and forth. And I'm concerned that those who are most needing the shelter will not have the access they need. The city has not conducted any economic impact studies of this location or what the potential impact would be if a shelter is built here. There's been significant interest from developers who are interested in helping make the greater Easttown area plan that the city put together become a reality. However, we are now hearing that there are developers that are looking to pull out because of this issue, and it's very concerning for the future economic revitalization of this area. I appreciate the work that the staff has done in doing with regards to finding locations and mapping it out, the vision, but the comparable services, full service shelters that are referenced aren't comparable. They've spent upwards of $70 million and are located in well-established downtown locations. None were launched in a depressed location like we're seeing at Easttown. This area as it currently exists will be unable to absorb this permanent men's shelter, and it will result in further degradation and additional loss of tax base. We should consider that Easttown has the potential to provide tens of millions of new dollars in tax base, and this area could be a significant economic engine to help fund these very services we're trying to do. We're coming out of a global pandemic that has devastated our small businesses and has hit Easttown especially hard. It's not the right location, so I respectfully ask you not to authorize the purchase of this location. Thanks.
Okay, our next registrant is Jael Curry of Ellen Ave, in support, to be followed by Linda Lown.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Alders. I'm speaking tonight as a lifelong Madisonian and someone who's been working within the field of homeless services for almost 6 years now. So I'm obviously very much in support of this because the need for a permanent men's shelter is long overdue and absolutely necessary. It's quite disturbing to hear comments about this location and its purchase being an undignified move. These individuals could have never, ever visited the multiple cramped church basements, never designed to house humans, that the men's shelter has operated out of for the past 3 decades. And so while we're talking about full service, I also want to add another comment regarding an insistence to ensure adequate funding for the shelter's next operator, both in operational and personnel expenses. The acts of providing outreach services to get men into shelter, providing case management, crucial to securing and maintaining housing, and attempting to ease the social and emotional traumas those experiencing homelessness face every day is hard and severely underpaid and undervalued work. A recent posting for the shelter position offered $15 an hour for pay. Operations organizations who operate homeless service programs and the staff who stay in the field do so from their hearts, but also deserve to have supports in place to allow them to continue the work of making housing a human right. I saw a post on social media today that asked, why do jobs that require the most empathy pay the least, and jobs that require the least empathy pay the most? So ensuring we're talking about just having a building where men can lay their heads at each night. We need to start putting people over profit, but also ensuring that folks who go in to operate and provide supports have the resources and support necessary to provide the staffing, operations, and wraparound services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Lown of White Stag Parkway, in opposition, to be followed by Allison Belburn.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So, I
think it's a good thing that you want to find a place for homeless men to, lay their heads at night. But I just think that this location isn't the right location. It's right where the mall is at, where families get together and go out with each other, spend time. And like Mick said in the beginning, it's very close to the school too. Although not all homeless men are, sexually agitated, but some are. And I've come across in the parking lot across from Savers where I've took my daughter shopping before, and somebody has followed me to the car while I had her in my arms. And I gave them some money, which wasn't enough. And they tried to get into the car with me while I had my daughter. I had to quickly get into the car, lock the doors, strap her in, and take off. And I just wanted to share that story as to why I'm against the shelter being built there. It's just too close to my home. And, I have a kid now, and it's just, I just think it's, a bad location, because why not place them closer to the food pantry or, the unemployment center where it's easy access for the homeless to get help. And, that's just what I want to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Allison Belburn of East Mifflin in support, to be followed by Kay Galuska.
Mayor, neither of those people are in the list.
All right. So then Leanne Conrad of Zier Road in opposition, to be followed by Steve Mueller.
Oh, hello. Good evening. I am the owner of 2001 Zier Road, which is obviously directly across the street from 2002, the building we're talking about. It's the corner lot with Zier Road on one side and East Springs Drive on the other. I purchased the property on January 3rd of 2020. This is way before COVID-19 had become an issue. I worked very hard renovating the building and improving the landscaping, and I have invested a great deal of money in this property. Because of COVID-19 issues, I didn't fully open until January of this year. I have not been open very long. And people are just now beginning to venture out to businesses like mine. I only have a few regular customers so far. And as I mentioned the last time I spoke, they have already informed me that they will not come to my business if the homeless shelter goes in across the street. There is no doubt that many businesses would suffer. The area would most likely become blighted with no hope of revitalization or redevelopment. Now, there is currently a $100 million residential development already moving forward for the vacant land very close to me. This would bring in a lot of potential customers for the entire Easttown area. It would be an excellent start to the revitalization of this area. And it would also provide the city with somewhere around $1.5 million of tax revenue every year. But this developer has made it abundantly clear that if the council votes to buy 2002 Zier Road to use as a homeless shelter, the development will not happen. They're out of here. I believe that there would be no developer willing to invest money in an area right by a very large men's homeless shelter. And this is not a good choice for the homeless men either. Putting hundreds of them together in one big warehouse, that seems rather inhumane to me. And they're far away from any helpful resources. Some of these individuals are dealing with mental health issues. Some are drug or alcohol addicted. So, that just kind of, trouble's just waiting to happen. I would guess there would be some homeless men who would even be fearful of making use of the facility. And who could blame them? It is a poor choice for the men and a poor choice for the surrounding area. I truly believe the city of Madison can make a better choice. And what is the rush here? I don't understand. Why not take some time? Find a better alternative for everybody. There is always a plan B. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Steve Mueller of Easttown Boulevard in opposition, to be followed by Tim England.
Steve, you may have a prompt on your screen asking to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Council, for taking the time to listen to us. I also wanted to very quickly say the congratulations to Lisa Vendel for all of her great work. Thank you. Do you have the maps and graphs that I had provided?
If you had sent them via email, then the council should have access to them, yes.
Okay, so they will not be shown, correct?
No.
Okay, I was under this impression they would be. The three maps that I provided show existing jobless services and training versus the proposed site, as well as the mental health facilities in downtown, and some of the kitchens that would be readily available for the gentlemen if they were located closer to it. With all due respect, I look at the opportunity as more of a human warehouse than anything, relatively speaking, as humane for the treatment of gentlemen that need help. Anyone who's had family members that have had physical or mental challenges like I have knows that it's critical that progressive therapy sessions be taken advantage of in order for a patient to make progress and have ultimate success. I believe that the desired road distance from those critical services is just too far a road for someone to stay the course to regain his dignity and his opportunities in our society. It's 53 minutes from downtown, and that will reinforce hopelessness, which I believe, in my opinion, is a major contributor to homelessness. I don't believe that anyone that has spoken is against supporting homeless men. In fact, to gain their dignity and esteem, I think everybody's desire is that. But the fact of the matter is, those of us that have opportunities for business and need employees have just the opposite opinion. We want those folks to get trained and get into the job market, because it's darn near impossible to find somebody for an entry-level position. Having said that, I can't believe that people would consider this location. It's more of an overnight warehouse, and that's wrong and wasteful for the efforts of folks that need our help. I believe that smaller communities, rather than 200, 300 person locations, is the way to develop these human resources that are in desperate need of being transitioned to the next position in their lives. They can be successful. All they need is an opportunity to gain that knowledge that they need and self-confidence. And in a large institution of 200 or 300 people, that's not going to happen. And frankly, there will be more potential for violence in that location, and more harmful, as one of the ladies said. People won't want homeless guys won't want to go there because they'll feel threatened. I really do believe that having these gentlemen housed closer to the job services, the kitchens, and the mental health facilities they need is the best way to support them in their desire to get jobs, regain their dignity, and overall to support our entire community. Thank you. I respectfully request that this purchase not go forward. Thank you for your time, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Tim England of Leviton Lane, in opposition, to be followed by Shadira Kilfoy Flores.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list. Shadira is here.
All right, Shadira Kilfoy Flores of East Wilson in support, to be followed by Larissa Joanna.
Good evening. I feel like this is a case of what is that game that everyone used to play in elementary school where you throw the trash in somebody else's backyard? This is really unfair and dirty, and really dirty of Samba Balda to bully the mayor, to bully the the Common Council. Sherry, the president, Sherry Carter, asked for this to be moved to May 4th. There's no reason why we should even be having public discussion right now, because the fact of the matter is that there are lots of jobs in that area, that there has been support in that area provided to numerous homeless people. Where I live, I'm between two homeless shelters, one is Port St. Vincent and the other being Tellurian, within 2 blocks of my house. Then I also have the soup kitchen. at the very end of my block. And that doesn't necessarily mean that I live in an unsafer area. In fact, there have been a number of homeless men who I've become friends with since doing the mural behind the Social Justice Center when they had the homeless locker there. And these men deserve somewhere safe for them to stay. This is, implying that, our families are going to be in jeopardy or our businesses are going to be in jeopardy. We need to start putting people over profit and figure out how we can support our homeless community better. Continuing to push them on the outskirts of town or places that don't make any sense, this is unfair. Right downtown was a good place because people had a central location to be able to have access to transportation. It hasn't been enough to have access to transportation, access to the library. These men also need to have access to beds and showers where they can bathe and be able to get themselves jobs, be able to get themselves to a healthier, more safe place for them to live. When people's basic needs like cleanliness and hygiene are being met, people feel better about themselves. They're more likely to do things to support themselves. So I don't know what's going on tonight. Mayor, I'm sorry that you were bullied. I'm sorry that the whole council was bullied. Samba Balda, you were out of order. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Larissa Joanna of Blair Street in support, representing Reshaping Madison Together, to be followed by Emily Merritt.
Hello, yes, I am now speaking, representing Reshaping Madison Together, because we are working to address the issues in our homeless community here in Madison that continues to grow every day, every second. As we speak right now, somebody's getting an eviction taped to their door, and it is a shame. It is a shame that there's a lot of bias, a lot of ignorance, a lot of lack of understanding. It doesn't seem that providing resources and housing to the community, it's a priority for this common council. It is a shame that this has to be moved until May. That's a whole over a month from now. Like, it is not something that we need to address a year ago when the pandemic started. It is a shame that we continue to kick out people from the parks. I mean, a lot of people here are not doing the work that the community needs to see from a common council that's supposed to lead the city with resources and with protections and safety for the most vulnerable and the less privileged. Many of these folks that testified tonight, I heard things that I would never even think of because of the bubble of privilege they're in. It's disgusting. It's really shameful that they can see at another human like a predator when they don't even have an actual reason. And just because they are brainwashed with all these things, and maybe they are thinking that this person is a Black man, because I know how that goes with people like Linda, who testified a couple people ago here. It is a shame to know that we have people like that in our community and our progressive Madison. We need to reshape Madison together. We need to get to work. We need to make sure that this common council gets taken over, because obviously addressing the homeless community, providing resources, refunding the community, and protecting and giving everybody a chance to have a job, to have a safe place, to have a place to take a shower, to sleep, to make sure that community members get mutual aid so that they can support these folks that are out here in need. It doesn't seem like a priority. So I am ready to vote you out of your seat, because we need to reshape this city together, and many of you are not doing it. I yield my time, and follow us, Reshaping Madison Together, on Twitter, Facebook. We have our meeting Friday at 6:30 p.m. We're ready to take over justice and to take over all of this resources that belong to our communities, and not the privileged, the profit makers.
And that's time.
Yep.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Emily Merritt of Creekwood Lane in support, to be followed by Joe Dupere.
Mayor, there's no one by that name in the list. Joe is here.
Right, Joe DePerry of Easttown Mall in opposition, representing Easttown Mall, to be followed by James Jiang.
Good evening, committee members. I come before you today to respectfully request this committee reject the current homeless shelter proposal. I've had the opportunity to sit on every committee meeting since the shelter location was announced in early February. In doing so, I've had also the opportunity to listen to the arguments both for and against the proposal. And it is clear that the city has not performed the necessary due diligence for such a proposal, nor has it followed its own site selection criteria or even requested a basic economic impact study for the surrounding community. While I understand the need of a new permanent shelter location, that location should not be to the detriment of the nearby homeowners and businesses. On behalf of Easttown Mall and the surrounding community, I implore you to vote no on this proposed site. Those in favor of this proposal have stated that the Easttown community concerns are either overblown or overstated. But the reality is that this type of proposal has been tried in other communities, and the effects on those surrounding neighborhoods have been devastating. Businesses have closed, property values have plummeted, and crime has skyrocketed. In addition, the tax base has evaporated. I wish this was not true, but unfortunately it is. And the truth of the matter is that if the committee approves this proposal, I believe the Easttown neighborhood will experience the same fate. As this committee knows, the Easttown community generates millions upon millions of dollars in tax revenues, as well as thousands of jobs for our residents. If approved, this proposal has a very strong chance of decimating that tax base and putting many residents who rely on these jobs and live in these communities throughout the city out of work. I'm sure this is not the outcome the committee wants, but it is most likely the future we face. Simply put, this is not the right location. I urge you to preserve the long-term value of the Easttown neighborhood and not risk its economic vitality, and take the time to identify and select a more appropriate location. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Jiang of North High Point in Middleton, in opposition, to be followed by Patricia O'Day.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Also, for my poor English, is it possible I can have a tubular to Mandarin Chinese?
I believe we have interpreters on the line. Yes.
Okay.
你好，
你好。
我在。
OK， 好。
就讲话的时候，就是能不能就分一句一句分开来说，给我时间翻译。OK。
好的，谢谢。首先我感谢市政府给我们这个机会去表达我们的观点。
So first, I'd like to thank the City Council for giving us the opportunity to express how we feel.
在这个地方呢，我个人来说，我是愿意去支持跟帮助这些无家可归的人。
So in this place, for myself personally, I would be very willing to help support these homeless individuals.
但是选择的地点在这边是我觉得真的是不对的，这是一个错的 location。
But the location that has been selected, I feel that it has been the wrong location that has been chosen.
因为我们已经经历过很多事情呢，在这边，有人进来跟这边的客人要钱的，也有的客人进来就是跟这边的顾客威胁他们的，还有人去警察局报案过。所以说，包括我们的你先翻译一下，对不起。
Because we have already had several instances at this location. We've had people come into our business and ask our customers for money. We've also had our customers being threatened, and we've had incidences where we've had to call police.
包括我们的东西已经很多次被人偷了，甚至我们追到门口，他也不理你，他也就一直往外走。
And we've also had things like stolen from our businesses. Even when we follow them out the door, they kind of ignore you and just keep walking.
还有这边很多的租客都是刚刚开始做生意的，所以他们也非常的担心这些的安全问题。
And a lot of our vendors, they had just started leasing their spaces. And so there is also a lot of concern for safety.
还有我们也发现过这些流浪汉在我们的厕所里面换衣服、洗澡，有些顾客进去的时候，他们非常害怕，就出来跟我们提过这些的意见，包括很多的租客这边也跟我们的提过意见。
And also we have found some of the homeless men changing and showering or bathing in our bathrooms. And we've had instances where customers have come to us to tell us that it's been happening. And our vendors have been saying that as well.
最重要的是，我们这个地方跟旁边的 Easttown Mall 都是开放式的，我们不能阻止任何人不能进来。所以如果说他们进来了，多的肯定会影响到我们这所有人的生意。
And most importantly, like Easttown Mall, we have an open style setup. It's like an atrium, so you can't really stop anyone from coming in. And so if too many of them start coming in, that's definitely going to cause problems.
所以我希望市政府可以认真考虑一下，选择一个对的地点。
So I hope that the city council will rethink the location and select a more appropriate location.
我们愿意给市政府提供更多的帮助，给这些人提供更多的帮助。
We're willing to provide help to these people. We are willing to provide the city with more help to help these people.
然后我也听到很多这附近的住家，因为他们有小孩、有家庭，他们也非常的担心将来的安全。
And I've also heard from residents in the area. People with families and kids, they're also very concerned when it comes to safety.
谢谢，这就是我的意见。
That is my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
谢谢你。
不客气。
Our next registrant is Patricia O'Day of Morning Mist Way, in opposition to be followed by Selena Gao.
Hello.
Selena.
Go ahead.
Hello?
Go ahead, Patricia.
I believe the current location, the building on First Street, should evolve into the permanent men's homeless shelter. Instead of purchasing a building and waiting up to 2 years for its repurposing, those millions of dollars could be used to expand programs and resources for the homeless community right now. That's the urgency. That should be your priority. Too much time and energy is being put into finding and fixing a new location. Realistically, there will always be a homeless population in the downtown area that will not want to take the bus out to Easttown. Without a shelter on First Street, these men will have nowhere to sleep but downtown parks and church basements. A step backward. Aside from the relocation of the public market, which I'm sure would be welcome in many areas, are there any other objections to keeping the shelter on First Street that are any more compelling than the objections from those who oppose the Easttown location? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Selena Gao of Grandview Boulevard in opposition, representing Captain Frank Seafood Boiler, to be followed by Edward Kuharski.
你好，听得到吗？
听得到。Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, 听得到。
Hello.
Go ahead.
请说。
你好，我叫 Selena。
Hi, my name is Selena.
以上大家说的事情，我也有经历过。
So the things that have mentioned previously, I have experienced them.
当时有一个人到我的店铺前面跟我说，他很渴也很饿。
So at the time, a person came up to my stall and said that he was really hungry and really thirsty.
但是他没有钱，然后我就给了他一瓶饮料，也没有收他的钱。
And so, and he said that he didn't have any money. So at the time, I gave him a bottle of beverage, and I didn't charge him for it.
但是几分钟之后，有一对我的客人跟我说，投诉刚刚那个人，我给饮料的那个人，他到他们的餐桌前面跟他们要钱。
Then a few minutes later, some customers came up to me and said that the man that I had just given the beverage to, had come up to their table and asked for money.
那我的客人没有给他钱，然后那个人就跟我的客人说了很多很不礼貌的话。
And the customers did not give him any money, so that man said a bunch of very inappropriate, impolite things to them in response.
然后我的客人觉得他们被骚扰了，当时就很不开心。
So my customers felt like they were harassed and very unhappy.
所以客人跟我说，如果我们还想在这里做生意的话，就绝对不能再让他们进来。
So my customers said that if we want to continue doing business here, that we can't let them in anymore.
要不然他们就不会再来这边吃饭了。
Otherwise, they will not continue to patronize, to come over here to eat ever again.
这就是我要说的，谢谢。
And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Edward Kuharski of Sydney Street in support, to be followed by Jingling Wang.
Good evening. I've been the architect for both of the Occupy Madison villages, and so I've had quite a bit of experience with how neighborhoods perceive and respond to the placement of a homeless service facility. And I'm happy to say that the neighborhood, the East Emerson neighborhood, where the first Occupy Village has located now for 6.5 years, our most committed opposition during the approval process were claiming that everyone in the neighborhood would lose 20% value on their homes. And we were right across the street from residences. And I've had the pleasure in these past years of apologizing for driving up their city assessments, because that's what happened. And we had at that time found some reports and research that indicated that that's typically what happens. When you actually address a problem with a reasonably well-run facility, that actually reduces the negative impacts in that neighborhood and in the larger community, which sort of only makes sense. If we don't have facilities, then we end up, those homeless people aren't gone. They're just sleeping behind your garage instead of in a decent shelter. And so I don't think it's an ideal location, but there are no ideal locations in a wealthy county and city that believe that there's not 1 acre in the entire county that really is safe and appropriate to locate a homeless facility because of the negative magical thinking that goes on around homeless people. And I know from personal experience and from our success with both Occupy Villages now that, those fears are not founded. And so I want to counter the unsupported arguments that the representative from Easttown made about what's going to happen when this facility locates here. And no one seems to be acknowledging the fact that as these shelters are run, people show up in the early evening and leave in the very early morning. They're not there during the day until we do maybe add supportive and daytime services to the place. And in terms of restricting development, the Porchlight Shelter at Grace and the 2 other overflow church basements are right downtown, and that has not in no way restricted the development of the condos in existing and new buildings, very close proximity to those shelters. It makes no sense to me to make that argument. And the fact is that Madison is got 64,960 acres of land, and the county has 792,320 acres of land, and the proposed facility would use 2.67 acres of land. And, it's appalling to me that we've deferred having a real competent and respectable solution to this problem for 25, 30 years, and that,
And that's time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jingling Wang of Oakbrook Circle, an opposition representing Momo Dumpling House, to be followed by Shari Patzer.
大家晚上好。
Good evening, everyone.
这里是精灵王，来自大世界超市美食广场的 Momo Dumpling House。
And this is Jingling Wang from the Momo Dumpling House at the Global Food Market and Food Stalls.
首先，我想表达一下我的态度，就是说，对于这些流浪的人员，我是表示很同情的。
So first, I'd like to express how I feel about the homeless men, and for them, I feel a lot of sympathy.
我很愿意通过就是提供一些免费的食物啊，或者是衣物这些方式来帮助这个人群。
And I am very willing to help this group through providing free food or free clothing.
但是我很反对把流浪人员中心建在我们 Easttown 的商业区。
But I very much object to establishing a homeless shelter in the Easttown Mall shopping center.
因为这样的话会有大批的流浪人员聚众涌入到我们的超市。
Because then that would mean that there will be large groups of homeless men that will be entering into our business.
这对我们的生意是一个客流量上是一个打击。
And for us, for our business, that is going to be a big strike toward our customer base or our customer flow.
我们的生活也会无法得到保障。
And then we won't be able to have security in our life.
其次，作为一名女性工作者，
and then also as a working woman,
面对这些聚众的流浪人员，我是很恐惧的。
to face a large group of homeless men, to me, that is something that is frightening.
上班要顾及自己的人身安全，家人也会为此而担心。
So going to and from work, you have to worry about your personal safety, and that is also going to cause stress onto your family.
所以我很恳请政府部门慎重考虑把这个地点改到别的地方。
So I would like to ask the city to seriously reconsider locating the shelter to a different location.
好，以上就是我的表达，谢谢。
Yep, and that is all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Sherry Patzer of Westridge Circle in opposition, to be followed by Zhenyu Liu.
Sherry may have a prompt asking to unmute.
I did, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Sherry Patzer, and I live on Westbridge Circle, which, for those of you that may not be familiar with the Madison's east side, it is actually bordering the wooded area that sits behind the Target on the east side, as well as the Quick Trip that is located there. So you have a little bit of perspective. We've lived in this area for 28 years. We actually built our home here. I absolutely love this east side of Madison. My children have gone to school here, and I am just listening to the council meeting. I was struck by the similar concerns for those individuals that were looking for the conditional use permit, in the fact that this is being fast-tracked. From the time that I was notified, which happened to be via news, the 6 o'clock news, I was notified that this would be occurring until this date has been 2 months. We've had one listening session. We've had the finance committee, and very little input that's been allowed from the community. Now, first of all, I would like to express that I am not opposed to something much smaller. However, this is a men's shelter for nighttime use only. During the finance committee, what I heard was there is a vision of support services. However, I have not been informed about what that looks like. What does that mean? Is that something that's going to occur in the future? I just have visions that this is going to be a challenge for the neighborhood to support. Excuse me. I also find it rather striking that our neighborhood school, Hawthorne, spent over a year trying to get a permit for a neighborhood kiosk that was created by the students. And this is actually being fast-tracked within 2 months. So that actually I found quite striking. This is a very large unit. Has anyone spoken with the individuals that are in the current shelter and asked their opinion whether or not this is a good location? Do you feel comfortable? Would you feel comfortable in this size shelter? As well as the individuals that are not living in the shelters. Would you feel comfortable here? Would you not feel comfortable here? You know, we talk about marginalized individuals. However, have we asked them what their thoughts are? Also, I do have safety concerns. I have walked my dog in the morning and found individuals sitting in the middle of the sidewalk, unsure, you know, it's in the dark. I don't know who they are, what they're doing there. And what happens if there's an individual that is turned away from the shelter for some reason, whether they have a weapon,
and
whether it's
that's
violent.
Time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Zhenyu Liu of Oakbrook Circle in opposition, representing Stir Fry House number 8, to be followed by Guanming Shi.
Good evening, everyone.
我是来自Grover Market 的一个业主。
I am the owner of the 不好意思是什么 Gromaki?
对。
Yeah, Gromaki.
我个人觉得，在这个伊斯坦布尔这边修筑这个homeless 这个收容所啊，是个愚蠢的决定。
So I personally feel that setting up a homeless shelter at East Town is a dumb decision.
因为这个不是光影响到我们一个店面或者是的生意，是整个影响到我们这个商业圈的一个经济的问题。
Because it's not a decision that only affects a single business. It's something that will affect an entire circle of businesses.
你也知道，因为我们这个在这边呢，我们做生意嘛，每个人呢都有家庭啊，也有孩子，这些我们的家庭也需要养，什么家庭需要开销，所以说我们已经经历了疫情期间呢，我们已经很困难了，很艰难。
And you know, when we run our businesses, we also have to take care of our family and our kids, and you know, we all have our own expenses. And through the pandemic, we have already had a really difficult time.
那现在呢，刚有一点转机啊，现在生意量刚往上走一点。如果说这个收容所呢，现在我们这个旁边呢，我觉得对我们的生意影响会很大，因为我们这个美食广场啊，不仅是光有一种食物或者几种食物，因为很多种食物，而且来我们这里有很多孩子啊，什么老人呐，这都有，也会对他们造成一些不好的事情啊，是不是？你说对他们的比如说有孩子会把孩子吓到啊什么的，这是我觉得会对我们的客人呢会有很大的影响。
Yeah, and right now, you know, things have just started to turn around and things are just starting to go back toward an upswing. So just kind of think that if a homeless shelter is set up right next to us, that it would cause a huge effect to our business. And on top of that, you know, it's not like we just have one type of food that we're serving. We have many businesses and serving multiple types of food. And we have, you know, kids and the elderly that are constantly in and out. And I think that it may be bad for them as well. You know, maybe they would potentially scare the kids and it would affect our customers.
这个无家可归的人呢，是的很可怜。但是我的意见也是，不要在这个附近建这个收容所，可以换个其他的地方，就是能给他们更好的一个生活条件呢，我也是赞同的。
And you know, as to the homeless population, I do feel very sympathetic toward them, and they do need help. And I just feel that maybe we can find a different location that would be better suited to help them.
我希望市政府能考虑我的建议，谢谢，没了。
So I hope that the city would consider my recommendations. Thank you. That's it.
Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Guan Mingxi. I'm a professor in agriculture and applied economics from UW-Madison. So I have been kind of helping conveying the message from those small businesses in the global market and food hall in the public comments during previous meetings, like the public hearing or the finance committee meeting. So today they have come here to speak for themselves. And I wanted to say thank you to the interpreter services provided by the city. So I would like just to speak from my own expertise today as an economist. So as an economist, we often discuss the role of social planners in making decisions for all. This role is often played by government policymakers like you, ladies and gentlemen, here. We emphasize the importance to conduct benefit cost analysis before any decision making, before any decision being made. Impact analysis should be conducted with great caution, rigorousness, and with as much as possible inputs from the stakeholders. From the earlier meetings I attended regarding this proposal, I learned that it was not done in this way for this project, that no impact analysis or benefit cost analysis is being conducted. The cost associated with the consequences of bad decision could be substantial. It's not what good policy decision-making should be carried out. I strongly urge you to conduct such analysis thoroughly and provide a detailed report to the public, especially those stakeholders, before taking actions on an important decision like this. Thank you.
So the next speaker is
Go ahead.
Yipeng Chen.
Okay, go ahead. You can.
Yeah. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
I need a translator.
Oh,
We have one.
你好，翻译姐姐。
你好，可以开始。
好，我想说的是，我对市长做这个决定，我是表示非常反对的。
So I would like to say that the decision that the mayor has made, I very much object to it.
因为这么好的一个地段，要给这些无家可归的人去住的话，是不是有点浪费呢？
Because having this great of a location and giving it to a homeless shelter to allow them to live there, isn't that kind of a waste of space?
我们可以给他们提供更好的帮助，但是我不希望他们就是在这个地方建这个收容所。
I think we can provide them better help, but I don't want them to be set up at that location.
我不想看到我的身边的好朋友们受到他们的惊吓或者伤害，或者是影响到我们的生意，伤害到我们的客人。
I don't want to see my good friends to be, scared or threatened by them, and I don't want to see my business being affected.
这以上就是我的意见，请市长考虑一下。
So that is my opinions for the mayor to consider.
好，谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, the next speaker is Amanda Chen in opposition.
Thank you.
Amanda, you may have a prompt asking to unmute.
Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Amanda. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Amanda Chen, and my English is so poor. I do need翻译怎么说？
I do have an interpreter.
Yeah. Yes, I do. OK. 第一呢，就是说我们觉得从来没有人问过我们的意见，就到我们前几天才知道这件事情。
So first off, we feel that on this topic, no one has asked us our opinion. It wasn't until a few days ago that we'd even heard about this.
OK. 第二点是我们在里面工作的大部分呢是女性工作者。 所以我们有感觉受到，就是好像有点害怕这种事情。
And second of all, the majority of the individuals that work there are women workers, and so for us, we feel fearful about that.
还有呢，他刚才很多人在支持的那些人，我不知道他们有没有，就是说，因为我们受到的这种的威胁，可能他们并没有得到或者怎么样，有里面的那些无家可归人到我们那里面偷了东西就走，我们的工作人员就是都是女孩子，到了晚上都不敢睡了，都不知道他们身上有什么东西，武器还是什么，所以这个是我们很害怕的一件事情。
And then, hearing many people that are in support of this, I'm not sure if they've gotten the same types of threats as we have, because we've had, homeless people come in to our business, steal things, and then just turn around and leave. And since being all women, and at night, we're afraid to even follow, out the door. So.
还有呢，就是做这个，像我们把这生意放在里面，我们已经用上我们所有的钱了。在做这个决定之前，因为是在就是说在这个 covers 就是之前我们才做这个决定，但是在做这个生意的时候，我们正好碰上这个，我们很久都没有开门，再碰上这样子的，就是说他要把那个建在那里，就是完全就。把我们的整个生意就是要毁灭性的，我就是感觉有这一点在存在。
And next to open this business, a lot of us have put in all of the money that we have into this business, and the decision to open this business was made pre-COVID. So because of, that kind of lining up with when COVID happened, we had to delay opening for a really long time. So to have this add on to that, a lot of us kind of feel that this is going to be basically be destructive, complete destruction of our business.
其实刚才他们上面所说的那些所有的反对意见呢，很多的就是也是我想要讲的，那就是大家现在讲的这些都重复在说了。我主要也是希望政府能够就是说把这个地方就是放到其他地方去，不要放在这边。我们这边确实感觉受到威胁了，是挺害怕的。
Yeah. And then the previous objections that were raised, a lot of that is also how I feel. So I just kind of, don't super want to repeat everything, but just that if the city could reconsider and kind of locate the shelter to another location, because, there is a lot of us who do feel threatened.
OK， 那前面上面都是我要说的，谢谢大家。
And that is all I have to say. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marisol Diaz of Fish Hatchery Road, in opposition representing the global market, to be followed by Bob Schaefer.
Sí, buenas noches, mi nombre es Marisol Díaz. Yo soy encargada, soy trabajadora del supermercado Restaurante Global Market. Soy encargada de la limpieza general. Me toca recorrer todas las áreas y he visto cómo las personas no piden una de $20.
Perdón, Marisol, no se le escucha. Se le corta la voz. What I could hear was that my name is Marisol Diaz, and I'm work at the supermarket in the area, and I'm also in charge of the cleaning of the area.
Thank you. It looks like we might have lost Marisol. Can one of our tech facilitators check to see if they've come back in, or if they come back in?
Yeah, currently they're in the back. Okay. Marisol.
Okay.
Bueno.
Bueno.
Sí, lo
Hola Marisol,
siento.
ahora se le escucha bien.
Sí, mi celular tiene muchas fallas, lo siento. Sí me escuchó que le dije que soy trabajadora del supermercado y restaurante Global Market. Yo soy la encargada de la limpieza, por eso a mí me toca recorrer todo lo que es la área del supermercado y el restaurante. En el parqueadero, ellos desde afuera, en lo que es alrededor de las entradas, se ponen a pedir dinero, no piden $1, ellos piden de $20. Me ha tocado ver cómo se meten en la entrada a la licorería a llevarse mucho licor, se lo roban. Se meten al supermercado a robarse las cosas bien borrachos. Cuando me toca limpiar los baños, ellos dejan su ropa, sus zapatos, usan el baño y los dejan. Es un asco para mí y es de mal gusto porque no lo hago una ni dos, sino repetidas veces. Ellos no les importa porque pues creo que no están en sus cabales y se pasean en el restaurante, asustan a la gente, a los niños y creo que eso está muy mal.
So as I said before, I work at the Global Market, that is a restaurant and supermarket, and I'm in charge of cleaning. And then I see all the things that they've done, and they are in the parking lot, and they keep asking for money, and they don't ask for just $1, they ask for $20, and then you can see them going into the liquor store and steal things from there, and also from the supermarket, and they are also drunk. And as the person in charge of cleaning of the bathrooms, I can see what they do in there, and they go in there and they leave their clothes and their shoes, and I have to clean the bathrooms repeatedly, many times a day. And I can say that they basically don't care, but because they are not, they are kind of crazy, and they go around the restaurant and they scare the children and the customers. And I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Bob Schaefer of Cottonwood Circle, in opposition, to be followed by George Angelo.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity. This is not a question about whether to have a men's shelter or not. The decision to relocate the current functioning men's shelter from First Street to Easttown seems to be made simply for political financial reasons of the mayor to obtain TIF money to help build the public market in that location, versus a humanitarian perspective of providing much needed services to help our homeless population. There is no apparent benefit to the homeless for building a public market. There is also no apparent benefit to the homeless for moving them out to Easttown. In fact, all indications are that moving them out there will make it more difficult for them to access the services they may need to help them make progress. Some of these service providers are Beacon, Porchlight, and NAMI, to make a few. The Easttown location provides no easy access to those service providers and increases the time and cost to get there. No evidence has been presented to suggest how this movement improves the ability to serve the homeless needs. To cut to the chase, your vote to approve the acceptance of the TIF money by moving the shelter to Easttown to build a public market on First Street means that money trumps the welfare of our homeless people. The rationale for even considering a 400-bed facility for homeless has no solid rational expectation for success, but rather presents a potential powder keg of eruption. Think of a family having a member with a mental illness or a substance abuse issue and how it affects the family dynamic. Now add that a pandemic that confines them to a small space. Now imagine 400 strangers who have those challenges dealing with many other people. with all different kinds of challenges in a limited space with the additional COVID. Do you have the security and resources to deal with that? Safety must be the priority for people in the shelter, as well as the surrounding community. Do we have the resources needed to provide that security? I am not aware of any data or popular consensus from the Dane County community for a need to build a public market on the First Street location. In fact, the Easttown area would provide more convenient access via I-39, 90, 94, and US 51 and 151. Easttown is also scheduled for revitalization. A yes vote on this item is to deprive homeless men of their best opportunity to obtain the needed services at locations close to their shelter. It is a statement that a public market is more important than helping the homeless. Do you want to be recorded as such? Please vote not to approve this and stop changing something that is currently working for helping our homeless men. The reports you are hearing about what's happening out at the Easttown area are happening now. They will only increase if just a night shelter is built.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is George Angelo of Rayridge Drive, in opposition to be followed by Janice Brickle.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations to Lisa. And also I wanted to mention that my wife is also registered and we're on the same computer. So it's not too late to do the right thing and make the right decision. There's a lot of collective action and good ideas in the community. Now that the community is aware, and I've been in all the meetings so far addressing this issue, I think there's a really good opportunity for Jim O'Keefe and his team to get some good feedback. If you look at best practices across the country, there's many good examples of how to move people quickly into temporary housing situations and help get them on their own. There's a lot of good programs. I know that our incoming alder has a lot of experience, and I've reached out to him to work with him. I do have some experience with working with underserved youth, and I'm very experienced with some of those, got the relationships built with those people. One of the things that bothered me through the meetings is the talk about the not in my backyard. A lot of condescending language, really general, no specific things, just it feels like bullying. It feels like a done deal. I've heard that from other people. And, I think this issue will not come to fruition in 7 years. I don't think that plan's in place and the studies that people have mentioned. I also wanted to mention that I am working in Sauk County, and I know that they've got a great 6-8 organization there, volunteer organization that has a Circles initiative, and they have some great ideas going as well. So there's some rural areas that are doing that. There's also a lot of diversity, as you saw in this call tonight, in our neighborhood, and this neighborhood welcomes that. This large homeless shelter is going to have some safety impacts. We know that from many of the people who spoke. Also, the Easttown Police Department is short-staffed. And, we had a break-in to one of our windows, and somebody stole some things from our property. And there was no response for a week. And then 2 weeks after that, we shared some videos, and really nothing was able to happen. They spoke last time about people being one service person on staff. The district East District Police Department's 4 miles away, and there's another district in the north that's 4 miles away. There's only one person on duty, 5 shifts of 5 people, one at a time. Also, the downtown, we talked about how that's been working. It needs more individual, smaller areas, which would be better for the homeless. They got the Madison Police Department, Dane County Sheriff, the Capitol Police. A lot of small individual places, not an open mall, not the kind of place that is really hard to police and help these people. There are many.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Janice Brickle of Ryder Road, in opposition to be followed by Jill Angelo.
I do not see anyone with the name Janice in the list right now.
All right, we'll then go back to the Angelos, please, for Jill at Way Ridge Drive, to be followed by Linda Ketchum.
Hi, I wanted to re-say that the Easttown Police Department is 4 miles from this proposed site and over 4 miles to the North District. The men's shelters have been in downtown Madison for years, and they have the most police presence with the Madison Police Department, the Dane County Sheriff, the Capitol Police Department, and also public safety buildings and courthouses. The downtown also has high rises with apartments and office, and there's always somebody watching over you. There's security cameras throughout the square, and there's always a sense of feeling safe down there. Adult men don't want to be told what to do, but when they're in an authoritative atmosphere like this, it keeps many in line. The Easttown Mall doesn't have this kind of atmosphere, and they don't have any police departments nearby. And wondering if the recent shooting at the homeless shelter, with the larger number staying at the shelter and further away from that presence, could affect that. But I want you to know it's not that we're opposed to the shelter, it's the location and the size. Safety is one of the issues. There are some struggling with mental issues, drug addiction, and just trying to cope with their present situation. An intox room can only be used if they enter the shelter. Otherwise, they will be in a large commercial area with uninformed shoppers. The shelter may know how to de-escalate a situation, but you can't expect a teenager, an elderly woman, or anyone else to know what to do. And how many carry knives? Large groups equal more conflicts, and you want them all in one location? I agree that a smaller location would be better, and definitely not in a large retail area or pushed to the outer edge of Madison. One shelter should definitely be downtown where there's lots of free entertainment and lots of support, and the lakes. Some with prior convictions like stealing, assault, control issues, being put right in the middle of a large shopping district doesn't seem like the right atmosphere. When you have one large shelter, what happens when there's major health issues? Last week, when I was in the Easttown Mall, I counted 21 empty retail sites, plus 2 empty in the food court. This includes 3 large anchor stores, and Flick's Brew House, which is a movie theater microbrewery, has been closed for the past year because of the pandemic. Penny's has filed for bankruptcy. And as for Dick's Sporting Good, the high-end sports store has relocated some of their stores to areas that are focused on economic development. I've only lived in Madison for about 5 years, but spent decades traveling over 2 hours to many Pittsburgh shopping areas. A couple of the Dick's stores I've traveled to have relocated a mile or 2 away from their original site to a newly developed area. CoreSite research predicts that 25% of the 1,000 malls will close in 3 to 5 years.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Ketchum of Flora Lane, representing the Affordable Housing Action Alliance, to be followed by Jackie Yee.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Linda Ketchum, and I'm representing the Affordable Housing Action Alliance this evening. The Alliance is a local grassroots advocacy group of tenants, provider agencies, developers, and community members with the shared vision of increasing the amount of affordable housing in our community and improving support and services for people experiencing homelessness. The Affordable Housing Action Alliance supports the purchase of the 2002 Zaire Road site for development of a new men's shelter. The men's shelter was opened in 1985 at Grace Episcopal Church in response to the growing number of people experiencing homelessness in our county. And while we're incredibly grateful to Grace Episcopal Church and the other partner congregations for their 35 years of service, we all know it's way past time for a new shelter. And if we're honest, we also all know that no matter where the city proposes to place the men's shelter, there will be opposition to it. We saw it with the proposed day center site at the Messner building, more recently with the proposed purchase of the Playhaven site, and we see it with affordable housing development proposals throughout our city and county. There are individuals who now argue that the shelter should not be placed on Zaire Road because of the shooting last week, and we encourage you to look at that incident in perspective. The men's shelter has been operating for over 35 years, and that was the first incident of gun violence in all that time. That's a better safety record than many other businesses in our community that continue to operate without opposition, including gas stations, our malls, liquor stores, and bars. Increased safety measures were quickly put in place in response to the incident, and a new shelter, a bigger shelter, can help alleviate some of the stressors associated with the current shelter site that may have contributed to that incident. The search for a shelter site took over 10 months and considered 16 properties, so the thought that this is being rushed through just isn't accurate. The Zaire Road property meets all of the necessary criteria for the shelter: more space, on a transit route, centrally located in the county as the county's only men's shelter, and in an area of the city with a less than 9% poverty rate. This proposed site is large enough to accommodate expanded supportive services, including employment training and placement assistance, physical and mental health supports, housing assistance, and sleeping space during the day so that individuals who work second and third shifts can also access shelter. And let's be honest, the majority of people in our community who are experiencing homelessness are employed. There's a lot of myths and stigma and misperceptions that I've heard tonight, and they really need to be laid to rest. We need a new shelter. We need a new vision and approach to shelter, and this site allows us to envision something different, something more holistic that will better meet the needs of our residents experiencing homelessness in our community. We urge you to vote yes to the purchase of the 2002 Zaire Road site. Vote yes to a shelter system that truly reflects the inclusion, equity, and compassion that we as a city strive for, that we as a city like to claim we are. Vote yes so that we have a shelter that reflects our belief in the inherent worth and dignity of every one of our neighbors, and that's certainly not what we've heard tonight. Vote yes if you believe housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jackie Yee of Ridge Oak Drive in opposition, representing the global market, to be followed by Nathan Kolath.
Hello. Everyone
Hello.
can hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead, please.
I need translation.
Okay.
你好，我是 Global Market 的那个经理。
So hello, I am the manager of the global market.
对于这些无家可归的人，我表示同情，也表示想帮助他们一些什么。
In regards to the homeless individuals, I would like to express sympathy, and I would also like to be able to help them.
但是这个地点选择的非常的不好。
But the choice of location is very bad.
首先，我的员工的车停在的监控下面依然被砸，只是因为他的车上放了一条烟和一些 iPad。
To start, my employees, when they park in the parking lot, even under the surveillance, they still got their car broken into simply because they had some cigarettes and an iPad in the car.
当我们去查看监控的时候，发现是这些人偷的，去砸车窗偷的，然后我们去报了警，但是也没有任何用。
So it was after we checked the surveillance that we found out that the car was broken into and the items were stolen. We reported it to the police, but that didn't really do anything.
而且我的员工需要为此付出很多的钱去修车，而且甚至丢失很多的钱财和财物。
And my employee, because of that, they had to pay a lot of money to get the car repaired, and also had to suffer a lot of personal losses financially.
第二，有很多的我的这些客人跟我反映过，在我们的那个美食广场，有一些有4-5个这样的客人跟我反映了，他们在吃饭的时候，那些流浪汉会去拿他们的食物去吃。
And second of all, I have had many customers, about 4 to 5, from our food court say that while they were eating in the food court, they've had homeless people come up to their table and take food from them to eat.
因为我们是一个超市，我没有办法阻止任何人进来，但是这样会对我们的顾客造成很大的影响，也会对我们的生意造成很大的影响。
So because we're a supermarket, we cannot prevent anyone from entering, but that is going to cause a lot of issues and affect our business and our customer base.
第三，我有很多的女性员工，在我的晚间工作时间，然后有一些流浪汉会进来，他们没有办法去，他们会害怕去赶走他们。为此，我有2个女性工作人员已经辞职不干了，因为担心安全问题。
And third of all, I have a lot of employees who are women, and we've had at night we've had homeless individuals come in, and they're too afraid to ask them to leave, and also having fear of safety. And because of that, I've already had 2 female employees quit.
最后，我希望市政府能慎重的考虑一下，换一个地点去建这个收容所。
And lastly, I would like the city to carefully consider selecting an alternate location to place the homeless shelter.
谢谢，这就是我想说的。
That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nathan Kolath of Leviton Lane, to be followed by Shengji Dong.
Mayor Nathan is not here. The next registrant is.
Right, Shengji Dong of Crescent Oaks Drive, representing Sweet Hut.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
你好。
你好。
你好。是这样的，我是那个美心饼屋的业主。
So I'm the owner of the Sweet Hut.
我个人对流浪汉并没有意见，毕竟每个人都有他们的生活方式。
So I personally don't have anything against homeless individuals, because everyone has their own way of life.
只是我对于将这个流浪汉之家建在这个地方，觉得并不合适。
I just feel that the homeless shelter being located at that location is inadequate.
首先 ，Easttown Mall 是个商业中心。
So first of all, Easttown Mall is like a commercial hub.
对于我这样的投资者来讲，投资是为了有更多的回报和创造更多的工作机会。
And so for an investor like myself, to be an investor means that there are chances to get returns and then create more opportunities.
明显 ，City 的做法是反其其道的。
And then obviously, the actions of the city is in opposition to that.
除开这个呢
不好意思，能不能再
？OK， 除开这个，我的工作人员和客人有很多是妇女和正在上学的小孩子。
And other than that, a lot of my employees are women and kids who are still in school.
当然，客人也很大一部分是这样子的。
And also, a lot of my customers are like that also.
他们并没有太多的社会经验。
And most of them don't really have much real life experiences.
我不敢想象，如果一个穷凶极恶的流浪汉对他们下手，会有什么样的后果
？So I can't even imagine to think if a homeless individual, like a big homeless individual, were to try to do something to them, how they would react to that.
创造这个流浪汉之家是个好想法。
To create a space for the homeless population, that is a good idea.
它的作用是拯救某些人。
And the purpose of that is to to help and save individuals.
只是现在这种做法可能会对更多的家庭带来伤害。
But the method that that you guys are going about it may be affecting even more families in the process.
这就是我想讲的。
That is all I have to say.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nico Magayan of Jennifer Street in support, to be followed by Xu Ling Chen.
Nico, you should have a prompt asking to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
1 second. Okay, so I'm glad you all have interpretation available for folks needing Mandarin or Spanish. I just want you all to also keep that same energy for folks who need visual access to these meetings as well, people who are deaf and hard of hearing, so that they can also meaningfully participate. So when the system is designed to work the way it does, you know, like clearing encampments, gentrifying our communities, murdering Tony Robinson, why do we even get surprised and are concerned when a shooting in a men's shelter happens or that houseless folks are seeking to meet basic needs at nearby profit centers? Yet our systemic logic that too many of us are colonized by prioritizes systems of domination, such as capitalism and patriarchy, to the point we don't even name what we're doing as dominating and subjugating poor people, particularly poor Black and Brown and Indigenous people and people without houses. We say to each other behind closed doors, and even so boldly communicate openly to people that, well, they don't work hard enough. They don't pull themselves up by their bootstraps. They're playing victim. They're lazy. They don't want to work. They like being poor. They don't even want to live in housing anyways. And we tried offering a feeding hand and they bit me. You know, this is stolen and occupied Indigenous Ho-Chunk land, and we have the nerve to act like we can just ignore our duty and responsibility to one another? While some of us are out here collecting stimulus checks and free COVID vaccines, benefiting off of the rare socially responsible exceptions to capitalist and corporatist logic, we're now second-guessing the development of a men's homeless shelter? Now, don't get me wrong. I think the notion that developing more shelters is a Band-Aid on a bullet wound, not to mention the fact that in the week before you all's elections, this proposed shelter, the passage or the blockage of it, is little more than a self-serving ploy to score political points while ghettoizing homelessness and trying to keep poverty as far away as possible from our communities by stashing it behind our beloved corporations and mediocre and dying shopping centers. The same mall where MPD brutalized Janelle Laird, and just a stone's throw from the homeless encampment at Rindall Park. So let me ask you all, for every rezoning ordinance we pass and for every market rate or luxury apartment we continue to build, how many tiny homes are we building and funding to balance all of that out? How many vacant apartments, especially all these newer ones you all have bent over backwards for, are we housing folks in? How many landlords are we holding accountable for their slumlord practices that also launch people into housing insecurity? So pass the men's shelter, yes, but get to work on what is your moral and civic obligation and duty to uproot these systems that criminalize poverty and that literally and figuratively murder our people. Rest in power, Tony Terrell and Kyla Robinson. I am so sorry that you all have to watch this dog whistling mediocrity from the heavens above us. I yield my time.
Our next registrant is Huling Chen of Zaire Road in opposition, to be followed by Alan Jeanette.
Hi, 你好。
Hello.
Hi, 大家好，我是 Shilin Chen。
Hi, everyone. I am Shilin Chen.
我是很反对说流浪的收容所开在我们这边。
I very much object to a homeless shelter being opened over by us.
因为我这边以前在这边工作的时候，有一些像我们在女生厕所的时候，有些就是流浪汉跑到女生厕所里面去。
It's because when I worked over here, there's been times where we've had homeless individuals come into the women's bathroom.
对呀、所以我以为说我的还好是我进去了，不是我的小孩什么进去。然后我问他说：“这是女士的厕所，为什么你们进来？”然后他就瞪了我一眼，然后就走掉了。
So yeah, at least it was a good thing that it was me and not one of my kids that walked in on this. And I told them, this is the women's bathroom. What are you doing in here? And all they did was give me kind of a dirty stare and walked out.
然后我是蛮害怕，其实我是很害怕。
And then honestly, I was pretty scared.
然后还有一次就是因为我是家庭在里面工作的，然后有时候我会带我的孩子在这边上班。
And then this other time, so actually it's my family that works there. Like, so sometimes when I'm working, I would bring my family with me, so my kids would be there too.
然后我们的停车场有时候都是停在那个超市的后面，是比较空旷的地方。
And then our cars, we would park it in the parking lot, but in the back, so it's kind of like a fairly just open area.
然后有一次，我们正在上车的时候，有一个人突然就是在我们后面出现了，然后我就跟他就跟我说，可不可以给我一点钱？然后我就很害怕。
And then one time, as we're getting into the car, suddenly somebody, this one person appeared behind us and asked us for money. And it was really scary.
对呀、因为现在只是平常的流浪汉就有这一些人了。如果把流浪汉中心建立在我们的附近，然后如果说像这样子的话。我们平常上下班，然后我们也住在这里附近，那样子我们的人身安全方面会有更大的威胁。
Yeah, and so and that was just before with instances with homeless individuals, and so if you open up a large homeless shelter nearby, and for us to be coming and going from work and also living in the area, we're feeling that our safety is threatened.
我希望市长和法官可以考虑我们的心声。谢谢。
So I would like the mayor and the president to consider our thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next tradition is Alan Jeanette of State Street in support, to be followed by Alexander Wilburn.
Yeah, there's no one by that name in the list. Alexandra's here.
Alexander Wilburn of East Gorham in support, to be followed by Mia Shao.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I am in support. Unfortunately, the services up until this point have gotten to a point where there are people in society where you have negative experiences with, which are some of these experiences that I'm hearing about that are then being pigeonholed to an entire community of people, which someone else mentioned that, have jobs and are good people, and good people also, are sick. I've served food to someone who I also saw smoke narcotics. Just because you may have a negative interaction with someone doesn't mean they don't deserve a place to sleep, and a place to sleep now. I really wish I could just replay what Nico just said. Very powerful. But we need not only the shelter, but we need services for people, helping people get jobs, The shelters now either serve lunch and dinner, or I quote of the person I called the other day, a light breakfast and a lunch. So you're experiencing people who don't have access to food. So not only do we need to provide shelter, we need to provide all forms of healthcare. We need to provide food. We need to help people get jobs, because that is a difficult process for someone with or without a shelter. So I really encourage you all to not only vote yes, but to continue to do more to help take care of people. Just because they may not vote for you doesn't mean that they do not deserve the absolute most. I encourage everyone who can hear this to tell the district attorney to reopen the case against Matt Kenny for murdering Tony Robinson. May he rest in peace. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you very much.
Our next registrant is Mia Shao of Crescent Oaks Drive, in opposition, to be followed by Tyson Vitale.
你好，我是要翻译。
你好，你说。
大家好，我是来自台湾 Street 的米娅。
不好意思，刚刚那个 ，sorry, it was a little cut out。能不能再重复一遍？刚刚这线路有点断断续续。
好，大家好，我是来自台湾 Street 的米娅。
Hi everyone, I'm from Taiwan Straits. My name is Mia.
首先我很同情这些无家可归的人，我也支持政府对这些人做出支援。
So first of all, I'd like to express my sympathy toward the homeless population, and I am also in support of the city in helping them.
但是如果把救助站建立在我们的附近，我很担心我自己和家人以及客人的安全。
But if this shelter is to be located near us, I am worried for the safety of myself, my family, and my customers.
在这之前，我们已经经历2次流浪汉在白天当着客人的面前就把小费桶抢走了。
Previously, we've had experienced 2 instances of homeless individuals in broad daylight in front of our customers steal our tip jars.
我们也有录像作为证据，我现在非常的害怕。
And we also have surveillance footage as evidence. So right now, I am very scared.
作为一个女孩，我很担心我在下班以后遇到他们会不会有危险的。
So as a woman, I am fearful of when I'm getting off of work, and if I happen to run across one of them, whether or not I would be in danger.
我希望政府在对这些人做出支援的情况之下，也希望政府可以考虑一下我们的安全问题。
So I hope that in the process of the city offering help to these people, that they would also consider our safety.
所以我反对，谢谢。
So I am in objection. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tyson Vitale of Stoughton Road, in support, to be followed by Marcia Flannery.
Hi, excuse me, I'm tired, kind of half asleep now. It's 12:09 a.m., so I'll be short. I support building a new homeless shelter because I'm not a dick. What about you, Alder Balde? Can you say the same? I also support Sherry's original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marcia Flannery of Lean Road, in opposition, to be followed by Julia Matthews.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm Marcia Flannery. Lean is my last name. It used to be my Lean Road used to be my grandpa's driveway. My great grandfather settled there in 1884. And we have Legacy House Imports, gift shop and tea room on Lean Road. I grew up there. I'm rooted there. I know the area. I'm here to register my opposition to converting the former Savers Big Box store into a homeless shelter for 250 to 400 men. My reasons are twofold. First, it is an inhumane approach to services for the homeless. By the way, my husband and we tried to help by buying $10 gift cards from Target and passing them out. And we decided it's better to contribute to services for the homeless rather than do that. But we did pass out many of those cards. Secondly, it will exacerbate the economic decline already present in that area. First, regarding the homeless, the area is already saturated. There's a tent city for the homeless at Rindell Park. The motels in the area are already designated for the homeless. Porchlight is located across the street from our business, and there are more homeless people camping in the brush around the area. People are on the medians of the streets in the area begging for money or needed items. The projected use of the building for 250 to 400 homeless men in a warehouse or cattle barn type environment is simply inhumane. It is more humane and safer, as you've heard many of the people from the global market saying that it's not safer for the community at large to house the homeless in smaller settings of 8 to 10 people throughout the city. I realize financially it might cost a little more, but it would be better. And also, many people have already said that the services for these people are downtown. And also, once again, I've noticed, I am aware of the east side, west side dichotomy, and you don't see any plans to build any homeless shelters in the West Town area. These men will not be able to stay in the facility during the day. Officials for the city have said these people will take the bus downtown during the day. That is simply not true. They don't do it now. They will instead congregate in East Town Mall or on the streets in the area as they do now, only in larger numbers. And I agree with many of the people that have said we're into gentrification downtown and west side and dumping on the east side. Secondly, the planning department has had meetings regarding the future development of the East Town Mall area. I have participated in those meetings and have been very pleased. The plan is to have retail, restaurant, office, and living areas in a walkable environment and outside amenities, while also improving the Starkweather Creek watershed. That's a very important factor that hasn't been mentioned at all. Adding more homeless to the area will sabotage this plan. In addition, East Town Mall has gone bankrupt. A potential developer who had planned to buy the JCPenney store has said he will pull out if this plan goes through. In summary, it would be better to leave the homeless men at the corner of First Street and Johnson Street as they are now because it is closer to downtown. And I understand $1 million was already spent to make the site workable. If it is too small,
that's time.
Other smaller, more humane sites can be opened.
Thank you. Our next registrant.
The other thing I want to say one more thing.
I'm sorry, your time is up, ma'am.
Needs to go in that building.
If we could move on to Julia Matthews, please, of Rutledge, in support, to be followed by Brian Benford.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I am strongly in support of this item for the men's shelter. How are we going to continue to delay supporting our most vulnerable community now by starting over with a new location or new research after all this work has gone in? With the recent controversy and the previous conversations that have already happened tonight, I think I have the perfect quote to tie everything together. My partner finally read a bound report from the public library this week after renewing it multiple times and shared the quote with me earlier this afternoon from More is Less, a case study of a city that may be growing too big for its citizens' good by the Capital Community Citizens, published in 1973 about Madison. And I quote, "Since continual growth is neither necessary nor inevitable, the communities should decide whether it will be worthwhile. We can continue to make heavy investments in growth, or we can take a new direction and invest in improving the quality of life in the existing community. Inherent in the second course is the danger that the more attractive the community becomes, the greater will be the tendency for enterprise to move here from less attractive places. Without controls on growth, steps taken to improve the quality of life may be swamped from the outside." So obviously, end quote. Obviously, the social political landscape of 1973 is very different from Madison today, and most of the analysis of this report has little relevance to our current needs and problems. Personally, I also think the first sentence was debatable but left it in for context. However, the sentiment of this quote seems shockingly relevant and brings an interesting perspective from the past. The city needs to hold strong to prioritize the quality of life of our existing population over the development of luxury buildings built for a hypothetical incoming populace of high earners. Developers should be fighting to work with the city for the privilege of high profit buildings, not making threats and demands to the city that result in harm. Also, all of the previous comments tonight of, interactions with homeless folks that were scary or seemed to cause a threat are already happening. And the way to build support and to build a healthy, thriving community is to get these people the support and a place to live that they need. And during the pandemic, advocating for smaller spaces isn't very practical when the unhoused population isn't going to have necessarily the same access to vaccinations that business owners or, people who have more of their daily needs being met are going to have. So I support this. I also support referring to the next meeting if necessary.
And that's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian Benford of East Washington Ave, and support to be followed by Jake Illing.
Thanks again, Mayor, and thanks again, Alders. And thank you, Julia. Julia's a future constituent of mine, and I really appreciate all her words. So without hyperbole, can we offer hope to those that are forgotten? Can we show that as a city we care for and value those that are most marginalized? Or are we just going to throw our hands in the air and give up because we can't find the perfect location? We can't build it on Mansion Hill. We can't build it in Shanks Corners in my district. So what I believe is we can. I believe that with partnering with the county and other stakeholders, we have an amazing opportunity to take concrete, deliberate steps in ensuring that all have the rights to reach their or our full potentials. That within the city of Madison, we insist that everybody is treated with dignity and respect. So please don't fear taking the courageous steps in purchasing this building. Don't prolong what has been needed for decades here in the city that we love. Please understand that your action tonight gives countless people suffering hope. Your actions also serve to give frontline advocates and activists affirmation that their work truly matters. Once again, thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jake Illing of Redfern Lane, in opposition to be followed by Sam Jiang.
No Jake, but Sam is here.
It's Sam Jiang of High Point Road in Middleton, in opposition representing Global Market and Food Hall, to be followed by Jesse Ransom.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Jiang, and I'm the Systems Manager at Global Market and Food Hall. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Firstly, I'd like to talk about the real people who this affects. Our food hall has independent small business owners that courageously put everything they had into a new business in the middle of COVID. Not only that, but many of our employees are service industry workers that lost their jobs because of the pandemic and have found a home for themselves here. The proposal to build a men's homeless shelter would, without doubt, negatively impact businesses in the area. I've heard other registrants claim that the fears and concerns of the small business owners and workers in this area are unfounded. And I'm here to tell you that no, they're not unfounded, and that's because those concerns are a reality they live every day. If you haven't personally lived that reality, I don't really think you have a right to tell others, especially young women, that their fears are exaggerated. The real lives and livelihoods of real people are the concern here, and completely disregarding those experiences is not taking a moral high ground. In addition to these personal experiences, there is a significant body of objective evidence that supports this. A 1999 study conducted by the Urban Institute concluded that disorderly conduct charges increased near facilities similar to the proposed shelter. And additionally, a University of Pennsylvania study on the effects of homeless shelters found that the presence of a shelter correlates to a property crime increase of 56%. Earlier tonight, we talked about Asian discrimination, but what pragmatic steps can we take to help real Asian members of our community and other minority business owners? For the owners of the restaurants in our food hall, they are fathers, mothers, brothers, sisters, families who courageously put everything they had into starting a new business in the middle of the pandemic. This affects their livelihood and their ability to care for their children. Many of our employees who lost their previous jobs because of COVID would have nowhere else to go. Building a homeless shelter at 2002 Zero Road is not only really inappropriate for the zoning and overall plan of the development in the area, there is every real possibility that it will have a significant negative economic impact. We can say that we as a city care about minorities, that we care about small business owners, but how will we actually protect them when it counts? I really implore all of you to think about the genuine effect this could have on minority families that work in the area. They've all struggled and worked hard to get where they are, and I sincerely hope that the city will have their backs. So thank you all for your attention, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jesse Ransom of Sweeney Drive in Middleton, in support, to be followed by Steve Books.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, this is the main thing I wanted to talk about. So I don't know who all knows me. I worked at Tellurian UCAN for about 6 years. From there, I moved on to Friends of the State Street Family. I did the Homeless Locker Project. I orchestrated the 34 tiny house build with about 1,000 other volunteers. We wanted to continue building. We just didn't have a place. We'd really like to keep going. Honestly, if you put the homeless shelter over on the east side, I don't think you're really going to have a problem. You're busting people over. I work with the homeless a lot. Honestly, so you're encountering a lot more families coming through, and families are getting separated. So like when I was younger, I ended up going to prison, and one of the main things was I was stealing cars, not for money, but for a place to stay, because I didn't have anywhere. My mom was staying in a women's shelter, and I ended up getting separated because I had just turned 18. The school district said they didn't want me. Operation Fresh Start said they didn't want me. Like, I wasn't bad enough then. I had nowhere to go, literally. Like, if you keep families together, that's the key. Like, people need to stay together. Like, they need to. Like, we've got an army of 1,000 people ready to build tiny houses for people right now. Like, I know you have shower carts on First Street. Like, you have shower vehicles. Like, I said something about that before. Like, shower carts, laundry carts. Like, you guys got them. You can set up a shower. You can set up a homeless shelter almost anywhere you wanted right now. Like, you guys have Carmenta. Like, let us put tiny houses at Carmenta. Like, we got 34 people off the street already. We can get another, 40 people off the street pretty easy by next year. We built 34 tiny houses in 60 days. I have 1,000 people. Let's do this. Let's work together. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Steve Books of Spruce Street, in support, to be followed by Leslie Coleman.
Hi, good morning. Hello, yes, City Madison Mayor, Madison Common Council. Yes, my name is Steve Books. I live in the Bay Creek neighborhood. I'm in support of this item number 63920, the property at 2002 Zaire Road for a homeless shelter. I guess I do feel for all the people making comments from the global market. Maybe they need more of a police presence, or need to know they can call 911 for help if there's various emergencies going on. It sounds like there's some citizenship issues going on out there. I have concerns about fellow citizens of Madison and Dane County who are homeless. Some of these homeless individuals happen to be homeless veterans. As a member of Madison Veterans for Peace, I support actions that help fellow veterans and others who need help as fellow Americans in a humanitarian way. What is wrong with us? As far as the property at 2002 Zaire Road, I did some reconnaissance out there. The facts are as such. The building is somewhat sitting on an island with independent access except from Zaire Road. The building is across the road from the inner road that circles East Town Mall. The back of the building faces the East Town Mall. The front of the building faces south and a little bit to the southeast. It's really an old Gander Mountain. Did people oppose Gander Mountain when that was built there? I wonder if there was any opposition then. The front of the building faces south, like I said, southeast. The residential area is far away, uphill, and across railroad tracks that separate the building area, and it's a great far space away. The backs of East Town Mall stores face the back of the property at 2002 Zaire Road. I agree with many commentators that spoke for the shelter, like Ed Kaharski, Adam Clemens wrote some articles, wrote a good write-up in your comments. The opposition to this proposal, it seems to be un-American to not support this. And I guess the owners of the property of the mall, the one letterhead said that the owners are from London, England, and then from Florida. Have they ever seen this property? I really don't know. Anyway, it seems like there's an overabundance of fear-mongering, and let's get this together and let's come together as neighbors over helping other people.
And that's time.
Let's put this fear factor away. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Leslie Coleman of Terrace Ave in Middleton, in opposition, to be followed by Thomas Settle.
No, Leslie. Thomas is here.
And Thomas Settle of Sarasota, Florida, neither supporting nor opposing, to be followed by Dana Pellborn.
Hi, everybody. My name is Tom Settle. I'm a partner with Paramount Development. We're the multi-family developers who are under contract on the JCPenney site, the 24 acres next to the homeless shelter, upon which we hope to develop luxury apartments. And I'll add as a footnote, since affordable housing has come up so many times this evening, that my partner and I and our companies have developed tens of thousands of affordable housing units, including recently 8 communities for homeless veterans. And before me spoke of homeless veterans. Personally, I volunteer weekly, pre-COVID, counseling mostly men at my local VA clinic domiciliary. Many of them were homeless, prior to having been admitted. There was an article on Madison.com last Saturday or Saturday prior, but its headline said, and I've seen others repeating this: developer threatens. And that just makes me cringe. I sat in on a Zoom meeting recently sponsored by the Alder Bidet, and it was not my intention to speak. There were a lot of the same East Town residents and business owners who spoke of the Greater East Town Area Plan and the economic casualties that the shelter would trigger. Many have cited, the developer of the $100 million project, who will pull out, who threatened. As the meeting wound up, I decided it was time, for us to be counted as one of those casualties, or forever hold our peace. I spoke not to threaten, but just to state our reality, not anybody else's. I'm not here to, throw all these red herrings at you and tell you we're for all these things. I will tell you that we're threatened. We are. What was that? Freudian slip. We've been working with the department stores and the owners of these regional malls all around the country on them. We're looking for opportunities that we might bring upscale rental housing, whose residents can afford those kind of rents and are reflective of those who would most likely support the mall area retailers. Many of those retailers are on, as you know, economic life support. Homelessness is not a one size fits all. Yes, there are the people, many who are down and out and just need a leg up. But there are also those who are mentally ill and have substance abuse issues. They don't all go to jobs every day. Some are going to hang out at the homeless centers until they're let back in. And I'm hearing now that you can find their camps. I've been to their camps. Invited in.
And that's time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dana Pelbron of Fitchburg, in support, to be followed by Bonnie Rowe.
Thank you, Mayor and Alders. My name is Dana Pelabon, and I'm the former Director of Housing and Operations of Porchlight. In 2019, I had the opportunity to visit the shelters in Minneapolis, who housed hundreds of people with city staff. What was most striking was the comparison to the shelter system in Madison. It was clear Madison had a lack of resources and humane facilities for our men experiencing homelessness. When we left that facility, we were all very excited at the possibilities of a purposely built shelter with wraparound services. A year later, those men were displaced from their shelter home due to the pandemic. Our residents experiencing homelessness have had to move 2 times to accommodate their needs and keep them safe. Now we are at a precipice, a seminal moment to give persons experiencing homelessness in Madison a safe, permanently sited shelter. However, in the ensuing conversation around this resolution, what has been most disappointing is a demonization of the guests currently using our shelter system. The complaints of, quote, people hanging around and their enjoyment of open public spaces, the assumption of criminality, the assumption that any criminal activity is perpetuated by unhoused persons, which is actually unfounded. The coded and openly racist language to describe the shelter guest, faux concern about children experiencing poverty. Our residents of Madison who are experiencing homelessness deserve better. The lack of permanent shelter is demoralizing. We have a duty to protect those most marginalized and most impacted by oppression here in Madison. That duty includes a safe place to sleep. NIMBYism and outdated beliefs, language surrounding persons experiencing homelessness should not yet again stall this process from moving forward. I charge all of you on the Common Council to follow through on your promises to serve all of the residents of the city of Madison, especially those most vulnerable. I also co-sign J.L. Curry's call for proper resources, and a shout out to Shady for noting that there are actually shelters in Madison in economically viable neighborhoods. So let's be real. The opposition is not about safety. It is about fear, it is about money, and it is about racism. Please support this resolution and move forward with the shelter. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registration is Bonnie Rowe of Somerset Lane, in opposition, to be followed by Justice Castaneda.
Good evening. Many people have said things better than I would, so I'll try not to repeat the points that others have made, but I do just want to say that just because someone opposes this ginormous shelter in a struggling area does not mean that they don't care about the needs of unhoused people. I'd like to thank Sam Jong for your wise words and the reminder that there are many voices and many lived experiences that weigh in here. I oppose this move because I don't think it's best for the men to house 200 plus in one big facility in an area that's already struggling. What will go on inside of this building, someone asked. Hopefully not what happened last Monday, where there was a shooting, multiple shots inside of a building full of people. One speaker acted like that is not a big deal, but it is. All those people in a building with trauma. I've heard concerns that there are no metal detectors, that guns on the premises are common, and that there is no real deterrent against weapons, drugs, and alcohol. I want these men to have a safe place to stay, to get back on their feet, and to receive the care and resources they need. But it seems to me, for so many reasons, it would be better to have smaller shelters in economically viable environments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Justice Castaneda of Dawes Street in support, representing Commonwealth Development, to be followed by Juliana Bennett.
All right, good evening. I just honestly want to just replay what Dana said. But anyway, I want to just speak in solidarity with the proposal, but also, listening to everybody and their reasons for opposing it. I really think that the answer to a lot of those concerns is actually this shelter. And I really think that a lot of them made a really compelling case tonight as to why we need this shelter. I also want to echo Ed Kaharski's points. The idea that the area is no longer developable is just not accurate. It's not true. And just as someone who manages and oversees a number of workforce programs, having shelter is going to increase the mileage on so many of these programs that exist. And I want to just say appreciation of all the folks who have been working on this search, community partners, the Homeless Service Consortium, and all of the city staff who have been doing this for a long time. I'm having a hard time with this part about it just coming to light recently. This has been going on for a long time with a lot of conversation and dialogue. And then lastly, just appreciation of all the city and the county and all the service providers who have been working to find supports for folks over the pandemic. I really appreciate everything you guys have put out here. I really urge the council to support this. And that's it for me. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Juliana Bennett of Johnson Street in support, to be followed by Kajwa Vaj.
Hi, I will just say I am in support of this. And I find the comments previously about whether or not these people are quote unquote dangerous, they're going to bring drugs and violence to our areas. And I just find that really problematic, especially, if you have a roof over your head and you're sitting in your, comfy apartment or house like I am. I'm sitting in my bed right now. That's really comfortable. And I don't think it's our place to be sitting out here talking about people without homes and just lumping them all into one experience. There's 850 people in Madison right now that are experiencing homelessness. And I think that's something that everyone needs to take into account and with all seriousness. And take that as we must provide these people's homes. This is one way in which we can do so. So I urge all of you to support this agenda item and really hold each other accountable to the rhetoric that we use, because it can be really harmful. And I find it kind of funny how we're like, oh, I just I don't want I want to help the homeless, but I just don't want them near me. That's kind of messed up when you think about it. So I find that really problematic. And homeless people are people, and I think that there's something to be said there. So in Madison, we should be supporting them in all the ways that we can. And one way we can do is if we support this agenda item. So thanks. I hope you have all, wait, I can't even think with my brain. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Congratulations to all the alders that will be leaving us. And stay in touch.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kajwa Vaj of Grandview Boulevard in support, to be followed by Ankita Bhardwaj.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't going to speak, but I I'm having a really hard time with all the Asian speakers tonight. You know, I totally understand people are suffering, especially the small Asian business owners, but I'm appalled by this fear mongering that's happening, this safety versus like automatically homeless people equal unsafety. Like, come on, this is ridiculous, especially knowing how many low-wage Asian workers are practically homeless, but living on top of each other in 1 or 2 bedrooms. Like, let's get real about something. Homelessness does not equal automatic crime. And that's appalling to me. The other piece is like, I'm an Asian American person, and I will be darned if this anti-Asian hate stuff is equated to a homeless shelter next to your business. Like, give me a break. I'm really upset about that. The other thing is, I think we cannot, like, I'm assuming the racial undertone of not feeling safe and whatever. I don't know. I'm all over the place. But the other thing that I heard somebody say was like they felt threatened. They felt unsafe because someone took their tip jar. I'm sorry, but that is not violence. And on top of that, the city has an obligation to make sure that Asian businesses, especially small Asian businesses, survive. And I think you can pour resources into, if people are truly unsafe, make them safe. It is the business owners' obligation to make their staff feel safe. It is also the city's obligation to pour into the homeless shelter. And I think people can coexist together. But what's really upsetting me about this whole thing is this racial undertone. I'm for my people's success, but not at the risk of being anti-Black. And so this undertone, and then this other thing about like safety and homelessness, like quit that. Stop that. Homeless people, poor people are not scary. They're not out there to harm you. Meet their basic needs and they won't have to beg for food. And if they come to your restaurant and they're asking for food, how is that unsafe? How is that threatening to you? Give them food. You know how our people are. So what is unsafe about that? So yes, the city should buy this property. The city should make it safe for both the residents. If anybody is unsafe, it's homeless people who are unsafe. And so the city should pour into this homeless shelter. I don't care where it is. Actually, every vacant property in the city of Madison should be a shelter for people who don't have home. And so this place, yeah.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ankita Bahardwaj of Langdon Street in support, to be followed by Ryan Harkoff.
So I'm not going to do 2 things tonight. What I'm not going to do is invalidate the experiences of Asian women and our assault and stealing of our, that is Asian women's property that we have access to because we had to be 10 times better than white folks. Didn't you all praise the city for anti-Asian hate resolution earlier tonight? When I said our oppression and its worth in your eyes is conditional, that's exactly what I meant. Stop this. I said our oppression is always wrong time, wrong place, and wrong manner. You are literally exemplifying that right now. Stop this. I use the pronoun us and we because I am Asian. What I'm also not going to do tonight is tell y'all that homeless folks don't deserve a roof over our head. I use the pronoun our here because I am currently homeless. We are all here attacking each other, and that is short-sighted as hell. The problem is not me or you. The problem is white supremacy that allows folks like me to be housing insecure. The real culprit is capitalism that allows you to feel like folks like me are a threat. The problem is the bourgeoisie pitting us against each other while we come up with half-assed solutions to combat a problem that should never be my problem or your problem because no one deserves homelessness. I deserve housing just as much as you do. And given the amount of work I do for the city for free, which shouldn't be a qualifier, but homeless folks still contribute to the society for free all the time. Yes, we are not useless. People like me deserve housing too, because homelessness is a racial issue. It is an economic justice issue, environmental issue, and yes, an immigration issue as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ryan Hartkopf in support of Raymond Road, to be followed by Matthew Mitnick.
I'm in support of the new men's shelter. I think it's important to continue stressing, as so many have said, that the issues that we have in our city related to homelessness can be relieved and even solved by the creation of a shelter and more resources. Creating a shelter will not magically increase the number of homeless people in the city. Rather, it will cause those numbers to go down. I've heard folks talk about how there are already homeless folks in the area, in Rindall Park, in the hotels. The shelter will reduce the number of folks in those areas and give them better access to essential services. I've been involved in the building of tiny houses in Madison and worked side by side with homeless folks who are building their homes with their own hands. They are hardworking people who just need a break. I'm also an admin of a Facebook group called COVID-19 Mutual Aid Madison that allows folks to request funds to pay their bills from community members. And what that work has exposed me to is just how close people are to being homeless. It's incredible how many people are just a couple $100 away from being kicked out by their landlord and living in their car. A study by Charles Schwab recently found that 59% of Americans are one paycheck away from being homeless. 59% of Americans are one paycheck away from being homeless. On the flip side, that means that homeless people are one paycheck away from being housed, maybe two if you count security deposit. I'm going to put it in the language of capitalism. For the business owners in the area, when the shelter is full, you will have 250 to 400 potential employees living in your area. You have a pool of individuals who are ready to work. And when people work, people pay. These are potential customers. These are clients. It could be you. You could be living in a tent someday in Madison and have no place to lay your head. To all of those who live in the area of Easttown Mall and have lived there for decades, I'm so glad that you have a warm place to lay your head, somewhere where you can lock your doors and sleep at night, knowing that nobody is going to steal your only pair of shoes or kick you in the head or pour a drink on you. I ask that you find it somewhere deep in your heart to give the same dignity to your neighbors. Many of you said that you feel for these people and you have their best interests at heart. Actions speak louder than words. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last registrant wishing to speak is Matthew Mitnick of Brook Street in support.
Hello, everyone. I'm in support of this proposal, and I feel like there's not a ton for me to add from what was already said. I will just say it's completely irresponsible to play political games. And I think that a lot of those who are opposed to this would be opposed to the men's shelter no matter where it goes. And I think that just begs a question that if we actually care about our most vulnerable members of this community, especially during a global pandemic, then if we have an available site and if we have the ability to finance it, we just need to do it. And I will say, as was stated, I live on Brook Street, which is right next door to Porchlight, and I have never once had an issue with the residents there. I've actually had great conversations just on the street, in Walgreens, and just around the area with those residents. And I also want to, again, reiterate, never once have had an issue. And I do believe Porchlight also does provide emergency overnight shelters for male identified individuals over the age of 18. So a lot of the concerns you're hearing tonight from people in the area of this location who are concerned, well, I just want to say I live right next door to a very similar situation. There are differences, I understand, and I've not had issues. And I think it's all based on irrational fear and is ultimately grounded upon elitism, white supremacy, and capitalism. So I urge you to support this proposal, do what's right. And if you vote no, I mean, it really speaks volumes as to your character. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I hit refresh and we have one more registrant wishing to speak, Yannette Cole of Milford Road, in support.
You should have a prompt asking to unmute.
Hello, guys. Good night. I wasn't going to speak at all tonight, so that's why I'm here at the last minute, but I am just a little bit disturbed and disgusted to hear how people in this council have actually managed to manipulate marginalized communities to come in opposition against another group of marginalized communities just for political gain. I mean, I just don't understand how is that, how people, how do you manage to do that? How can you live with yourself doing such a maneuvers? It's just really disturbing. So I cannot add anything more than what the last few speakers have said and many more before them. We need a shelter in Madison. This is something that has been we've been requesting this for years. I don't understand why people are saying that they never heard of this. It just speaks to their own people living on their own bubbles, I guess. I don't know. But the need is here. The need is now. We have a place. Let's take advantage of it. Let's use it. I know I don't care if you move this to the next council. It doesn't matter, whatever. But take the vote today or have it in a few weeks. But just the idea that a couple of people or a few people on the council actually just get out of the way to pin people against each other, people that actually are to play on their fears, is really disgusting. So I wasn't going to speak, but I just had to get it out of my chest. It's just disturbing. And I feel like I'm in some, I don't know, in a twilight zone listening to some of the speakers tonight. So I'm a strong supporter of the shelter. People, we all have dignity, including people that don't have housing. And it is a huge issue that we're having. The pandemic now with the COVID-19, we're going to have even more people on the streets. Let's take care of the people that need us now. Let's have a shelter. Let's get going. Let's give them the resources that they need in order to move on into housing. Thank you for taking my comments at the last minute. Good night.
Thank you. That, I believe, is the last of the folks wishing to speak. There are a number of people who registered as available to answer questions. I'm not sure if any of them are actually here with us. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Balde.
Mayor, I have questions, but honestly, it's too late. So I don't know if the equitable is that this will be referred. If that is the case, obviously, I think we should respect each other's time and do that. Otherwise, I have tons of questions for some of the people who registered. So I don't know if I just go and ask those questions and things unfold as we go or not.
Alder, it's entirely up to you. We don't have a motion on the table at this point in time. Okay. I can't speculate how the council will vote.
All right. Okay, so I have a question for Susan, if she's still on.
Susan Smith?
Yes.
She is still here.
All right. So, Susan, during your testimony, you did say you went to Minnesota and visited a homeless shelter. Can you speak to the capacity of that homeless shelter?
Alder, we're, I think, working on getting her unmuted.
You should have a prompt to unmute. I'm not sure she's at her device.
Okay, so she also mentioned that Jim O'Keefe was with her. So if Jim is okay with answering the question, I would think it's the same. But
Alder, let's see if there are other questions for registrants, and then we will move to staff.
So I also have a question for Steve Miller, if he is on.
I don't see Steve Miller.
All right, then let's go to whatever is next.
All right, thank you, Alder. Before we move on to what's next. I do want to just take a moment and offer my very sincere thanks, and I hope the thanks of the entire council, to the interpreters that joined us tonight for their service. Very much appreciate you being here with us, and thank you again for the work that you've done tonight. All right, President Carter, would you like to get a motion on the floor, and then we'll go to staff? You're muted, President Carter.
I move adoption.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt. We'll go to staff now. Alder Furman, questions?
Sorry to interrupt, Mayor. Steve Miller is on the phone now.
Thank you. Is there, well, okay, one thing at a time here. Alder Furman, do you have questions for staff?
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion after questions for staff.
Okay, thank you. I know Alder Balde has questions for staff. Is there any objection to going back to a question for Steve Miller? Seeing no objection, go ahead, Alder Balde.
So Steve, my question was gonna be, during your testimony, you referenced inhuman treatment of homeless people at this location if it was to go through. What do you mean by that?
Steve, *6 to unmute. Well, that didn't work. Steve, *6 to unmute. You're on the phone.
I mean, we can move forward, honestly, so don't worry about it.
Yep.
All right. We'll then go to staff. We had, I think, planned for staff to give a brief overview at this point in time. Is that still desired? Seeing Alder Balde?
Mayor, I would say if there's going to be a referral motion that we don't really spend time with staff, because then they'll do this again one more time if that passes. If it doesn't pass, then I think we can go to staff. But honestly, it's too late, at least in my opinion. So if somebody is thinking of making a motion to refer, I would say let's not, I mean, it may not be a waste of time. I don't know what's the right word, but not waste staff time. That would be my position. But thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I'm not seeing a request from another Alder for that presentation, so we'll go to questions. Alder Balde, did you have a question for staff? Alder, you muted yourself again.
Like I said, I don't want to waste staff time. So if somebody's going to make a motion to refer, it should happen now, and then let staff go to sleep, and then we do this another time. If that is not going to happen, then let's debate it and then give it an up and down vote. So that's my position right now. I have tons of questions, but I don't want to waste people's time.
Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you. I have a question of staff, and I don't know who can answer that. My question is renovating the current shelter at First Street. What was the cost of that, and what did that renovation entail?
Mr. O'Keefe.
Alder McKinney, I believe that number was in the $300,000 range. It was undertaken by city engineering staff, and it entailed upgrading lighting, obviously putting in accommodations for bathrooms and showers. And of course the beds and making space for common areas for eating areas. It was not a substantial renovation. There would have been some wiring work that would have needed to be done, but not a substantial renovation.
As a follow-up question, I meant to go by there myself. yesterday. But as a follow-up question, with that $300,000, was that a full, because I've been inside of that building, was half of the area renovated? Was the entire space renovated? What portion of that space was actually renovated for the shelter accommodation?
Virtually the entire space was renovated, including making indoor space for intake, a function that normally occurred outdoors. So providing good indoor space to do intake and COVID-19 screening and so on. And then they haven't needed the entire space for beds, but it's available and ready to go in the event that they do. So virtually the entire space.
Okay, and final question, what's the average number of men who are housed there?
They have been experiencing about, since they've been there to the current date, about 110 men per night. They've reached a high of 130, and the numbers have dropped a little bit over the last week or so, but they continue to be in that 90 to 95 range currently at the low level, and they've averaged over the time they've been there about 110.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Alder.
Mayor,
Alder.
I do have I do have a response to Alder Balday's question.
Go ahead, Jim.
He had asked about the capacity at the facility that we all toured in the Twin Cities, and it was actually a comparably sized facility. It had about 170 shelter beds and about 80 what we refer to as pay-to-stay beds. So the difference being that that those can be reserved from one night to the next, and are made available at a nominal charge to men. So in aggregate, about 250 people could be served at that facility.
Thank you, Jim. Alder Furman.
I put my hand up, make my motion. I see Alder Balday put his hand up again. I don't know if he wants to ask a question before I do that.
Alder Balday, did you wish to ask a question of staff?
Yeah, so like I said, I have tons of questions. I'll just ask them and then we can take it from there if I have the floor now.
Alder, you do. I believe that Alder Furman will make a motion after we settle questions for staff. So if you wish to, slightly out of order, but if your desire is to take up that motion first and see where it goes, we can do that.
I'll ask my questions now then.
Right, go ahead, Alder.
So Jim, can you speak to how many locations you look at for a shelter since the failure of the location that you first identified in my district on Eastern Boulevard? How many other places did you look at?
Alder Balday, the city real estate staff had identified about 20 locations that were scattered really in all parts of the city. Some on the east side, some on the west side, a few more centrally located. A number of those fell away because there were complications about the timing at which they might be available. There were flaws in some of them that elevated others to the top. We actively pursued about 3 to 5 properties, including the one that we were coming to the council for authorization to acquire, and as you know, had that sold out from under us. So I believe that there was one other subsequent to that property. There was one other that was seriously considered before we turned our attention to the Zaire Road property.
So when you say timing, is it that they are not empty, available for sale now, or the renovation of them will take much longer than it will take at this location?
It was primarily that they would not be available in a timely manner.
So they were not for sale then?
They were for sale, but in some instances they wouldn't be available, wouldn't be vacated for an extended or a longer period of time.
Okay, so they were not vacant then?
Correct.
Okay. Did you work with any private realtor in looking for this, or you just use the city resources, the city real estate office?
It was city real estate that led the search, and I do not know, Alder Balde, if real estate staff consulted with other private parties. They may have.
Do you know if Dan is on? I'm sure he should be able to answer that question if they did.
Alder Matt Wachter is here.
Okay, Matt.
Yeah, so city real estate staff have access to the same commercial databases of properties listed for sale. So along the way, we didn't engage a broker where we would hire them, but we had conversations with multiple brokers, multiple real estate attorneys who were in the field to discuss what was available on the market.
So did they finally help you identify this current location that you are trying to buy or no?
Not this location, no.
So Jim, when do you think full service will be available at this location if this was to pass?
Well, Alder Balde, that will hinge on decisions that the Common Council and the County Board will make. But we believe that we know that resources for many of the kinds of services that we're talking about, help with housing navigation, case management services, employment services, primary health, behavioral health, addiction recovery resources. Those are all available in our community, and it's a matter of accessing them and coordinating their use. We've focused first and foremost on preparing a site for the primary use, the overnight shelter use, mostly because we're on borrowed time at the location that we're currently in, and so that has been the first focus of attention. But those of us who have been at this for a while understand if this is going to be a successful operation that it needs to come with the full array of services on site, and so that work will probably be underway simultaneous with the work to renovate the property for its overnight shelter use. So I can't give you a very specific time, but these are really part and parcel of the same shelter facility that we're trying to achieve.
So the short answer is basically we don't know yet. I think that speaks to the planning of this place. So the other thing is, do you know the status of the daycare center at the Old Menards building?
I do. So there is a proposal to co-locate a childcare center with a training facility that would be used by a trade group, construction trade group, specifically the plumbers. The work to ready the property for the training facility is just getting underway. And I spoke just in the last couple of weeks with the executive director of the childcare facility. They are about to undertake a capital campaign to raise the funds that they need to set up that facility. That is a facility that we anticipate supporting financially. The city does. We're currently supporting them in a temporary location, but it is their hope that they can raise the funds that they need to ready the property for their intended use. And they are targeting an opening date very close to the time that we are projecting, that being October of 2022. And I will say that Alder Balde, in my conversation with Abby Cruz, the director of the Playing Field, the nonprofit organization that we're talking about, she has expressed much less concern about the prospect of a men's shelter on Zaire Road than others that you've heard from tonight.
Yeah, so I spoke to them today. I mean, I would say yesterday now, but I don't know if this is going to be you or the attorney to speak about the covenant or the law around. I mean, the law around the proximity of daycare centers to some people with certain convictions.
So I don't know if Marcy Paulson is on line yet. I can tell you what I have learned. There's been mention of a 1,500-foot limitation that sexual offenders are not allowed within 1,500 feet of a child care center. I have looked into that. I've also spoken with officials at the Wisconsin Department of Corrections. That provision applies to a very small subset of sexual offenders, known as sexually violent persons. And it speaks to that 1,500 limit applying to where the Department of Corrections is allowed to place a person who meets that definition of sexually violent person upon their release and when they're under the control of the department. And they've made very clear that they would not place such a person in a homeless shelter. And when we're talking about offenders who have been released, who've done their time and have been released, but may still be under the jurisdiction of the Department of Corrections, that they pay very close attention to where persons will live and what is in the area around them. So, Alder Balde, we're not talking with a shelter. We're not talking about a place where homeless men will live. Mm-hmm. We're talking about a place where they will be able to find temporary refuge, mm-hmm. and a place where they can get the help to address the issues that have led to housing insecurity. So this isn't a residence. It's a temporary shelter.
Okay, but the law reference does not reference whether it's a homeless. Have you looked at other places where, because of its proximity to daycare, that you didn't proceed with those places?
We last summer, when we were looking at an alternative site on the city's west side, that was within about a quarter mile or so of a daycare center. We did make inquiries. Coral Manning, a former colleague, looked into that and spoke with her colleagues at the Department of the State Department of children and or family services, and there is not there is not a statutory requirement that speaks to those kinds of limitations. Is what we learned then.
So since you identified this place, obviously there's been a lot of conversation with business owners and, potential business. Have any one of them reach out to you and say anything about the shelter?
Well, Alder Balde, I have, like you, I have listened to hours and hours of public comment. I've received a good number of written inquiries. We are scheduled, several of us are scheduled to meet. I don't know the precise date, but we are scheduled to meet with business owners at the global market. So to date, that's been the extent of our conversations with business owners or property owners or residents.
Are you aware of the two businesses, or at least one of them that was referenced during the testimony that was also on the newspapers about $100 million investment around this area? Are you aware of them, or can Heather speak to that?
I read an account of a luxury apartment developer having concerns or expressing concerns. I've not had contact with them, and I'm not familiar with them otherwise.
Okay. So also the fact that there is no plan B, if this fails, that means we put our hands down and we are not going to do anything to find a shelter for men, homeless men?
No, no, of course not. What it means, Alder Balde, is that there is not a next up property. There is not an alternative to Zaire Road, and that means that we start over. We restart the search. Maybe we find a property next week. Maybe we look for 6 months and don't find anything. We don't know, but we would begin the search again, renew the search.
So how did you choose the public market as a location for the temporal men's shelter?
Well,
the old garage is not the public market yet.
We chose the just vacated fleet services facility, and we did that, Alder Balde, because we were nearing the end of the year. We had capacity at Warner Park to accommodate about 125 men. There were another approximately 140 men being temporarily sheltered in local hotels, vulnerable population hotels. And those hotels were being, and those people being supported at them were being supported financially with money that had come to the community from the federal government through the CARES Act. And we became alarmed as the year went on, and Congress failed to supplement those funds. And so we needed to prepare for the possibility that those hotels could be closed and we would be dealing with a larger population. The fleet facility provided ample space to increase our capacity, and because it was city owned and it was vacant, we took advantage of that.
So can you also speak to the Eastern Boulevard location that you found, where it was located, and if the old deposit myself was in support or against?
Well, so you're talking about the former Playhaven child care center that had closed. And there was an adjacent property nearby. It's really on the other side of the East Town Mall. And we did talk to you about that, that particular location, Alder Balde, and you had indicated that you would support it.
Yeah, not only did I indicate, but I make a press release on that. So yes, but the other question is maybe for Matt. I have, so at the current homeless shelter location on Faith Street, I know it is IMARC for the public market, but I want to know what is the investment, the city investment around that building for the current homeless occupants, but also in preparation for the public market.
Alder, I think Matt Mikolajewski is here and can answer your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Jim indicated earlier that the city spent about $300,000 to make that space available for the temporary men's shelter this winter. Some of that work involved a significant cleaning of the facility, given that was a previous fleet facility. And that's work that frankly would have had to have been done for the public market. So some of that work can easily be transferred over to the public market project. In terms of the amount of money that the city's invested in that building for the public market, to date, it's been approximately $1 million. And that has included the business planning, market studies, all the architectural plans, and the construction document preparation.
So the $1 million is invested on this particular location, or it is invested on the public market idea?
Most of that is for this particular location. The architectural drawings, the construction documents are specific to this building. And likewise, the business plan and the market study that's been done is also specific to this building.
So it's just the architectural design. It's not this particular location. You've not bought this place. You've not invested money to develop it for the public market. That's what I'm asking.
No, that architectural work and those construction documents are specific to this building, the Fleet Services building, the former Fleet Services building.
Okay. So what is the projected investment from the city at this location?
Well, assuming the public market goes forward, there's an additional $7 million that would be used for construction. So our total investment in the public market project would be about $8 million.
Okay. And this is coming from TIF, or this is outside of the TIF investment?
About $7 million is from TIF, and about $1 million is from a repayment from an old HUD program referred to as UDAG that the city received about 6 years ago. So it was an infusion of cash that the city received, and most of the funding that's gone to the architecture and construction documents came out of that old UDAG funding that we received about 6 years ago.
All right, thank you. So, Jim, I have another question for you. Would you agree that as a result of this engagement, proposing this shelter here, particularly at the meeting that we organized at the community here, the business and other people who attended the meeting, that you've learned a lot of things that need to happen around any homeless shelter, whether it is this one or another one or another location?
Well, I've been part of a group that has been focused on a replacement shelter for years, and during that time, there have been any number of activities that we've engaged in that I think that has increased our knowledge. That's given us insight into best practices, if you will. approaches that have worked in other places. So we've gotten input from many different sources and including some of those during the course of considering this particular site.
Mm-hmm. And would you say one of those inputs is the size of the people that we want to put at one location?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
So would you say one of the things that you take away from this thing is that housing 250 people to more is one thing that is important that we assess before we proceed with, or it is not a lesson learned for you? You don't think that has any merits or demerits?
Elder Balde, I don't perceive us to be dramatically increasing the number of men that we have been serving in shelters in Madison. Mm-hmm. And where we are, I think where we are wanting to make a bit more room is to achieve a goal that we have to make this shelter more accessible and more welcoming than we have been able to in previous venues, mostly owing to the limitations of the physical space. We want and some policies that have been put in place, for example, a 90-day limit on the number of nights that a shelter could be used in a 12-month period. We want to make this a shelter that is attractive to those who need it, mm-hmm. so that they don't perceive or view sleeping outdoors in parks or on the street as a better alternative to using shelter. So we think that there are things that we can do with the design of shelters, mm-hmm. With the nature of the services that are available at those shelters, with the policies that are used to operate those shelters that can make them very successful for those who use them, and very successful for the surrounding neighbors and businesses.
So if a referral motion was to be made and be successful, obviously that means a delay on your timeline. Can you speak to the impact of that?
Well, Alder Balde, the acquisition of the property is just the beginning of this process. There is a lot of work that needs to happen. We need to make final decisions on the scope of services that we will offer. We'll be doing all of these things in partnership with our county colleagues. We'll need to select an operator, so we'll need to undertake a process to select an operator. We're in the midst of a process right now to select an architectural and design consultant. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of work that will need to be done to undertake the design work. Mm-hmm. We'll need to bid this out through our public works process to select a construction contractor. So all of those things take time, and delaying the first step, the acquisition of the property, just pushes everything else back.
So, but in essence, my understanding is that even if this is referred, that will not stop you from doing some work in terms of design and all this other stuff. It has nothing to do with it. You're just, or once it is referred, then it's full stop. Nothing is going to happen until when it is finalized, if it is voted on. Is that true or no? Or that even if it is referred, you still can do some other important work. Is that true?
There's certainly work that can be done if it's referred, but in terms of design work, which is an important part, many of these activities can take place simultaneously, so they're not necessarily sequential. But it is important to you have to have the design work done before you can think about construction, and so you can't undertake much meaningful design work unless you know what building you're designing on or for. So I think that's really the hitch. It's the design work that leads to the construction bidding. That would be delayed, along with any delay, any referral that might happen.
So then you rather this not be referred? Is that what you are saying or no?
I'm sorry?
So you rather this not be referred? Is that what you are saying or no?
I want policymakers to be comfortable with the decision that they need to make. If that means that you need more time to make that decision, I think you need to take that time. But you need to understand that that delaying this decision is going to delay ultimately the point in time when the facility will be open.
Okay, thank you, Jim. So I have one more question for the city attorney's office, and that has to do with the covenant of this place. Can you speak to that? I think I've sent you an email on this. I don't know if attorney is on, or Jim, you know almost all this stuff, so you probably can speak to it.
I'd really defer that.
I think Heather, Ms. Stouter is here.
Sure, Alder Balde, I can speak to that to some extent. So there are design covenants in this part of the city. We have many examples of this throughout the city. The American Center is one, another one in your district. These design covenants were created back in the late 1980s. And we have a city appointee and 2 appointees of the Zaire family who sit on a design review committee. And they have an opportunity to review new buildings and also alterations to existing buildings in this area. As planning staff, we've taken a look at those covenants and feel that they're, they were created back in the 80s. They're not very specific, and they're probably less of a high bar than our basic zoning requirements today. And so that said, for exterior changes on this site at some point in the future, that design review board will need to review the designs being proposed.
Well, thank you. So while I have you, then I'll ask you about the businesses around this area. I know I've sent you an email, you responded, but there are 2 areas that we are not part of the response that I get. So can you speak to the business that is proposed to come between Zia Road and Lynn Road at that intersection closer to the retirement home, and then the one behind CS?
I'm not sure. The first one that you've mentioned here, I'm not familiar with a business being proposed in the first area that you mentioned. The second one you mentioned, are you talking about the development company who had a representative here this evening?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. I have not met with them, nor have I seen a concept from that development firm, but I know they've met with colleagues of mine, Kevin Furco in the planning division and others. There's no formal development that has been proposed at this time. I believe they had met with planning staff to discuss it. As you know, there's a planning process in progress right now in the greater Easttown area that's going to be completed hopefully late this year. But yes, we have no formal development proposal that's been submitted to the city at this point.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Alder Wahilehi.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, especially the city staff, for putting all this together and finding this visionary solution, but for our vulnerable homelessness. And also, I want to thank everyone who called in tonight, either opposing or supporting the project. We have responsibility as the city to be more fiscal responsible. And for me, what I'm hearing is so many impact about the project in terms of economic impact, proximity to services, overcrowding, lack of specific programs or budget for the shelter, but also when we have project or programs, if we don't have the operation budget, we are planning to fail. So with that, I have a couple of questions for Jim, which is what has been the learned experience from the current First Street shelter? I'm sure, we have done assessment, we have done data analysis in order to craft specific and sustainable program for this homelessness. We are not going, this is a big mega project and we cannot just, dump them in big warehouse. It's inhumane. And I'm just curious as what kind of program specifically in this shelter we have crafted for those individuals so that they can call this place home instead of just displacing them. So anyone can answer to that question. And, I would like to see the learned experience, but also the data that we are learning from this current homeless shelter, temporary at First Street. Thank you.
So Alder, the First Street operation is not a full service shelter like what we hope to achieve ultimately, nor was Warner Park a full service shelter. They were both temporary replacements for the shelter operations that had operated out of the basement of Grace Episcopal Church, as you've heard, for over 35 years. But I think what we have learned from both Warner Park and First Street is that if we have the physical space that can provide safe and much more humane and dignified space for its users, and if we have properly resourced staffing, albeit now we've been limited really to just the shelter operation, not the support services. These operations can work quite well, and they have. I think if you were to, and I know that Porchlight has done some of this, if you were to survey users, both anecdotally and maybe more formally, I think there is a general satisfaction with the conditions at either of those two locations as opposed to the church. But what will be different, what will have to be different about a permanent shelter is that it will provide not only a safe and humane and dignified shelter for or space for overnight shelter, but it will also provide those support services, help with finding housing, help with employment searches, help with primary healthcare needs and behavioral healthcare needs, help with the kinds of challenges that these men face that are keeping them from being stably housed. That's what's going to make a difference at a permanent shelter, as we envision it, that we just have not been able to do, certainly at Grace Episcopal Church or either of the two temporary shelters. So I don't know if that's responsive to your to your question, but that's what I'd offer.
Yeah, I think so. But what I'm more interested is, when we are dealing with the homeless population, it's not one size fits all. Each and every one of them have different needs. There are, some who just need like maybe a day, service, and they can go back and find homes and, jobs. And there are some who are really need more services in terms of mental health, in terms of, addiction support and all that. So what I'm looking at is, as a city investing in this huge mega investment in the city and not having a specific plan, we're just planning to fail. That's my only concern. And, having a short Band-Aid solution is not something that we can be able to move forward with this. So I'm just curious, as, we have served so many homeless populations so many times, and I'm just curious where I can find the data in terms of the impact the city is having on those populations, so that when we have the location ready, we can say this is working and these are the best practices in terms of our city, but also from other cities.
Alder, I believe that Lynette Rhodes wants to respond to your question.
Thank you.
Hello. So I just wanted to add, as Jim had said, we have been working since 2008 and to get input, especially from the shelter providers. So I just kind of wanted to explain a little bit of input that we already have. So we are not starting from scratch with some of this input that we've been collecting. So, in 2008, the Homeless Services Consortium, who the city and the county partner very closely with, have a shelter providers committee. And so through information from them, we were able to create a kind of a shelter study guide. And that was really the input from the operation side, from our community partners, of what they think will be needed. In addition to that, over the last couple of years, through the city's County Homeless Issues Committee, we do listening sessions. So we use that as an opportunity as well to hear feedback from people who are experiencing homeless right now, what their needs are. So this is where, even before the pandemic, we were hearing from a lot of people that the conditions that we currently had were not adequate and a purpose-built shelter was needed. As we have been exploring this new site, we have been working with Porchlight and are already surveying the men who are currently using the shelter to start collecting even more of that input. So asking that question that I think someone asked during public comment of, will individuals that are currently using the shelter even want to go out there? We've gotten over a 90% response rate, at least right now, of people saying, absolutely, I'm going to use the shelter. We are getting input of what they think the service needs would be if we have expanded space. And then the only other thing I'll add in these conversations is our community partners now, even with First Street, having this opportunity to have, this is our first time to have actually this more space to provide these services for the individuals. Except for with COVID, we still have to have the men leave in the morning so we can get in there and clean all of those surfaces. But we do have community partners now asking us, how can we collaborate? How can we help? I think this is one of the things that, yes, the city, Dane County, other philanthropy arms are going to have to come together and really talk about that budget. But for the support services, the community is there and they are saying, we know that this is what we need. We need 24/7 shelter that's purpose-built.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas.
Thank you. Lynette, if you can also share those survey email to all alders, that will be really great. I will deeply appreciate that. Jim, there are a series of questions I have, but I will not like to take a lot of your time because we're probably going to see you again in a month. But when you will come back, I really want to make sure we really discuss about services and connectivity and transportation. And I want to bring a few questions in front of you and want to hear when you come back. And one is about Alcoholic Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous services, which are scattered all around the city of Madison. I would really like to know how this shelter is going to connect with those services, how people are going to take transportation, what city is going to play a role in short term, I know there's a long-term vision also on the agenda, right? But I would like to know how it's going to happen in the short term, how it's going to happen in the long term. So that's the first one. And then the second question is around, how this location is connected with this Savers Shelter location is connected with Journey Mental Health, which is near Veldran and Whitney Way. And also want to know regarding drug treatment facility, which is on Veldran and also at the Gaiman Road. So I will really curious to know how this is going to connect with those facilities moving forward. And either city is going to pay for the transportation, either people are going to take it, because I'm really curious about connectivity of this. And I have also concerns, and these questions are coming through those concerns. So that's the second one. And you don't need to answer those right now. I'm just putting it out. So when next time, I think it's important to address all of those. Then another question is about, methadone clinics and how they're going to connect with those clinics and where exactly I would like to know those clinics are and how you guys going to connect them to those clinics and services. So these are the three questions. Now I have a question for Matt Wachter. Matt, thank you very much. Really appreciate everybody for here. Matt, we briefly discussed, offline about a location within a District 12, we discussed about Hooper Corporation, and I know as an alder, I'm aware that they are getting their new facility in DeForest. And previously, some other development group offered them some price, they rejected. And just for the reference, people who are listening on this meeting, Hooper is right in District 12, very close to First Street. It's on Pennsylvania Avenue, Packers Avenue. And the facility, the back side of the facility have a railway road yard, and the front side have 3 lanes, highway, and then Demeter Park of 100 acre, and then have a quick trip. So there is no school, no housing around it, no daycare. It's still on BRT, still connected, and it ticks all the boxes of a shelter regarding connectivity and being close to downtown and the city. So I'm really curious, Matt, if it's possible for us as a city to look at that location, and I want to hear your thoughts now, and also to see St. John Evans or somebody from engineering and see if those warehouses make any sense or not. And if in future there's a possibility for us to also see that also a possible location if moving forward. So if you can address that would be great.
So that corridor was one of the areas that we definitely looked at because it, like you said, it checks a lot of the boxes. The transportation connections are, meet that sort of 7-day a week requirement that we looked at. So it's definitely possible that we can, if we need to look at a plan B, that would be definitely on the list. We've been talking to Hooper throughout their entire transition as they plan to move out, and they were actively involved with the especially area plan because their sites are possible redevelopment sites, and some of them though would stay likely as warehouse type uses, and there's a lot of flexibility there.
So, Matt, is it possible when we have a motion on the floor regarding May 4th? I'm not sure all referment's motion, but I'm just assuming the date, May 4th, because that's the date I heard before. Is it possible for you to bring more information about Hooper and give report to council about where we are, if there's any possibility?
We can certainly call them and engage with them, yes.
That will be really great when we have that to also have that property also, and at least council get information on that. So I appreciate that. No more further question. Thank you.
Thank you. Alder Tierney.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for Mr. O'Keefe. When he was talking about the shelter that he toured in Minnesota, he was talking about the number of beds, and he talked about the number of pay-to-stay beds. And I vaguely remember reading something about Minnesota where pay to stay, I don't know if it was in the Twin Cities or where, but they had a program where the monies that were paid would revert back to the individual when the individual was ready to move into housing and perhaps rent an apartment and would need security deposit and first month's rent. So all the money that they would have paid to stay in a shelter would revert back to assist them as they tried to obtain their own housing. And I'm curious if under current state law or ordinances, if that is something that could be looked at in the future, possibly. So for a portion of the beds at a shelter in the future, if that's been considered at all, and it's something that listening to the testimony tonight from people that had concerns with the current shelter, it did occur to me that perhaps if people knew that a significant number of the persons that were finding housing at the shelter were in the midst of accumulating funds and working to get their own housing in the future, perhaps that would be something that might help to address some of the concerns that neighbors of the shelter have. So I was just wondering if Mr. O'Keefe could speak to what they do in Minnesota with paid to stay, and if it's something, if it's potential to provide security deposit assistance and first month's rent assistance potentially.
Alder Turner, your description is spot on. That's exactly what they do at those facilities, and it's worked very well for them and for the guests who've used it, and it's something that certainly is intriguing to us. So we would most definitely be exploring that. We've talked about it. We haven't probed it to the point of consulting with state statutes about any interference that might exist, but it's a concept that we're very much interested in.
Oh, sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would really like to know what Alder Furman's motion is going to be, because I have a motion that I'd like to put forward as well, but it will be dependent upon what his is so that we can move this discussion forward. Is Alder Furman ready to make that motion?
If you don't have questions for staff, then that's where we're at.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Furman?
I'd like to make a motion to refer this item to the May 4th meeting.
There's moved and seconded to refer this item to May 4th council meeting. Alder, do you wish to speak to it?
Sure, I'll just speak briefly. I think obviously we made a decision earlier this evening that we shouldn't be making a choice about zoning. I think, and let the next council do that. I think this falls into that same category. I think at this point, we should let the next council make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Furman. Alder Harrington McKinney?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. I will not make a motion.
Thank you, Alder. Vice President Abbas?
I add a motion to that. If I'm in order, I would like to amend the motion, if that's okay.
We can try, Alder.
Yep. So with the same motion, May 4th, to refer and asking staff to also provide a report on a Hooper property as well.
Alder, I'm not sure that's necessary. So you've already heard from staff that they'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, I would. I mean, council don't we think council want to hear about if that property is available or not, or what is the situation?
Alder, my point is that you've asked and been answered by staff that they would be happy to provide that information if there is referral.
Okay, that's perfect. That's okay. Sorry, it's late, so
it's okay. All right. So the motion is to refer to the May 4th council meeting. Is there discussion? Alder Bidar.
Thank you, Mayor. It's not discussion, but since this is my last meeting and I won't have an opportunity to speak on this item, I just want to publicly state my very strong support of a shelter at this location and with planning for full services. And I think that it will be, again, for October of 2022. So I remind the future council that the money and the funding will have to come to the budget. So if this is a commitment that I'm hearing around the table, everybody wants it to be full service. So that is going to be part of the commitment and decision that the council is going to have to make once it approaches the budget for fiscal year 22.
Thank you, Alder. The motion is to refer to the May 4th, May the 4th be with you meeting. It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of referral? Alder Balde, do you object?
Yes, I object. I ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. The motion is refer to the May 4th council meeting. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Harrington McKinney. Harrington McKinney.
Please come back to my vote.
Okay. Alder Heck.
Aye.
Heck is aye. Alder Hennick.
Aye.
Hennick is aye. Alder Kemble.
Aye.
Alder Kemble is aye. Alder Lemmer is excused. Alder Martin.
Aye.
Alder Martin is aye. Alder Prestigiacomo.
Aye.
Alder Prestigiacomo is aye. Alder Rummel.
Aye.
Alder Rummel is aye. Alder Skidmore. Alder Skidmore? I see aye.
Aye.
Excellent. Alder Skidmore is aye. Alder Tierney. Alder Tierney?
Sorry about that. Aye.
Alder Tierney is aye. Alder Verveer.
Aye.
Alder Verveer is aye. Alder Wahelia. Alder Wahelia?
Aye.
Alder Wahelia is aye. Vice President Abbas.
Aye.
Vice President Abbas is aye. Alder Alvarez is excused. Alder Balde.
No.
Alder Balde is no. Alder Bidar.
Aye.
Alder Bidar is aye. President Carter is excused. Alder Evers.
Aye.
Alder Evers is aye. Alder Foster.
Aye.
Alder Foster is aye. Alder Furman.
Aye.
Alder Furman is aye. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Aye.
Alder Harrington McKinney is aye. I've got 16 aye, 1 no.
Thank you. With 16 ayes, the motion to refer passes. And that takes us to the last item on our agenda, which is item number 59. We have kept staff here quite late to give us a presentation, but I would defer to the body if you wish to have a presentation or just take up the item. But Vice President Abbas, let's have a motion first, please.
All right. I need to see the agenda item. I need to see what motion is there. Sorry for that.
This is item number 59.
59. Okay. Recommend move council to adopt.
Second.
It's moved and seconded to adopt. We do have Chief Davis here. Alder Bidar.
Madam Mayor, given the late hour, I think that the presentation would be also very informative for the next council. So I would suggest that we vote on the item so that we vote on the item and a presentation we made about this very important work at a later date.
Thank you, Alder. Is there any objection to deferring the presentation to a future meeting? Not seeing any objection to that. So with apologies to Chief Davis and Assistant Chief Stemmen, and thanks for staying up with us. The motion is to adopt. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of adoption? Seeing no objection, that item is adopted. That does bring us to the end of our agenda. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Madam Mayor, I would not like to adjourn without recognizing that we have alders that this will be their last council meeting. Is this correct?
That's correct, Alder.
Okay.
I hope will join us for the swearing in and the traditional recognizing of outgoing alders.
Well, I want to personally to thank those of you who have served. We've always agreed, but we share one thing, is that we care about the city. And I thank you for your contributions to the city. This is the last full circle for you officially, but I want to make sure that you know that I appreciate each one of you. And thank you for your service to the city and to your district and to your constituents.
Thank you, Alder Harrington McKinney. I believe that you speak for all of us in that sentiment. And I do look forward to us all having a chance to celebrate the outgoing alders when we honor them with resolutions. All right, unless there are other announcements or introductions from the floor, we've come to the end of our agenda. Alder Wahilihe.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adjourn, and thanks everyone.
Is there a second to adjourn?
Yep, second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Thank you all very much and have a good rest of your morning.